Morning Without Dawn. A Tale of Arthur Dayne. Being an account of the Sword of the Morning, his youth, his service, his exile, and his return. Fan fiction. All characters belong to their respective creators. Prologue: The Sword of the Morning. Before there was a Sword of the Morning, there was the sword. It fell from the sky. The Maester of Starfall, the one who held the post 300 years after the fall, who had read every account the house possessed and had written several of his own, recorded it this way: a light in the night sky, moving fast and trailing fire, visible from the coast of Dorne for the space of perhaps 30 seconds before it struck the hills east of the Torrentine with a sound like the end of something. The shepherds who had seen it from the high pastures said it had been white, brighter than white. The kind of brightness that left a mark on the eye that took several minutes to fade. The Danes found it in the morning. The crater was not large, smaller than they had expected, given the sound and the light. At its center, half buried in scorched earth that was still warm to the touch, was a mass of metal unlike anything any smith in Dorne had seen before. It was pale. Pale as milk, pale as bone, pale as the sky at the moment before true dawn when the darkness has given up and the light has not yet arrived. The metal was dense in a way that made its size deceptive. It weighed considerably more than it appeared to, which the first man to try to lift it discovered when he lost his footing and sat down hard in the charred grass. They brought it back to Starfall. It took 3 generations and 4 master smiths before anyone found a way to work it. The metal was unlike iron and unlike steel, and unlike the Valyrian alloy that some had suggested it might be related to. It did not respond to heat the way metals responded to heat, did not flow or pool, but only softened slightly, reluctantly, as though being worked against its nature. The first smith who attempted it said afterward that it felt less like shaping metal and more like convincing it. The second agreed. The third, who managed to produce the first viable edge, said he had simply stopped trying to impose himself on the material and had instead tried to understand what shape the material already wanted to be. It wanted to be a sword. The blade that emerged from those years of patient work was the length of an arming sword and weighted for an arming sword and handled like one, but it was nothing like any arming sword made before or since. The pale metal had a quality that smiths and scholars had struggled for centuries to name accurately. It was not quite a shine and not quite a glow. It did not produce light in the way that something lit from within produced light. It was more that it gathered available light and held it, refused to release it back into the room, so that in any space less than brilliantly illuminated, the blade seemed to carry a faint luminescence of its own. In full darkness it was barely perceptible. In the thin gray light of early morning it was striking. In full sunlight it was, by most accounts, almost painful to look at directly. The Danes named it Dawn, which was accurate in several senses simultaneously. The question of who could carry it was settled, over the following generations, by the sword itself. The blade was given to the finest knight of each generation, tested first against other blades, then against other standards, a slow accretion of tradition that eventually codified into the title, Sword of the Morning. Only a knight of extraordinary ability could claim the name. Only the Sword of the Morning could carry Dawn. The sword passed from generation to generation this way, skipping sons who were merely excellent in favor of sons who were something more, occasionally skipping entire generations in which no Dane rose to the required standard, resting on the wall of the great hall and waiting with the patience of something that had already waited in the dark of space for a very long time and had no particular urgency about the next few decades. There were 9 swords of the morning recorded in the house histories before Arthur Dayne. The most celebrated before him was Sir Davos Dayne, who had carried Dawn at the Battle of the Red Dunes 400 years prior, and had reportedly unhorsed 11 knights in succession before taking a lance through the visor, an account that the more skeptical Maesters regarded as embellishment, and that the less skeptical Maesters pointed out was consistent with every other detailed account of what happened when a sword of the morning took the field. The sword had never been lost in battle. It had never been captured. It had been set down voluntarily exactly twice in the recorded history of House Dayne, both times by swords of the morning who had concluded that the war they had been fighting was not the war they had thought it was. The Maester who wrote the most complete history of Dawn noted in his conclusion that the sword seemed to have an opinion about who carried it. He meant this loosely, as a way of describing the pattern he had observed over 3 centuries of records, the pattern by which the sword consistently ended up in the hands of knights who were not merely skilled but who were, in some quality that defied easy description, present in a particular way, awake to the moment, fully inhabiting the space they occupied. He called this quality grace, and then crossed it out and wrote precision, and then crossed that out too and left the page blank except for a note in the margin. There is a word for this that I do not have. He was right that there was a word for it. He was right that he did not have it. Part 1. The Sword of the Morning. The Starfall. The sword came to him in a dream. He was 10 years old and sleeping in the high tower of Starfall, the ancestral seat of House Dayne, where the Torrentine met the summer sea, and the salt winds carried the smell of orange blossoms up from the terraced gardens below. The dream was wordless and without form, as the truest dreams often are, only a brightness, white and cold and absolute, like the heart of a star before it tears itself apart. He woke with his hands clutching the wool of his blanket and the certainty already fatting from his chest. The way a man feels after a thing of great importance has been said to him in a language he does not quite understand. He lay still for a long time, watching the gray light of false dawn leak through the arrow slit. Somewhere below, a servant stirred the coals, the scrape of iron on stone, the settling of ash. The sword was dawn, and it waited in the great hall where it had always waited, and where it would wait still long after all the Danes were dust. It had been made from the heart of a fallen star, or so the Maester said, though he said it in the careful way that Maesters spoke of such things, as if the words were a habit rather than a belief. The blade was pale as milk, pale as bone, pale as the first cold light of morning. It was not beautiful in the way that other beautiful swords were beautiful. It did not have the lithe elegance of Valyrian steel, that liquid quality, like dark water caught and frozen. It was beautiful the way a glacier was beautiful, or a cliff face, or an old wolf's gaze, a beauty that did not care whether you noticed it. Only a knight of extraordinary ability could be named Sword of the Morning and carry dawn. His father had explained this when Arthur was no older than 5, with the grave and sober certainty that Edric Dayne brought to all matters of consequence. His father was not a cold man, but he believed in the proper weight of things, and some things, he felt, ought not to be lightened. His elder brother Sir Oren had not been given the sword. This was not spoken of in the halls of Starfall, but it hung in every room like smoke from a banked fire. Oren was 6 years Arthur's elder, which had made him a figure of considerable authority in Arthur's early childhood. The capable one, the heir, the son who had come first and occupied the space a first son occupies in a house like theirs with the easy confidence of someone who had never had reason to doubt his position. He was a fine swordsman. He was, by any reasonable measure, a very good knight. In most houses, in most families, across most of the 7 kingdoms, he would have been more than enough. He was not enough to carry dawn. The sword had its own criteria, older than any house's wishes, and those criteria were not met by good or fine or very capable. They required something else, something that announced itself in the way a person moved and thought and existed in the moment of a fight, and when it appeared in Arthur's hands at 10 years old it was clear to everyone, to the Maesters, to the guardsmen who drilled against him, and most quietly and most painfully to Oren himself, that the sword's next bearer was going to be the younger brother. Oren never said anything about it. This was, Arthur thought, in some ways worse than if he had. A resentment spoken could be addressed. A resentment perfectly managed and never expressed was a different thing entirely. A thing that lived in the particular quality of a glance held a moment too long, in the extra formality of address between brothers who had grown up sleeping in adjacent rooms. Oren was never unkind. He was never unfair. He was simply careful, in all his interactions with Arthur, in the way that a man was careful around something he could not allow himself to feel. Arthur understood, without entirely knowing when the understanding had come to him, that the sword would one day be his. Not because he was owed it, the sword was owed to no one, belonged to no one, but he understood it the way he understood the color of his own eyes, as a simple fact, neither proud nor humble. What he did not understand, lying in the gray light of that tower room at 10 years of age, was what it would cost. He began training in earnest the summer he turned 10, though in truth he had been drilling with wooden swords in the yard since his legs were barely long enough to hold the proper stance. But there is a difference between drilling and yearning, and it was not until his 10th year that the sword became something he wanted for himself rather than something he was told to want. The first time he moved a man 3 times his size, a guardsman named Will who had served his father for 15 years and whose arms were like the roots of old trees, he felt it. Not triumph, exactly, but recognition. The sword in his hand became less a tool and more an extension of something already there. He moved through Will's guard not by strength, for he had little of that yet, but by instinct, a reading of intention, a knowledge of where the big man would commit before the big man knew it himself. Will sat in the dirt and blinked up at him with an expression that Arthur would see many times after, on many faces, from many men who had not expected to be surprised. "You've your father's eye," Will said at last, "but something else besides." He did not know what to call it then. Grace was too soft, precision was too cold. What he had was something like both, a quality of absolute attention, of living entirely in the present moment of the fight so that past and future ceased to exist. In that narrow space between attack and parry, between feint and commitment, Arthur Dayne was simply present, and in that presence he was, for reasons he could not explain, entirely at home. His swordsmaster, an old knight named Sir Eldrick, who had spent 40 years along the Dornish marches, and had the scars to prove it, told him on the last day of his formal instruction that he had nothing left to teach him. "Then who will teach me?" Arthur asked. He was 15. Sir Eldrick looked at him for a long moment. "Everyone who comes at you with a blade," he said, "and God help them." He was knighted at 16, which was uncommon enough to occasion comment. His father held the ceremony in the great hall of Starfall, with the sun coming in off the sea in long bars of gold, and the smell of salt and flowers very strong. His brother Oren stood at the far end of the hall with an expression of careful neutrality that cost him, Arthur thought, more than anyone else in the room could know. Oren had been knighted at 19, a respectable age, an age that had been praised by their father and noted with approval by the lords of neighboring houses. 3 years later, his younger brother was knighted at 16 with a sword that sang, and the hall filled with the quiet amazement of people watching something extraordinary. And Oren stood at the far end and wore his careful neutral expression, and did not look away, and did not flinch. Arthur had not known, until that moment, how much it must have cost him. He was given dawn that same day. His father brought it out wrapped in cloth of silver, and held it out with hands that did not quite shake, and Arthur took it, and it was lighter than he had expected and heavier in the ways that mattered. The pale blade seemed to gather what little light was in the hall and hold it, refusing to give it back, the way only the rarest things do. He had been around it all his life, had watched it from corners and doorways since boyhood, the way children watched adults they feared and admired in equal measure, but holding it was different. Holding it was the difference between understanding the sea and standing in it. He wore it on his right hip and carried a second blade on his left, a Dornish arming sword of good steel that Sir Eldrick had given him on his last day of instruction, a parting gift from a teacher who understood that the finest swordsman in a generation deserved more than one weapon. The second blade was nothing compared to Dawn, of course. Nothing was. But Arthur had learned to fight with 2 swords in his final years of training, and the doubled geometry of it, the way the pair of blades opened up lines of attack that no single weapon could manage, had become as natural to him as breathing. Dawn in his right hand and the arming sword in his left, and the world arranged itself accordingly. He was Sir Arthur Dayne of Starfall, the Sword of the Morning. He was 16 years old. The sky beyond the high windows was the hard, bright blue of autumn in Dorne. He thought of the dream, the star falling, the white and absolute brightness. He thought, this is a beginning and also an end. He did not know then how right he was. Aye, purple and gold. King's Landing in those years was a city of spectacle and rot in equal measure. The Red Keep rose above the stink of Flea Bottom like a great stain in reverse, and within its walls, the court of Aerys Targaryen maintained all the gorgeous ceremony of the realm's most ancient dynasty, while the rot worked quietly through the floors beneath. Arthur arrived at court in his 17th year, brought thither by Lord Commander Gerald Hightower himself, who had ridden to Starfall after hearing the stories that traveled ahead of young Sir Arthur like Harold Smoke. Hightower was a large and serious man, white-haired even then, with the kind of dignity that accrues not from birth, but from a lifetime of keeping faith. He sat across from Arthur's father in the solar of Starfall, and made the case with the blunt courtesy of a man unused to asking for things. "Your son is a gift," Hightower said, "not to House Dayne, to the realm." Edric Dayne looked at his youngest son for a long time. There were things in his face that he did not say and would not say. "It is Arthur's choice," he said at last. Arthur thought of Dawn, which he would be permitted to bring. The sword went where he went, and no Lord Commander could tell him otherwise, for you did not take the Sword of the Morning from the Sword of the Morning, and of the second blade at his hip. He thought of the dream. He thought of Sir Eldrick's last words. "I will go," he said. He had ideas about what he was riding toward. He was 17 years old and had grown up in Starfall hearing stories about Targaryens, the way children heard stories about dragons, magnificent, inevitable, the proper subjects of legend. The Kingsguard was the highest order of knighthood in the realm, its members the finest warriors alive, sworn to something larger than themselves. He believed this. He had believed it the way a man believed in the ground beneath his feet, not through examination, but through the simple accumulation of never having had reason to doubt it. King's Landing corrected him, though slowly, and in ways he was not immediately willing to accept. The king was brilliant in fragments. There were hours when Aerys could hold court with a sharpness and charm that silenced the stories, and increasingly unrecognizable in the spaces between. He was suspicious of counsel. He was cruel in a way that had, in the years before Arthur's arrival, been occasional, and was now becoming habitual. He sat on the Iron Throne and he heard petitions, and he laughed at things that were not amusing and fell silent at things that were. The court had learned to flow around him the way water flows around a stone, always moving, always finding the angle that did not create resistance. The Kingsguard protected him. That was the vow. Arthur had taken the vow, and it had settled on his shoulders in the White Sword Tower like a second skin, and he had believed in it with the sincerity of a man who had never taken a vow he did not intend to honor. He took his vows in the White Sword Tower on a morning in early spring, kneeling on cold stone in a room that smelled of old candles and older oaths. The white cloak settled on his shoulders, and he felt its weight, not the weight of cloth, but the weight of what it meant. He was no longer entirely of Starfall. He was of no house, no family in the ordinary sense, no fortune. He had given away every possible future except this one. One thing he had not given away: Dawn. The Lord Commander had made no objection. A man does not object to a sacred sword. It hung at his right hip as it always had, pale and patient, and the arming sword rode his left, and he was the only knight of the Kingsguard who came to his vows already armed with 2 blades and the reputation to justify both of them. Sir Barristan Selmy came to him afterward in the yard, while the morning light was still fresh, and clasped his forearm in the manner of knights. Selmy was a few years older, steady-eyed and quiet, with the self-contained quality of a man who had long since made his peace with his own choices. "It gets easier," Selmy said, "and then it gets harder again." "What does?" "All of it," Selmy said, and left him there with the white cloak pooling around him on the stone. He served for years in contentment, or something close enough to it that he did not bother examining the difference. He protected the king, who was brilliant and erratic and increasingly prone to cruelties that required their witnesses to find, somewhere within themselves, a compartment that could be sealed. He rode in tourneys and was unhorsed by no man. He trained in the yards and found among the other knights of the Kingsguard a fellowship of quiet competence. The gap between what he had expected and what he found was something he felt, but was not yet prepared to name. He had imagined a court of honor. He found a court of performance, of men and women managing a king who had grown less manageable each year, of obligations arranged in careful order to avoid the question of what they were actually obliging you to do. He had imagined service as a clarifying thing, a life stripped to its essentials. He found that service, when given to the wrong thing, accumulated weight rather than removing it. He told himself this was the difficulty of the work, which was different from the work being wrong. He told himself he had made his choice, and the choice was honorable, and the vow was real, and the white cloak meant what it had always meant. He told himself this with the persistence of a man who is not quite sure he believes it, but is not yet ready to stop trying. Rhaegar he loved, in the way that a man can love another man when both are devoted to excellences of different kinds, the sword and the harp, the body and the mind. They were of an age and had come to their respective callings with the same intensity. Rhaegar was gentle, learned, a man who wept at the music he composed and treated servants with the same grave courtesy he showed to lords. Arthur had believed in him with the particular faith of a young man who needs something to believe in, and Rhaegar had seemed, in those early years, to justify the faith. Then there was Ashara. Ashara. She was his sister, 1 year his younger, which had meant something in childhood. The small gap of a year felt wider when one of you could already read and the other could not, when one of you knew how to ride and the other was still learning to sit a horse without listing, and had meant progressively less as they grew into the adjacency of adult siblings. By the time he came to court, she arrived not long after, establishing herself as one of the queen's ladies with the natural ease of someone the court had been waiting for without knowing it, and the single year between them had narrowed to something entirely imperceptible. She was, by any honest accounting, the most remarkable person he had ever known who was not trying to kill him. She was brilliant and warm and wickedly perceptive, with a quality of attention that made its recipient feel both seen and understood, which is rarer than people suppose. She had their father's gray eyes and their mother's darkness, and she moved through the court the way a river moves through country, not imposing itself on the landscape so much as defining it, making everything else organize itself relative to her presence. He had always understood that Ashara's brightness cost her something, though it had taken him years to understand what. When she was 15, their mother had climbed to the top of the Palestone Sword Tower, that same seaward tower where generations of Danes had gone to watch the ships come in, and thrown herself into the sea below. They had found the body on the rocks at dawn. There had been no note, no explanation, only the absence of a woman who had been present and then was not, and the two of them left to go on without her. Arthur 16, Ashara 15, and the particular silence that fills a house after something that cannot be named has happened in it. He had never spoken to Ashara about it directly. She had never spoken to him. It was the first thing he had understood, without being told, was not to be discussed, not because their father forbade it, but because Ashara herself had closed the door on it with a completeness and a grace that he had not had the words to challenge. She had wept in private once that he knew of. Then she had stood up and resumed being Ashara, warm, sharp, entirely herself, the room-filling person she had always been. If the brightness in her cost something extra after that, if there was a quality of effort underneath what looked effortless, he had been the only one in a position to notice, and he had noticed and said nothing, because she had not wanted him to say anything. He understood it differently now at court, watching her work. The precision she brought to laughing at the king's jests, the care with which she positioned herself near exits, the way she gathered information about a room before committing herself to any corner of it. These were skills. They were not skills people were born with. He understood where she had begun to develop them, in a house that had fallen silent around a thing that could not be spoken, and what it had cost her to bring them to this level of refinement. At Starfall, she had been the kind of person who filled a room simply by being present in it, not through loudness or performance, but through a quality of aliveness that made other people more awake. He had grown up in the warmth of it, taken it for granted the way children took for granted anything that had always been there, and it was only at court, watching her in a new context, that he understood it for what it was. But something was wrong. It took him months to name it and longer still to be sure. The warmth was there when she looked at him, when they walked in the gardens or sat together at the less formal feasts, the easy companionship of two people who had grown up knowing each other's worst stories. When they were alone, or near to it, she was still herself. Everywhere else she was not. He noticed it first at a small supper in the king's solar, when Ares made a remark that any man at the table would have called harmless, one of the king's increasingly frequent observations about the ladies of the court, delivered with the crooked smile he had developed in recent years, the smile that was half leer and half dare, as if testing how far he could go before someone would have the poor manners to object. It was not the worst thing the king had said that month, or that week. The court had learned to find these remarks unremarkable. Ashara laughed. It was a correct laugh, the kind that told the king he had been amusing without inviting more, the kind that required a certain precision to produce. And then she looked at her wine cup, and the laugh was gone from her face as if it had never been, and Arthur saw what was underneath it. He knew that expression. He had seen it before, on the faces of men after battles, when the fighting was done and the shaking started. He had seen it on Oswell once, after a particularly unpleasant royal command had been carried out. It was the expression of a person doing what was required and paying a cost for it that they could not show. He began watching more carefully after that. What he found, watching carefully, was a picture he did not want to see. The king had always been attentive to beautiful women in ways that were unbecoming a married man and a king. This was known, tolerated, part of the court's wallpaper. But attentive had become something else in recent months, something with sharper edges and less pretense of gallantry. He saw the king's hand on Ashara's arm, holding a moment too long. He saw the way she laughed at his jests with the precision of a woman calculating exactly how much was required. He saw the way she positioned herself in rooms, always near the queen or near another lady, never quite alone, always with an exit available. He could not ask her directly. There was no direct way to ask. She would deny it or minimize it or tell him there was nothing to be done. All of which might be true and none of which would be sufficient. He was a knight of the king's guard. His oath was to the king. The architecture of his obligations had been constructed, by his own choices, in a way that made certain protections impossible. He was the finest sword in the Seven Kingdoms, and he stood in the corridor outside the king's solar, and listened to the laughter inside and felt, for the first time in his life, entirely helpless. He said nothing to her. She said nothing to him. But she looked at him, sometimes, across a feast hall or a garden, with a look that said she knew he had noticed, and that she was grateful he was there even if there was nothing either of them could do, and that the gratitude itself was a kind of grief. He carried this with him in the years at court, a weight that sat beneath all the other weights, the vow, the duty, the service, like a stone at the bottom of deep water. It was the thing that most clearly told him what the vow had cost, not the sword, not the land, not the family he would not have. This, that he was the best swordsman alive and he could not protect his own sister from the man he had sworn to serve, and there was no answer to that which was not also a betrayal of something else he had sworn. Once, in the corridor outside the queen's chambers, she stopped him with a hand on his arm and looked at him with an expression he could not name. "Are you happy, Arthur?" she asked. He considered it with more seriousness than the question perhaps warranted. "I am where I am meant to be," he said at last. She looked at him a little longer. "That is not an answer," she said, and walked on. He watched her go and thought, not for the first time, that she was right. IV. The Kingswood. The Kingswood Brotherhood had been operating in the forest south of King's Landing for the better part of a year, when the king finally directed the Kingsguard to deal with them. They were not, by the standards of the realm's catalogue of threats, an extraordinary danger. A band of outlaws, skilled ones, led by men of genuine ability, with enough popular support among the small folk to make them difficult to hunt and more difficult to catch. They robbed merchants on the roads through the forest. They killed crowned soldiers when cornered. They had given themselves romantic names and a romantic cause, which was the cause of the small folk against the lords, and the small folk of the Kingswood had decided to find this sympathetic in the way that people who were hungry and poorly treated tended to find such things sympathetic. Arthur understood the appeal, which did not make it his business to sympathize with it. He had his orders. He rode into the Kingswood at the head of a company of knights and soldiers with the specific intention of ending the brotherhood, and he set about it with the methodical patience of a man who had learned that complicated problems yielded best to simple approaches applied consistently. What he had not expected was the boy. Jaime Lannister was 15 years old that summer, and had come to the Kingswood campaign with a letter from his father and a quality of barely contained energy that reminded Arthur, in its particular brightness, of something he could not immediately place. He was tall for his age, already nearly the height he would reach as a man, with the Lannister coloring and a face that had not yet settled into whatever it was going to be, and he moved through the camp with the unconscious ease of someone who had grown up being told he was exceptional and had not yet had sufficient reason to doubt it. He was there because Tywin Lannister had arranged it. A son of 15 needed seasoning, and a campaign against forest outlaws was exactly the kind of low-stakes engagement that produced seasoned knights rather than dead boys. Arthur had seen this calculation before. He accepted the boy's presence without enthusiasm and assigned him to the rearguard and expected to hear very little from him. He heard quite a lot from him. Jaime Lannister had opinions. He had them about tactics, about the terrain, about the Brotherhood's probable routes of retreat based on a reading of the forest floor that was, Arthur had to admit, more accurate than most of the seasoned scouts had managed. He expressed these opinions with the particular combination of certainty and deference that characterized someone who was right about something and knew it, but had enough intelligence to understand that being right, while young, was a complicated social position to occupy. Arthur listened. He did not do this for everyone. He did it here because the boy's reading of the ground turned out to be correct, twice running, and a man who was right twice was worth hearing out a third time. The decisive engagement happened 3 weeks into the campaign, in a narrow defile where the trees grew close and the Brotherhood had chosen to make a stand. They had chosen well. The ground favored defense, the sight lines were short, and they had numbers enough to hold the defile against a direct assault. Arthur had been considering the tactical problem for the better part of an hour when Jaime appeared at his elbow. "There's a way through the ridge," the boy said. He was not asking. He was reporting with the flat directness of someone who had been over the ground and come back with information. "A deer path, about a quarter-mile east, narrow but passable for men on foot. If you send a party round the back while the main force holds the defile, they'll have nowhere to run." Arthur looked at him. He looked at the defile. He thought about the alternatives, which were a direct assault that would cost men he could not easily spare, or a siege of a position that the Brotherhood could abandon through a dozen gaps in the tree line. "Show me," he said. The deer path was exactly as described. Arthur sent Jaime with 20 men to take the ridge while the main force held the defile's mouth, and what followed was brief and decisive, not clean. There was nothing clean about close fighting in trees, but brief. The Brotherhood broke. Their leaders were taken or killed. The small folk of the Kingswood would miss them for a season and then adapt, as small folk always adapted. Afterward, in the camp where the fires were burning, and the men were eating, and the particular quiet of a completed engagement settled over everything, Arthur found Jaime cleaning his sword with the careful attention of a boy who had been taught to treat a blade with respect, and had understood why. He had fought well. Not brilliantly, not with the particular instinctive genius that Arthur recognized in himself and had occasionally seen in others, but with sound technique and the kind of steadiness under pressure that was rarer and in some ways more valuable. He had not frozen. He had not shown off. He had done what was required and done it in the service of the people around him. And 2 of the 20 men who had taken the ridge were alive because of decisions Jaime had made in the space of a few seconds. Arthur sat down beside him. The boy looked up with the particular wariness of someone who expected to receive instruction and had not yet learned to distinguish instruction from praise. "You fought well today," Arthur said. Jaime absorbed this. He seemed for a moment to be deciding how to respond to something he had not expected. "The plan worked," he said, which was a careful answer, neither false modesty nor unearned pride. "Plans work when the men executing them make good decisions under pressure," Arthur said. "The plan was sound. The execution required something else." He looked at the boy's face for a moment. "Kneel." Jaime blinked. Then he set down his sword and his cloth and knelt in the firelit grass, and Arthur placed the flat of his blade on each of the boys' shoulders in turn, and the old words were spoken, and Sir Jaime Lannister rose at 15 years old with an expression that was trying very hard not to be as moved as it was and not quite succeeding. He was a Lannister. He had been told his whole life that he was exceptional. He had probably expected to be knighted young. But expecting a thing and having it done to you by Arthur Dayne in a forest after a battle were different things, and Arthur could see in the boys' face the understanding of that difference arriving, quietly, for the first time. "Sir Jaime," Arthur said. He said it the way the title deserved to be said, with the weight that came from meaning it. Jaime Lannister looked at him. In his face, for one unguarded moment, was the expression of a young man who had just been given something real and understood, perhaps also for the first time, what real things cost. "Thank you," he said. It was simply said, which was the right way to say it. Arthur nodded and stood and went back to his own fire, and he thought, there is something in that boy. Something that could be a great deal if it is treated correctly, and almost nothing if it is not. He did not know, then, which way it would go. He thought it could go either way. He thought it was not yet decided. He thought the white cloak would be a complicated thing for a man like that to carry. He filed this thought in the place he kept observations that were not yet conclusions, and he did not revisit it for several years, and by the time he did, events had moved past the point where the observation was useful. The Prince and the Sword. He had known Rhaegar Targaryen for 6 years before Harrenhal, and the man he had known in those years was not the man he watched at the tournament. This was the thing that made Harrenhal so unsettling, not that Rhaegar had changed, but that Arthur could trace the change now in retrospect with a clarity that had not been available to him while it was happening. He could see exactly where the road had bent. He had simply not been looking at the road. He had been looking at Rhaegar, which was a different thing, and what he had seen in Rhaegar had been so compelling that the road had not seemed worth examining. In the beginning, in the first years, when Arthur had come to court at 17, and Rhaegar had been 16, and the dynasty had still seemed like something that deserved the white cloak he wore, Rhaegar had been the kind of person who made everyone in his proximity feel that the world was a more serious and more beautiful place than they had previously understood. He was not warm in the easy way of men who had been taught to be charming, but he was attentive in a way that felt like a gift. When Rhaegar looked at you, he was looking at you, and what he saw was what was actually there rather than what he expected to see. He read constantly, which Arthur had never done with the same appetite, and he was generous with what he found. He would appear in the training yard with a passage from some old chronicle, and read it aloud with the specific pleasure of someone who had just found something worth sharing. And Arthur, who had grown up in Starfall with a respect for learning but not a love of it, had found himself listening with attention he had not expected to bring. Rhaegar read the way he did everything else, completely, with his whole attention, treating the dead authors as if they were people worth arguing with. He played the harp, which Arthur had no aptitude for and no particular interest in, but had sat and listened to in the evenings more times than he could count, because there was something about watching Rhaegar play that was difficult to look away from. Not the music itself, though the music was extraordinary. He had reduced men to silence and women to tears with nothing but strings and his long fingers and his absolute presence in the doing of it. It was the quality of surrender he brought to it, the complete absence of performance, the sense of a man doing something entirely for itself and not for anyone watching. It was, Arthur thought much later, the quality he had most admired in Rhaegar, the ability to be inside a thing rather than above it, observing. They trained together, which was Rhaegar's idea, and which Arthur had agreed to with the mild curiosity he brought to any challenge. He had not expected much. Rhaegar's reputation with a sword was solid, better than most men who wore swords would ever be, and he trained with the same discipline he brought to everything else. Arthur had expected to be impressed and to find himself, in the way of a man who has already found his ceiling, looking at someone who had nearly found theirs. What he found was more complicated. Rhaegar was good, genuinely good, not the flattering good of a prince whose sparring partners had learned not to embarrass him, but the real good of a man who had spent years in honest practice and had arrived at a quality of swordsmanship that would have made him formidable against almost anyone else in the Seven Kingdoms. His footwork was excellent. His timing was sound. He read an opponent's intentions with a quickness that Arthur recognized as native ability rather than trained skill, which was harder to develop and harder to counter. He was not better than Arthur. He was not close to better than Arthur. The gap between them was, in Arthur's private assessment, considerable, not in the way of two men separated by training or technique, but in the way of a man looking at a river and a man looking at the sea. They were the same category of thing. The scale was simply different. Arthur did not show this. He had understood, in the first week of their training, that showing it would cost something he did not want to pay. Not that Rhaegar would have been angry. He was not a petty man about his abilities, had the self-awareness to understand that there were things he could not do and the generosity not to resent those who could. But there was a quality to the way Rhaegar engaged with their sessions, a quality of belief in his own considerable competence that was doing useful work in his life. It was part of what made him willing to take Arthur seriously, to see him as a peer rather than a weapon. And Arthur had needed that, had needed in those years someone who saw him as a person rather than a function. So he adjusted. Not much, not in a way that would have been obvious to a careful observer, and Rhaegar was a careful observer. He allowed openings that he would have closed in anyone else. He committed to lines of attack a fraction later than he might have. He won their sessions at a ratio that felt, from Rhaegar's side, like the natural friction between two men of comparable but not identical ability, one of whom had a slight edge. He lost enough that Rhaegar's confidence remained intact. He won enough that the sessions remained genuinely useful to both of them. He told himself he was being kind. He probably was. He was also, he understood much later, making a choice that prevented Rhaegar from ever having an accurate picture of where he stood, and an accurate picture of where he stood might have told him something useful. They spoke about everything those years. History, philosophy, music, the question of what a knight owed his king and what a king owed his kingdom, and at what point the accounting between the two became irreconcilable. They argued about the old kings, about Aegon the Conqueror, whose accomplishment Rhaegar admired without quite admiring the method, and about the Targaryens of the decline, whose failures Rhaegar catalogued with the brisk efficiency of a man doing forensic work on a problem he intended to avoid. He was preparing himself for something. Arthur could see it. He was studying kingship the way a carpenter studied wood, not out of theoretical interest, but because he intended to work with it. He was going to be a good king. Arthur had believed this with the completeness of a man who had no particular reason to doubt it and several reasons to hope for it. He had watched the way Rhaegar managed the small folk who came before his father's court, the patience he brought to petitions that the king had long since stopped finding interesting, the quality of attention he gave to problems that did not affect him personally and whose resolution would profit him nothing. He had watched him grieve genuinely when news came of famine in the Reach or plague in the Stormlands. He was not performing compassion. He felt it. He simply also felt everything else, the music, the books, the long conversations, the sense that the world was a place of extraordinary depth and meaning if you only looked at it with sufficient care. Arthur had loved him. He had loved him the way you loved a man who had shown you that seriousness and delight were not opposites, who had been, in those early years, the best argument available for what the white cloak was supposed to mean. Then Rhaegar found the prophecy. It did not happen all at once. Arthur could identify, in retrospect, the moment the balance had begun to shift. The evening Rhaegar had brought him a scroll from Asshai, and read aloud a passage about the promised prince with the quality of expression Arthur had only previously heard from him when he played the harp, that quality of a man making contact with something that had been waiting for him. He had looked up from the scroll and said nothing, which was itself unusual. And Arthur had said nothing either, because there was nothing in the passage itself that required comment. It was just an old prophecy, and the world was full of old prophecies, and he had not yet understood that this one was going to become a mirror in which Rhaegar would see only himself. That had been 2 years before Harrenhal. By the tournament, the mirror was the only thing Rhaegar looked into. Part 2, The Dragon's Delusion. VI. Harrenhal. The years between the Kingswood and Harrenhal were quiet ones for the realm, if not entirely quiet ones for Arthur. He was 17 when he took his vows and 23 when he rode to Harrenhal, which meant 6 years of service behind him, and a quality of competence that had stopped developing in the sense of improving and had begun developing in the sense of deepening. He served. He stood watch. He rode in tournaments and remained unhorsed. He trained in yards across the 7 kingdoms and found, without particular surprise, that there was no one left who could teach him anything he had not already learned. The knowledge had simply outrun the available instruction, and what remained was the slow accumulation of refinement, the 1,000 small improvements that separated good from very good and very good from something that had no adequate name. He watched Jaime Lannister join the Kingsguard at 15 and said nothing about it, because there was nothing useful to say. The boy was good enough, would become better than good, Arthur thought, with time and the right circumstances. Whether the white cloak would provide the right circumstances was a different question. He served Rhaegar, who was becoming something Arthur watched with increasing unease, not the man he had been, but a version of that man turned inward, the scholar's breadth giving way to the zealot's focus. The books on prophecy, the quiet certainty growing in his eyes. Arthur noted it and filed it and told himself it was a phase, and knew as he told himself this that he was being the kind of man who watches a slow flood and does not move his furniture. And then there was Harrenhal. Arthur Dayne rode to the great tournament at Harrenhal in his 23rd year. which was also the year that everything that had been building quietly in the realm finally broke the surface and began, with terrible patience, to drown it. Harrenhal was a ruin made into a spectacle, its halls patched, and its towers propped, and its vast scorched stones hung with banners of all the great houses of Westeros, as if finery could conceal the char beneath. The tournament drew 20,000 people, and it was, by every external measure, the most magnificent gathering of knights and lords and ladies the realm had seen in a generation. Arthur thought it was also, though he could not yet say why, one of the most dangerous. On the second night of the great tournament feast, Jaime Lannister appeared beside him with 2 cups of wine, and the look of a man who intended conversation whether invited or not. He was 17 now, 2 years in the White Cloak, 2 years past the Kingswood, and he had grown into his height with the easy physicality of a man who was comfortable in his body and knew it. He was, without question, the most handsome man in the hall that evening, which was a quality he wore with the particular nonchalance of someone who had been told this so many times that it had ceased to function as information. "Sir Arthur," he held out one of the cups. Arthur took it. "Sir Jaime." They sat in companionable silence for a moment, which was the specific silence of 2 men who shared a profession and a certain quality of watchfulness, and did not need to perform either of them for each other's benefit. Then Jaime's gaze moved across the hall and came to rest, with the unhurried appreciation of a connoisseur, on Ashara. She was in conversation with one of the Tully ladies, laughing at something, the real laugh rather than the court laugh, the one that reached her eyes and changed the whole quality of her face. She was 22 years old and wearing something in pale green that caught the torchlight, and she was, by any objective measure, the most striking woman in the hall. "Your sister," Jaime said. It was not quite a statement and not quite a question. "Yes," Arthur said. Jaime was quiet for a moment, watching her with the frank assessment of a young man who had not yet learned to make that assessment less visible. Then a particular quality of amusement crossed his face, the look of a man about to say something he knows is slightly too much and has decided to say it anyway. "It must be difficult," he said, "growing up with a woman like that in the next room and being required to simply be her brother." The silence that followed was a different kind of silence from the one that had preceded it. Arthur set down his wine cup. He turned to look at Jaime with the full attention he usually reserved for opponents, which had the effect of making most people reconsider whatever they had just said. Jaime met his gaze without flinching, which was characteristic of him, but something shifted in his expression, a recognition that he had miscalculated the distance between amusing and offensive, and had come down on the wrong side of it. "That was poorly said," Arthur told him. "It was," Jaime agreed, with the directness that was. Arthur had come to understand the best quality the boy possessed. He did not argue when he was wrong. "I apologize." Arthur looked at him for a moment longer. He thought about what it would cost to press the point further, and decided the cost was higher than the benefit. The apology had been genuine. The joke had been thoughtless rather than malicious, and thoughtlessness in a young man was a correctable condition, where malice was not. He retrieved his wine cup. He said nothing more about it. But he thought, as he looked back across the hall to where Ashara was still laughing with the Tully lady, that there was something in the way Jaime had looked at her that was not quite the way a man looked at a woman he found beautiful. There was something more complicated in it, something that looked, in the small glimpse Arthur had caught before the shutters came down, almost like grief. He filed this too, in the place he kept things that were not yet conclusions. Later that same evening he caught sight of Ashara on the floor with a young lord he did not immediately recognize, dark-haired, northern by his look, perhaps 20 years old, with the careful, serious quality of someone who had been taught to take things seriously and had obliged. He watched them for a moment before placing the face. Eddard Stark, Robert's foster brother, the second Stark son. Not a name that carried particular weight. The firstborn Brandon was the one everyone watched, the one with the reputation and the loud charm that preceded him into rooms. Eddard was quieter. Quieter was apparently not a problem for Ashara. She was laughing, the real laugh, the one Arthur had known since they were children, the one that meant she had been genuinely surprised into it rather than performing amusement. The Stark was saying something. She was arguing back. He could see it in her posture, the slight lean forward, the hands moving in the way they moved when she was engaged rather than managing. She looked, in short, like herself, the version of herself that had become harder to find at court in recent years, the version he had started to miss without nomming the missing. Arthur watched them for a moment longer than was strictly necessary and then looked away. She was allowed to enjoy herself. She had earned it, and if Eddard Stark was the occasion for it, that was not his business and not his concern. He filed this also. He was becoming a very thorough archivist of things that were not his business. Robert Baratheon he watched from a different angle. He had known Robert for years. You could not be at court and not know Robert, who was the loudest and largest and most energetically present man in any room he entered, and he had formed the opinion, arrived at gradually but held with some confidence, that Robert was not quite what he appeared to be. The reputation was for appetite, for excess, for the careless pursuit of women and wine and the next exciting thing. The reputation was not wrong exactly, but it was incomplete. In Arthur's observation, Robert Baratheon was a man of genuine feeling who had never been taught to manage it, which led him toward the behaviors that generated the reputation, which in turn made people miss the feeling underneath. At Harrenhal, watching Robert watch Lyanna Stark, Arthur saw the feeling underneath with unusual clarity. It was not the way Robert looked at serving girls, or the merchants' daughters who found their way to the feasts, or any of the women whose company he sought and discarded with the cheerful indifference of appetite satisfied and moved on from. This was different. This was the look of a man who had found, in the particular bright energy of one particular person, something he had not expected to find and did not entirely know what to do with. He was nervous around her. Robert Baratheon, who was afraid of nothing, was nervous around Lyanna Stark, not trembling, not tongue-tied, but careful in a way Arthur had never seen him be careful before. Studying his words before he said them, watching her face when she laughed to see if he had made her laugh or if she was simply herself. She was not indifferent to him. That much was also visible, to a man who had learned to read the small information of bodies and faces. She watched him when he was not watching her, with a quality of attention that was not quite longing but not quite nothing either. She was betrothed to him and had been since she was a child, and Arthur supposed that somewhere in the years of growing up she had arrived at something more than mere resignation about it, had found, perhaps, the beginning of something she was not ready to name. Arthur had seen Lyanna Stark before at court, briefly, the betrothed of Robert Baratheon. She was 17 years old, dark-haired, gray-eyed, with a quality of compressed energy that made her seem, in any room, like the most alive person in it. She did not simper. She argued. She laughed too loudly and sat her horse too well for a highborn girl and made no particular effort to be what highborn girls were expected to be. He liked her, in the absent way of a man who does not permit himself too many attachments. She reminded him, in some quality of fundamental self-possession, of Ashara, though where Ashara's brightness had become a careful, managed thing at court, Lyanna was still entirely her own. He noticed Rhaegar noticing her, and he told himself it meant nothing. He had said that about other things at Harrenhal, and he had been wrong about all of them. The joust between Rhaegar and Arthur was the bout the crowds had ridden days to see. They rode against each other on the 5th afternoon, and the stands went quiet in the particular way stands went quiet when something they had been promised was finally being delivered. Arthur settled into the saddle and felt the familiar weight of the lance in his hand, and looked down the field at the prince's colors and thought about what was required of him. He was the better rider. He had always been the better rider, and Rhaegar knew it, and the people who had trained them both knew it, and there was not a man in the field who would have placed money on any other outcome if asked honestly and in private. The prince was competent, genuinely competent, trained well, with the long reach and natural athleticism of a man made for the lance. In another tournament against another opponent, he would have been worth watching. He was not riding against another opponent. He was riding against Arthur Dayne. Arthur let the angle close a fraction too slowly. He let his lance drift a hand's width wide in the final stride, the correction that would have been there in any other bout arriving just too late. Rhaegar's lance struck true, and Arthur went backward off his horse with the complete physical commitment of a man who had decided to fall, and was going to fall well, convincingly, cleanly, without the stiffness of a performance. He lay on his back in the churned earth and looked at the sky, and the crowd roared above him, and he thought, "This is what the vow has made of me, not a knight, a prop in someone else's story." He mounted his horse and rode off the field with his expression composed, and his thoughts sealed away in the place he kept things he was not ready to examine, and he received the congratulations of his brothers in the Kingsguard with the measured courtesy that was required, and he said nothing to anyone about what had happened, because there was nothing to say that would not cost more than staying silent. Later that day, he watched Rhaegar accept the champion's crown of blue winter roses from the tournament master. The prince held the wreath for a long moment, looking at it, and something moved through his face that Arthur recognized, the particular expression of a man receiving confirmation of something he already believed about himself. Then Rhaegar walked his horse along the line of the watching ladies, past his wife, past Elia Martell of Dorne, the princess who had borne him 2 children and who watched now with a stillness that required considerable effort to maintain. Elia was composed and gracious, and she was the mother of Rhaegar's daughter Rhaenys and of his son Aegon, a boy not yet 2 years old who was at that moment presumably asleep in the nursery of Harrenhal's great keep. She watched her husband ride past her with the crown of flowers in his hand, and she did not allow her face to change. Rhaegar stopped his horse before Lyanna Stark. He placed the crown of blue winter roses in her lap and named her the Queen of Love and Beauty. The silence that followed was of the kind that precedes an event rather than follows one. Arthur looked at Elia's face, and he looked at the faces of the lords around him, and he looked at Lyanna Stark, who was staring down at the flowers with an expression that was not pleasure, whatever the crowd chose to believe. Then he looked at Robert Baratheon. Robert stood at the edge of the field with his hands very still at his sides, and what was in his face was the expression of a man who has just watched something be taken from him by someone with no right to it. Not a thing he had possessed, but a thing he had been growing toward. A thing he had believed, privately and without quite admitting it, was already in some sense his. It was not the expression of a man who had given up. Arthur filed all of it away in the place where he kept things he could not act on and could not forget, and he rode back to his quarters, and he did not sleep well that night. He had not slept well for several days, if he was honest about it. The tournament had provided Rhaegar with too many opportunities to be himself in public, and what Rhaegar was becoming in public was something Arthur was finding difficult to watch. It was not any single thing. It was the accumulation of small moments that, viewed separately, could each be dismissed as eccentricity or pride, but which assembled into something else when you held them together. There had been the exchange with Lord Wen on the second morning, when Rhaegar had made an observation about the tournament's timing arranged by Wen himself, who was Oswell's uncle, and the observation had contained, beneath its surface, something that was not an observation at all, but a statement of gratitude for a plan that had unfolded as intended. Wen had gone still, the specific stillness of a man who had just been acknowledged for something that was not supposed to be acknowledged. And Rhaegar had moved on before anyone else had quite caught it. There had been the comment at the feast on the third night, when someone had asked about the significance of the blue winter roses, a jest, half-drunk and good-natured, and Rhaegar had said, with the gentle patience of someone explaining the obvious, "There are flowers that belong to summer, and flowers that belong to winter. Some of us know which season we stand in." He had said it pleasantly, with no change in his manner, and the man who had asked had laughed uncertainly and changed the subject, and Arthur had sat with the sentence afterward and found that the more he examined it, the more it smelled like prophecy. There had been a moment in the yard when a young squire had made some passing remark about the world changing, a commonplace observation, the kind anyone made, and Rhaegar had put his hand on the boy's shoulder and looked at him directly and said, "You have no idea." The boy had been briefly frightened. Arthur had seen it. Rhaegar had moved away without noticing. These things were individually small. Together they described a man who was living in a story the rest of the room could not see, who had the absolute settled confidence of someone who knew the ending and was patiently allowing the rest of the world to catch up. Arthur did not know what to do with this. He did not have the language for it yet, though he was beginning to develop one. Rhaegar was 22 that year at Harrenhal, and already the change that had been building in him for the past year had completed itself in ways Arthur had not quite registered, until he saw the prince at the feast on the fifth night and understood, with the particular cold clarity of a man recognizing something he has been trying not to see, that this was no longer a phase of scholarly temperament. The prince had always read. Books were Rhaegar's truest country. He lived in them more fully than he lived in the world, and he had never made a secret of it. But there had always been a quality of balance to his scholarship, a range of interests that encompassed music and history and philosophy in equal measure. In the year before Harrenhal, the range had narrowed. Arthur noticed the titles when he caught glimpses of the books on the prince's table, prophecies mostly, texts on Azor Ahai, the scrolls of Ashai, translations of old Valyrian verses on the last hero, and the darkness that was said to come before the dawn. He had not thought much of it at first. Rhaegar had always had a scholarly bent toward the mystical. It was only at Harrenhal, watching the prince at the feast on the third night, that Arthur began to understand that what he was seeing was not scholarship but conviction, the specific, settled conviction of a man who had found in ancient texts the answer to a question he had been asking his whole life. The question Arthur would come to understand was, "Who am I?" And on that night, the answer Rhaegar had arrived at was, the dragon from the prophecy, the one that will bring the promised prince into the world. A man who believes himself chosen by fate is a different creature from a man who merely hopes he is capable. Arthur had known Rhaegar for 6 years by then, and he watched this creature from across the feast hall with a tightness behind his sternum that he recognized, dimly, as fear. On the last night of the tournament, the night that the music played too long and the wine flowed too freely, and the candles burned down to their sockets while lords and ladies drank to Rhaegar's crown of blue winter roses, he saw Robert lean down and say something in Lyanna's ear. He offered his hand and she took it, and they slipped away from the feasting together, quiet and private, into whatever that night had to offer them. He said nothing about it. It was not his to say. The 7 months. The disappearance happened just over a month after Harrenhal, in the Riverlands. Lyanna Stark had traveled west to attend her brother Brandon's wedding at Riverrun, and she had arrived there and then she was gone. No one had seen her leave. There was one account, a stable hand, who said he had seen two men on horseback in the woods outside Riverrun, one of which had silver hair, riding away with a screaming girl. There was no proof. There was never any proof. But there did not need to be proof for a family like the Starks to know what had happened, and there did not need to be proof for the news to travel north to Winterfell. And when Rhaegar was also absent from King's Landing, had been absent, it turned out, since shortly after Harrenhal, slipping away with no announcement, the absence of proof began to feel very much like proof. He knew or suspected Rhaegar had been involved. He knew this because of Oswell went. Oswell had been at Harrenhal. Oswell had been, in the weeks before Rhaegar's disappearance, in conversation with the prince that stopped when Arthur entered the room. Oswell had departed the Red Keep on the same morning as Rhaegar, or perhaps the morning before, or the morning after. The accounts were not consistent, and Arthur had not been watching with enough attention to be certain. What he was certain of was that Oswell was also gone, and that the particular shape of his absence had the quality of a man who had chosen it rather than fallen into it. He also suspected that Gerald Hightower knew more than he was saying. The Lord Commander had been behaving in those weeks with the particular careful stillness of a man who has been told something he has not passed on. Once, after one of Oswell's longer absences, Arthur had glimpsed the two of them in the corridor outside the small council chamber, speaking quietly, their heads closed together in the manner of men exchanging something they did not want overheard. Oswell had disappeared again within a few days. Hightower had said nothing to anyone, or nothing that Arthur was aware of, and had carried his Lord Commander's composure through everything that followed as though it were made of stone. He did not ask questions. He told himself he did not ask questions because there were no questions with acceptable answers. Because, whatever Rhaegar had done, the asking of certain questions would require him to do something with the information, and there was no version of that doing which did not end in catastrophe. He told himself this in the way a man told himself things that were partially true and partially the shape of the truth he was able to live with. Then Brandon Stark rode to King's Landing. He came with a small party and a louder voice than his situation warranted, and he stood in the outer court of the Red Keep, and he demanded the return of his sister. He was young, perhaps 22 or near it, with the dark Stark coloring and the absolute certainty of a man who had been wronged, and was not yet experienced enough to know how wronged a man could be. He demanded an audience with the prince. He demanded justice. He said, in terms that left no room for diplomatic interpretation, exactly what he believed Rhaegar Targaryen to be. The king had him arrested. Arthur stood on the gallery above the outer court and watched this happen and felt the sealed compartment in his chest, the one where he kept things he could not act on, fill up a little more. He was the sword of the morning. He was a knight of the Kingsguard. He had sworn an oath to protect the king, and the king was having an unarmed young lord seized in his own courtyard for the crime of speaking the truth too loudly, and there was nothing Arthur Dayne could do about any of it that would not cost more than silence. He stood on the gallery and he watched and he did nothing, and the weight of it settled into the same place as all the other weights, and he set his teeth and bore it. Rickard Stark came to the king 2 days later, with the kind of desperation you have only when a child is in danger. He came to the Red Keep with letters, and with the names of allies, and with the measured formal language of a man attempting to resolve a situation through proper channels before it became something that could not be resolved that way. The king burned him alive in the throne room. He burned him in his armor with a rope around his neck that he could not reach and a fire underneath him that he could not escape, and he made Brandon Stark watch, with a sword placed just outside his reach. The king found this amusing. Brandon was then executed where he was standing. Arthur stood in the corridor outside the throne room and heard the sounds that came through the door, and he did not go in because he had not been summoned, and because he had taken a vow, and the vow did not contain exceptions, and the compartment in his chest was full to capacity, and none of that was sufficient, and he knew it, and he stood there anyway. Among those present in the throne room that day was Jaime Lannister, 2 years in the White Cloak, young enough that the shine of it had barely had time to dull. Lord Tywin had arranged his presence in the Kingsguard partly to place a son close to power and partly because Jaime had wanted it, and Jaime had now been wearing the cloak long enough to understand what he had wanted and whether the reality matched the wanting. From what Arthur had observed, the answer was not simple. Jaime had been white-faced through the whole of the throne room. The other Kingsguard present had managed their discomfort with the practiced blankness of men who had been managing the king's excesses for years. Jaime had not managed it. He had stood and watched, and his face had done everything his training had not yet taught him to prevent a face from doing. Arthur had heard about it afterward, and he had thought, the boy is being broken, or he is being made. He had not known then which it would be. The war began in earnest in the weeks after that. The realm took sides. The The names arrived at court in fragments: Baratheon, Tully, Arryn, Stark, and what they assembled into was a coalition of houses that had looked at what the king had done and had decided, with the practical clarity of men who understood power, that this could not be allowed to stand. Robert Baratheon was its heart, which was appropriate. Robert had a great deal of feeling and a talent for war and a personal reason that sharpened both. For over 7 months, Arthur Dayne stood his post in King's Landing and watched the mad king burn men, and listened to the ravens bringing news of a war that was consuming the realm. And he had no knowledge of where Rhaegar was, and he told himself he had no knowledge because no one had told him, and he told himself he was not responsible for the uses to which that not knowing had been put. He was getting very good at telling himself things. VII, the tower. The note came through Oswell. He had not seen Oswell for over a month, when the man had slipped away from the Red Keep in the manner of someone who had somewhere more important to be. And then one morning, 7 months into the war, Oswell simply reappeared, standing in the corridor outside Arthur's chambers as if he had never left, looking travel-worn and carrying the particular composure of a man who had been doing something difficult and had made his peace with it. He held out a folded letter. He said nothing. He asked no questions. "I've come to take you back with me," Oswell said. "We ride today." Arthur took the letter and looked at it and looked at Oswell's face, and Oswell's face gave him nothing useful. He unfolded the paper. The message was in Rhaegar's hand. It was brief. It named a tower in the Dornish Hills in the Prince's Pass, a half-abandoned place that Arthur had ridden past once years ago and had noted only as a useful waypoint. It said, "Come when you are able." It said nothing else. Arthur stood in the corridor, and he looked at the note for a long time. He thought about the war. He thought about what had been done in the throne room. He thought about 7 months of absence and a girl who was missing and a family burned, and a realm split along the seams, and a prince who had apparently been sitting in a tower in the hills of Dorne while all of it happened, waiting to be able. He thought about his vow. He thought, "I am still a knight of the Kingsguard. I serve the prince as I serve the king. He has summoned me. I will go." He told himself this was duty. He was not yet entirely wrong. He folded the note and put it in his breast and went to saddle his horse, and Oswell fell into step beside him without being asked, and they rode south together that same afternoon. 2 men who had not spoken to each other in many months, riding toward something neither of them was yet prepared to name. They arrived at the tower 2 weeks later, having ridden south through the Dornish marches by roads that attracted no particular attention. The tower was as Arthur remembered it, a modest thing, old stone, half collapsed on one side, perched in a fold of the hills where the wind came cold off the mountains even in what passed for summer this far south. There was a yard and horses, and smoke from a chimney that meant occupation. Rhaegar was in the lower hall. He was changed. Arthur saw it in the first moment and spent the next hour understanding the nature of the change. The prince had always carried himself with the gravity of a man aware of his own significance. It was one of the qualities Arthur had loved in him, that weight, that sense of taking up the right amount of space and no more. That was still there. What had been added to it was something else, the absolute, unshakable composure of a man who had stopped doubting himself. The questions were gone. What remained was only certainty. "Sir Arthur," Rhaegar said, "I am glad you came." Arthur looked at the room. He looked at the lower hall, at the table with its maps and its candles and the evidence of occupation spread across it. He looked at the stairs that led upward, at the door at the top he could not see but whose existence he now knew. "My prince," he said, he kept his voice level, "the rumors are true then." "Lyanna Stark is here," Rhaegar said, the same way you might say the sun is out, a statement of a fact he had made peace with and did not expect to require defense. "She is with child, my child." Arthur was quiet for a moment. "My prince, the realm is at war, her family." "I know what has happened to her family," Rhaegar said. The warmth did not leave his voice precisely. It simply receded to a greater distance. "It is a tragedy. History will account for it. I could not account for it then and I cannot now. What I can account for is this." He moved to the table. He laid his hand on the papers there, old texts Arthur saw, the kind of papers that had been read and reread until they were soft at the folds. "I have been living inside these words for 3 years, Sir Arthur, not reading them, living in them, and I have seen it, the shape of what is coming, the darkness." Arthur looked at his prince and he thought, he believes this, every word of it. He has been sitting in this tower with his books and his certainty while the realm burned, and he believes every word. "The dragon and the wolf," Rhaegar said. His voice had the quality of a man reciting something he has memorized so thoroughly it has become part of him. "United, their child born of ice and fire both. Aegon, the prince that was promised, who will stand against the darkness when it comes. The long night is not legend, the others are not legend. I have read every account, every fragment, every scroll that the Citadel possesses and several that it does not. It is written. It has always been written." Arthur looked at the man he had served for 6 years. He looked at the prince he had loved. He looked at the prince who had apparently resolved whatever conflict might have existed between these facts by the simple mechanism of believing that the prophecy superseded them. Rhaegar's first son, Aegon, had been wrong. This Aegon would be right. History had a way, in Rhaegar's cosmology, of arranging itself to accommodate what was necessary. Arthur looked at the prince who sat in a tower in the hills, while 2 men had died in the throne room, and a realm had split apart around him, entirely at peace with the necessity of all of it. He thought, the prince sounds like the Mad King. He did not say this. I am going back, Rhaegar said. I have delayed long enough. Robert's rebellion must be answered, and I will answer it, and I will win, and then I will come back here, and the child will be born, and the realm will understand what was required of it. He looked at Arthur directly. I need you here. She is not to leave this tower. No one goes in and no one comes out. The child is what matters, protected at any cost, whatever comes. Arthur looked at him. The war is nearly at King's Landing's doorstep, he said. He kept his voice even but did not keep it quiet. I should be there with you when it arrives. Your men are fighting and dying in your name. Rhaegar's expression did not change. The warmth that had once been there in the early years was entirely absent now. What remained was only the certainty, the high untroubled certainty of a man who had decided he was right about everything. I will be there, he said. When the time comes, I will be there. But the child must be protected first. You are the finest sword in the realm, Sir Arthur. That is precisely why I need you here and not at the Trident. Arthur looked at him for a moment. He thought about what he wanted to say and the distance between that and what he was able to say, which was very large. He was conflicted. He stood in the lower hall of the Tower of Joy, and he was more deeply conflicted than he had been at any point in his adult life. He was a knight of the Kingsguard. He served the Crown Prince of the 7 Kingdoms. The Crown Prince had given him a direct order, and the order was clear, and the loyalty he had kept through 7 months of silence and 2 men burned alive in the throne room was a loyalty he had not yet run out of. He was not yet ready to run out of it. Yes, my prince, he said. Rhaegar nodded. He had not expected any other answer. Rhaegar left the next morning, taking Oswell went with him. He said nothing to Arthur about what had passed between them, beyond the orders already given. He looked at the tower one last time from horseback, and his face was the face of a man who believed, still, always to the end, that he was the center of a story the world did not yet understand. Do not let her leave, he said to Arthur very quietly from horseback. No one in and no one out. The child is everything. Protect it. Rhaegar rode toward the Trident. Oswell went rode at his side. None of them looked back. Arthur stood in the yard alone. He watched the road until it was empty. Then he went inside and he stood at the foot of the stairs and he listened. And from the room above him he heard nothing. And after a while he went to tend the horses because the horses needed tending, and that was a thing he could do. What was kept. The door was chained from the outside. He had not chained it. It had been chained before he arrived, by Oswell, he supposed, or Rhaegar himself in the months before the summons. It was a heavy chain, padlocked at the staple. He stood before it that first morning and he looked at it for a long time. He had his orders. No one in and no one out. The child was everything. He had the padlocked door and the orders and Rhaegar's voice still in his ears, and he stood at the foot of those stairs and he thought about what the orders required. He kept the chain. He told himself it was necessary. He told himself it was temporary, only until he understood the situation, only until he had assessed whether she posed a risk of flight. She was 7.5 months along. She could barely walk. The chain was a precaution, not a cruelty. He told himself these things with the concentration of a man who knows that if he stops telling himself, he will have to look at what he is actually doing. He found, in short order, that the orders required him to feed her. This meant carrying a tray up the stairs and unlatching the chain and opening the door and setting the tray inside and relatching the door behind him. He also found that the orders required him to carry water up and to carry the waste bucket down and to keep the fire below supplied with wood so that the heat could rise and keep the upper room from the Dornish cold that came off the mountains at night. These were not the duties of a knight of the Kingsguard. They were the duties of a jailer. The words meant different things and arrived at the same place. She tried to speak to him through the door on the second day. Open it, she said. Her voice was low and flat, the flatness of someone who has been managing a situation for months and has run out of the energy to perform either anger or appeal. You can see I'm not going anywhere. I can barely stand. He did not open it. He set the tray down at the threshold and relatched the chain. On the third day she said, You're Arthur Dayne, aren't you? I remember you from the tourney. He was quiet for a moment. Then, yes. There was a pause. You let him win, she said. It was not a question. I watched the joust. I'd seen you in the yard the morning before. You let him win. He said nothing to that. Are you going to let him win this too? She asked. He latched the chain and went back down the stairs. On the fourth day she said, "I need to walk, I can't walk in this room." He opened his mouth to say no and found that what came out instead was a long silence in which he thought about the child. Rhaegar's child. The promised prince. The child required its mother to be healthy. He said, "Not yet," and then he closed his mouth before he said anything else. He thought about his orders for the rest of that day and the next. He knew it was wrong. He had known it was wrong from the moment he saw the chain and understood what it meant and kept it anyway. He had been doing a great deal of things he knew were wrong in the name of orders, and the accumulation of them was becoming something he was having difficulty looking directly at. 2 weeks into his vigil, he unlatched the chain. It was evening. He brought the tray up and he set it down and he looked at the padlock and he thought about the child. And he put the key in the lock and turned it and carried the chain away from the door and went downstairs and built up the fire in the lower hall. She came down an hour later, slowly, one step at a time, holding the wall. She was enormous in the way of a woman at the very end of her time, moving with the careful deliberateness of someone negotiating with their own body. She sat down in the chair nearest the fire and she did not look at him, and he did not look at her, and they were in the same room together for the first time. After a while he said, "You can come down in the evenings, not outside." She looked at the fire. "Not outside," she said. It was not agreement. It was the sound of a woman nodding the limits of what was on offer. "Those are my orders." "I know," she said. The flatness again. The flatness of someone who had been inside those orders for 7 months and understood their exact dimensions and was done being surprised by them. She came down every evening after that. They did not speak much at first. She watched him with the flat, careful eyes of a woman who had learned not to trust the intentions of men who were kind to her, and he accepted this and did not push against it. And gradually, the silence between them became a different quality of silence than it had been, less a wall and more a room they both occupied. She tried once more in the 3rd week to persuade him to let her leave. She did not beg. She was not a woman who begged, but she made the case plainly and without performance, the way you made a case to someone you had decided to treat as a reasonable person. She could go south to a village, find shelter, deliver the child in safety with people who knew what they were doing. She would not go to her family. She only wanted to be somewhere that was not this tower. He listened to all of it. He said no. "Those are my orders," he said again, which was true and also insufficient, and they both knew it. And the insufficiency sat between them in the firelight for the rest of the evening. She asked him once, on one of those evenings, about Ashara. He was quiet for long enough that she turned to look at him. "You don't have to answer," she said. "No," he said. He started again. "She's my sister. She was at court for years. She was well when I last saw her. The court didn't," he stopped. Lyanna watched him with those gray eyes. "The king," she said, not a question. He said nothing. "I know what he does," Lyanna said. Her voice had a particular flatness that was not coldness but something adjacent to it, the flatness of a person who has been forced to understand things they should not have had to understand. "Every woman at court knows what he does. We just learn not to say it where anyone can hear us." He sat with this for a long moment. "She's stronger than people think," he said finally. He believed it because he needed to believe it. "She'll need to be," Lyanna said, and looked back at the fire, and they did not speak of it again. But something had passed between them in that exchange. The recognition of a shared understanding about what powerlessness looked like, and how it was survived, and the silence after it was a different quality of silence than the one before. In the 4th week, she tried to tell him what had happened. She had been careful until then. He had noticed this, the way she parceled out information about herself, giving small pieces and watching what he did with them before deciding whether to give more. He had respected it without commenting on it, which was itself a form of communication. On this particular evening, she had been sitting by the fire for longer than usual, and the quality of her silence was different. Not the ordinary silence of a woman who had run out of things she wanted to say, but the charged silence of someone building towards something. "I was riding," she said, "outside Riverrun. There's a wood to the east of the castle, a good road through it, and I'd been riding it in the mornings. I knew it well by then." He did not say anything. He looked at the fire. "They came out of the trees, went and," she stopped. "He was holding my horse's reins, Rhaegar, just holding them very calmly like it was the most natural thing in the world, and then pulled me from the saddle. Arthur was very still. They tied my hands, they put something in my mouth. There was a cargo cart with a cover. I was in it for I don't know how long, weeks. He told me what I was for, what the child was for, and he forced." "That's enough," Arthur said. His voice came out more roughly than he had intended. He stood up. He walked to the door of the lower hall and he stood with his hand on the frame and he looked out at the yard, at the dark yard and the cold Dornish sky above it, and he breathed. He had known. He had not known in the specific sense, had not known the details, the cart, the wood outside river run, the exact mechanics of how it had been accomplished. But he had known in every sense that mattered. He had known from the moment Rhaegar had said she is here, she is with child, she is not to leave, with the ease of a man describing a piece of equipment he had secured for a necessary purpose. He had known and he had kept the chain, and he had brought the trays upstairs, and he had stood in the yard and watched Rhaegar ride away, and he had said yes, my prince, and none of those things could be undone. What she was trying to tell him now was the name for what he already knew, and he could not hear the name. Not because he did not believe it, but because hearing it said aloud would require him to sit in the same room with it and look at it directly, and he was not able to do that and continue to be a functional person in this tower for however many more weeks were required of him. He stood at the door for a long time. When he came back inside, she was looking at the fire. She did not look at him. She had understood, in the way of someone who had learned to read rooms very quickly over the past months, that the conversation was over. She never mentioned it again. Neither did he. The thing sat between them in the evenings after that, in the firelight, unspoken and entirely present, the way the worst things always were. By the 5th week no word had come from Rhaegar, no riders, no ravens, nothing. Arthur had no way of knowing whether the war had been won or lost, whether the prince was alive or dead, whether anyone was coming at all. By Arthur's count, the baby would not be due for another month. It had only been roughly 8 months since Lyanna disappeared, but what he could see, with the practical assessment of a man who had no medical training but could observe the obvious, was that Lyanna was going to give birth any day now. The child had dropped. She moved even more carefully than she had. She slept badly and woke often and ate little, and when she stood her breath shortened in ways that had nothing to do with exertion. He made his decision at the end of the 6th week. The nearest town was 4 hours south by horse. He would ride out at first light, fetch whoever could be found, and return before noon. It was the responsible thing. The child was what mattered, and the child needed a midwife, and waiting any longer was the less responsible choice. He went to bed, intending to leave at dawn. That night before he could, the child came. Part 3, The Tower of Joy. X. The birth. The child came on a night without stars. It had been raining since midday, not the gentle Dornish drizzle that sometimes crossed the hills, but something heavier and more purposeful, the kind of rain that came off the mountains with the conviction of weather that has been building for days and has finally arrived at its destination. It hammered the roof of the tower and ran in sheets down the outer walls and turned the yard below into a shallow lake of dark water. The clouds had swallowed the sky entirely. There was no moon and no starlight, and the darkness outside the tower was complete. Inside the candles burned. He knew only what was in the tower, and what was in the tower was a woman in labor and him, and the nearest village was 5 hours' ride through the rain. She looked at him from the bed, reading his face the way she had learned to read it. "Don't go," she said. Her voice was steady, which was its own kind of courage. "I should get help." "There's no time," she said, "and I don't want you to go." She held his gaze. "I don't want to be alone here." He stayed. He had fought in 100 bouts. He had stood at the king's side through riots and plots and Ares' worst rages. He had ridden to war and stood in bloodied fields and put men in the ground with his own hands. None of it had prepared him for this room this night, the specific and elemental violence of it, the way a human being arrived in the world fighting, screaming, red with the work of it. The blood was not like fight blood. The sounds were not like any sounds a battlefield made. He had walked into arenas his entire life, knowing exactly what he was doing, and had felt, for the first time in memory, completely out of his depth. He did what he could. He did what she told him. He held her hand when she reached for it and bore the grip without comment, because her grip was fierce and she had earned it many times over, and when she told him what to do, he did it without flinching because there was no alternative. The boy came in the small hours, when the last of the candles had burned low and the rain outside had finally begun to ease. He was small and he was loud, which were, Arthur believed, the two qualities most conducive to surviving in the world. He had dark hair already, very dark, and something in the set of the face that Arthur looked at for a moment before looking away, because his orders were to keep the child safe, and looking too closely was not keeping the child safe. He was Rhaegar's son. That was what Arthur knew. That was what Rhaegar had told him, and Rhaegar had been there for the whole of it, and Rhaegar believed it without question, and Arthur had no reason, standing in this tower room in the small hours of the night, to doubt it. Lyanna held him. Her face in the candlelight was past exhaustion, had moved through it into somewhere else, somewhere very quiet, the particular quiet of a person who has done something enormous and is now simply existing in the aftermath of it. "His name," she said. Her voice was very low. "What?" His name, I want, she stopped. She looked at the boy for a long moment. The name she had been told to expect was Aegon. She had known it for months, had heard it from Rhaegar with the reverence of a man nomming a prophecy rather than a child. She looked at the baby, and whatever she saw in his face resolved something in hers. Jon, she said. His name is Jon, for Lord Arryn, who gave my brother a home when he needed one. Arthur did not ask why she had not said Aegon. He accepted it the way he had learned to accept things in this tower, as a fact, without insisting on understanding it. She was the boy's mother. She had the right to name him. Jon, he said. All right. She looked at him then, with those gray eyes that had not looked away from anything this tower had offered. Please, she said. The exhaustion in her voice was absolute, but underneath it was something that was not exhausted at all, the particular clarity of a person stripped down to what mattered. She looked down at the boy on her chest, and when she looked back up, her face held the specific certainty of someone who has run out of everything except the most important thing. Keep him safe. He looked at her. He looked at the child, small and dark-haired, entirely unaware of the weight accumulating around him, and he thought about what a promise meant when it was made in this room by a man like him to a woman like her. I will, he said. He meant it. He had never meant anything more completely in his life. He had no way of knowing in that candle-lit room in the small hours of a Dornish morning what the meaning of it was going to cost him. That was perhaps as well. If he had known, he would have made the promise anyway. But knowing would have made it heavier to carry, and it was already going to be very heavy. She looked up at him. Her gray eyes were as clear as he had ever seen them. Thank you, she said, for this. Sleep, he told her. I'll stay. He sat by the door through the rest of the night, listening to the sound of the child's breathing and the last of the rain moving off the hills. He kept a candle burning by the bed, not to see by, but because the darkness seemed wrong. He thought about the oath he had taken and the oath he had broken by degrees, and about whether there was a difference between the two when the intentions had been good and the consequences had been what they were. She woke past dawn briefly, with the child still on her chest and her eyes very clear. She was bleeding, and it was not stopping. He saw it in the sheets. He saw it in her face, which had moved past the pale of exhaustion into something else, the particular pallor of a body that has given too much and cannot find its way back to what it had before. He sat beside her and he held her hand, and he looked at the light coming in through the narrow window, the pale morning light after the rain, and he thought about 5 hours of road between him and anyone who could help. He thought, I have to go. The village. 5 hours down, 5 hours back, and she might still be alive when he returned. He might bring someone who knew what to do. I need to go for help, he said quietly. I'll ride fast, I'll come back. She opened her eyes. She looked at him with those gray eyes, very steady, very tired. Don't, she said. There's nothing they can do that you haven't already done, and I don't want to be alone with him if, she stopped. He looked at the baby sleeping on her chest. He looked at the door. He looked at the 5 hours of road. He stayed. He understood in the silence after that thought what the morning was going to be. They both did, he thought. She had the knowledge of her own body and she was not pretending otherwise, and he had the knowledge of what he could and could not do, and between them there was no version of the next few hours that ended differently. He understood that in a few hours, he would have to ride north with Rhaegar's newborn child. He sat beside her and held her hand, and the candle burned and the child slept, and outside the window the Dornish hills went from gray to gold as the sun came up, and he thought about all the things he had not done, and all the things he had not said, and he held her hand because it was the only thing left that was entirely within his power. Her breathing changed slowly, the way things slowed when they were coming to an end. He sat beside her and held her hand, and the morning came fully through the narrow window, and the child slept on her chest as if the world outside the tower did not exist. He went down to stand his watch as the last of the night gave way, hoping Rhaegar would return. Exai, the Lord of Winterfell. Eddard Stark was 20 years old when he met Ashara Dayne at Harrenhal, and she was 22, and the difference in their ages did not seem to trouble her at all. This was one of the first things he noticed about her, that she looked at him the way you looked at a person you had decided was worth looking at, rather than the way you looked at someone still assembling himself into whatever he was going to be. He was not used to being assessed by someone who had already made up their mind, and he found he did not mind it. He had grown up at the Eyrie, fostered in a castle that smelled of cold stone and cloud, learning to be a lord under a man who was kind and careful, and whose lessons end had absorbed with the serious application of someone who understood that he was being prepared for something. He had learned governance and law and honor. He had not learned much about women, not in the particular way of understanding them as people rather than as abstractions, or about the quality of attention that a certain kind of person could bring to a room and change it simply by being present. Ashara Dayne brought that quality to every room she entered. She had been at court for several years by Harrenhal, and she had learned what court required of her, and she had complied with those requirements while keeping something else entirely intact beneath them. He could see it when she looked at him, the directness of it, the sense of a person fully present behind the eyes. She appeared at his elbow on the second night of the feast, and asked him to dance before he had finished deciding whether to ask her, and he had said yes before he had worked out what he was saying yes to. She was 2 years older than him, and she made nothing of it. She argued with him as though his opinions were worth arguing with. She listened with full attention, not the performed attention of a courtier but the real kind, where the person across from you is genuinely interested in what comes next. She made him laugh. He was not a man who laughed easily, and she seemed to find this neither a deficiency nor a challenge, only a fact about him that she received without judgment. The tournament stretched its days and the evenings stretched their conversations. He had asked her to stay when the Starks rode south toward Riverrun, with the careful casualness of a man who was not yet ready to say why he was asking. She had looked at him with those gray eyes for a moment and said, "All right," and she had come. The Riverlands weeks were the best weeks of his life up to that point, which he would not understand fully until they were over. He fell in the careful way of careful men, noticing each thing, weighing it, unable to stop himself from noticing the next thing. He did not tell her any of this. He was Ned Stark, and Ned Stark did not say things until he had arranged them properly, and he had not arranged this properly when everything ended. Lyanna disappeared and Brandon rode to his death and Rickard burned, and End became Lord Stark in the space of weeks, and the war was a thing that simply began, the way catastrophes began, without adequate announcement. He had told Ashara she should go home. She had told him she did not want to. He had looked at her face and he had known, with the absolute certainty of someone reading information he had been given plainly, that she felt what he felt, and he had understood that he could not say so, because he had a war to fight and a sister to find and a house to rebuild, and nothing about any of those things left room for the thing he felt, and he was Ned Stark, and Ned Stark did not do things in the wrong order. He had ridden away. 2 weeks later, he had married Catelyn Tully. He had not written to Ashara. There was nothing he could have written that would have been honest and also kind, and the distance between honest and kind was not a gap he had been able to close in the time available. The Tully alliance had been necessary. He had known it was necessary, and knowing did not help as much as he had hoped knowing would help. The war that followed lasted the better part of a year, and it was a war that had the quality of something that had been inevitable for a long time finally arriving. Robert Baratheon was its engine. He was the finest battlefield commander of his generation, not because he was a careful tactician, he was not, but because he had the particular quality that made men follow him into things they knew were dangerous, and the physical presence to justify the confidence he inspired. He was enormous and fast and almost impossible to knock down, and he went to war with the specific fury of a man who had a personal reason, and had found that personal reasons made him better at everything. The rebel lords, Baratheon, Tully, Arryn, Stark, moved their forces through the Riverlands and the Stormlands, and the Vale with the coordinated efficiency of houses that had agreed, quickly and at considerable personal cost, that the current dynasty had exhausted whatever claim to loyalty it had accumulated. They won at Gultown. They won on the Stony Sept, where Robert had been cornered in a town and had fought street by street until the relief column arrived. They won at Ashford. Rhaegar came to the Trident. He came at last from wherever he had been, from the Tower, from the certainty of his prophecy, from the conviction that had held him still while 2 men burned in the throne room, and a realm split apart around him. He came with the royal army and the banners of the houses that had remained loyal to the crown, and he came with the absolute settled composure of a man who had been right about everything, and was now prepared to demonstrate it. He met Robert Baratheon in the ford of the Trident. The battle lasted most of a day. Armies on both banks of the river, men dying in the water which ran red by afternoon, which was how the ford got the name that would follow it into history, the Ruby Ford. End fought on Robert's left flank, pushing through a press of Targaryen loyalists in the shallows, and he was doing this, methodically, efficiently, with the focused attention of a man who had been fighting too long for it to feel like anything but work, when the sound changed. In the middle of the ford, Robert Baratheon and Rhaegar Targaryen had found each other. Robert was enormous. He had always been enormous, but in armor and in water, and with a warhammer swinging, he occupied a different order of space than ordinary men, a physical fact rather than a social one. He moved through the river as though the river were not a significant impediment, the water sheeting off his armor, and when he swung the hammer the arc of it described something that was more like weather than combat. Rhaegar was the finer fighter. This was not a trivial thing to say of a man facing Robert Baratheon. The prince had trained with disciplined consistency for most of his life, and he moved in the water with precise footwork, placing each step with awareness of the riverbed where Robert simply waded through it. He read Robert's attacks early and used the hammer's weight against them, letting each wide swing carry Robert a fraction too far forward before redirecting his own blade to the opening it created. He attacked in sequences, a feint to the throat that became a cut across the leading arm, probing for the gap in the pauldron. A diagonal he pulled at the last instant to become a thrust, exploiting the defensive adjustment he had provoked. He was finding the places where armor was weakest and working them methodically. Robert met it all. He kept his shield up, and his reach with the warhammer was enormous. He used it not as the hunting weapon it had been earlier in the battle, but as a perimeter, swinging wide enough that Rhaegar could not close without entering the arc. He was not winning, but he was not losing either, and a man Robert's size who was not losing was a man who was waiting. On the fourth exchange, Rhaegar created the opening he had been building toward. He drove forward, shield up, sword extended, forcing Robert to bring the hammer across his own body to deflect, and in the moment of that forced deflection he angled left for the opening on Robert's right side, which was real, which was there. Robert's hammer caught the shield, not the deflection Rhaegar had anticipated, but the full weight of it, sideways, the arc completing before the deflection did, and the sound of iron on the shield's boss was the sound of something being decided. Rhaegar's left arm took the force. His feet shifted in the riverbed. He went off balance. Robert Baratheon did not fight the way trained men fought. He fought the way mountains fell, with the accumulated weight of something that had been building for a long time and had finally been released. Every blow was absolute. There was no calculation in it, no elegance, only the specific fury of a man who had been carrying something for years and had finally found the person responsible and had decided that today was the day all of it came out. Rhaegar deflected the first blow and the second and the third, each deflection technically correct, and on the fourth blow his footing shifted in the river bed again, and Robert's hammer came across in a wide arc and caught him in the chest, and the sound of it carried across the ford, and everything stopped. Robert swung down once more while Rhaegar lay in the shallow water, removing all doubt. The rubies scattered. They caught the afternoon light as they hit the water and were carried downstream, small red sparks disappearing into the current, brilliant for a moment and then gone. Rhaegar was dead. After the success at the Trident, the rebel army marched south toward King's Landing. 7 days later they arrived to find the city already in the process of being sacked by Tywin Lannister. Lord Tywin, who had spent the war observing from Casterly Rock, with the patience of a man waiting to see who would win before declaring for them, had arrived at the gates with his host and asked to be let in. The city had opened its gates. The Lannisters had sacked it anyway. King's Landing fell before the royal army could return to defend it. End arrived at the city gates to find it already over in the way that such things were over, fires being put out, the smell of smoke and blood still in the air, Lannister soldiers in the streets. Robb Stark was born the week that Rhaegar was killed at the Trident, less than 6 months after End, and Catelyn had been wed. The child came too soon and too quickly, in the private rooms at Riverrun, while End was at war and nowhere near the Riverlands. Catelyn delivered the boy in something close to secrecy, her trusted ladies and the castle maester the only witnesses, and she remained out of public view for 4 months after, receiving no visitors and writing no letters about the birth. The timing was impossible, if you counted the months. End had been married to Catelyn less than a fortnight before he rode to war, and they had been strangers to each other, a political arrangement concluded in haste, propriety and exhaustion, and the particular awkwardness of two people who did not know each other conspiring to delay what the Maester's calendar now made very inconvenient. The child was not End's. The only man who had been in a position to father him was Brandon Stark, who had spent several weeks at Riverrun before riding to his death in King's Landing. End was told when he returned from the field. He sat with this for a long evening. He thought about his brother, who had been dead for months and who had apparently left one more complication behind him. He thought about what a child deserved. He agreed to raise the boy as his own. Everyone who knew the truth said nothing, because End Stark was the kind of man that people kept secrets for. He went to the throne room and found Jaime Lannister sitting on the Iron Throne with the Mad King dead at the foot of it. And what was in Jaime's face was something End could not look at for long and did not forget for years. He was still standing in the throne room, his purpose there discharged, his mind already turning toward the road south, when one of his men appeared in the great doorway hauling something heavy. The man, Martin, one of the northerners who had ridden with him from the Trident, had a fistful of armor in each hand and was dragging a body between them with the grim efficiency of a soldier who had learned not to look at what he was dragging. He dropped it at End's feet. Sir Gerald Hightor, the Lord Commander, was not quite dead. That was the first thing End understood, looking down at him. The man was breathing shallowly, with the ragged quality of someone in whom the machinery of living was still running, but had clearly decided it would not run much longer. He had wounds enough for 3 men. A sword had gone through his side at some point, and he had been fighting with it there, which said something about the man's constitution that even now End found difficult to dismiss. "He says he has something to tell you," Martin said, "about your sister." End went very still. Hightower's eyes found him. They had the particular clarity of extreme pain, stripped of everything except what was directly in front of him. He looked at End with the expression of a man who had calculated what he had left and had decided to spend it on this. "Lord Stark," he said, his voice was rough. Hightower was quiet for a moment, the kind of quiet that precedes something. Then, "She's alive." End went very still. "Tower of Joy," Hightower said. "The Prince's Pass, a tower in the hills there. She's been there since before the war began." He paused. His breathing was difficult. "I knew from the beginning. The Prince told me and I kept his counsel because that was my function and my oath and—" He stopped again. "I kept his counsel," he said again more quietly. "Your father, your brother, all of it, I said nothing." End looked at him for a long moment. He thought about his father burning in his own armor. He thought about Brandon dying where he stood. He thought about 7 months of war and all the roads that had led here, to this room, to this conversation, to this last reckoning. He thought about Lyanna in a tower in the hills. "Tower of Joy," he said, "the Prince's Pass." "Yes," Hightower met his gaze. The regret had settled into something steadier. "She is alive. When I last had word, she was with child." End's sword came forward and then, after a moment, came down. It was mercy. It was also anger. Both things were true and both things stayed true for the rest of his life, and he never sorted out which had been the larger part of it, and in the end it did not matter, because the Lord Commander was dead and Lyanna was in a tower in the Prince's Pass. He had a road to ride. He turned and walked out of the throne room, out of the castle, into the smoky morning air of a city that was no longer burning. He found his horse. He told his men to break camp. He did not look back at the Red Keep as he rode south. Robert arrived at the city properly a day later, wounded from the trident, and he put his face in his hands for a long moment, and then he stood up and started being a king, which was the next required thing. The road to the Tower of Joy was a Dornish road in high summer, and he rode it with 6 men he trusted, and the understanding that whatever was at the end of it was going to cost him something. He had not been inside the Prince's Pass before. The hills were dry and bright, and the road wound through them with the particular indifference of old roads that had been used for a long time, and had no interest in making things easy. He rode south and he watched the hills, and he thought about what Hightower had said with his last breath, about 7 months and 2 dead Starks, and a war that had consumed the realm. The tower came into view, around a fold of the hills. A man was standing in the yard. End pulled up his horse and looked, and the recognition arrived like cold water. Arthur Dayne. He had grown up hearing that name. Everyone in the 7 Kingdoms had grown up hearing it, because it was the kind of name that preceded the man by years and followed him by decades. The Sword of the Morning, the finest knight in the realm, the man about whom you heard stories and did not quite believe, and then met someone who had been there and found the stories were, if anything, understated. He had expected, in some abstract way, that there would be a guard. He had not expected this guard. Arthur Dayne specifically meant whatever was in that tower was something Rhaegar had valued above almost everything else he had. Because you did not leave Arthur Dayne to stand watch over something. You did not need the best sword in the realm to protect. Which meant Lyanna was in there. It could only be Lyanna. End looked at the 6 men behind him. He looked at the man standing alone in the yard with both swords drawn, and he thought about what he knew and what he could do, and what the next several minutes were going to require. He dismounted from his horse. XII the morning. He heard the hoofbeats from the window. The rain had cleared in the night, and the morning was bright and still, the kind of morning that came after a long storm. The air washed clean, the hills sharp-edged against a sky that was already warming toward blue. He had been watching from the narrow upper window, half out of habit and half because there was nothing else to do while he waited, and the sound of horses reached him before the riders themselves came into view around the fold of the hill to the north. 7 of them, northerners by the look of them, the cut of their cloaks, the way they rode. He stood at the window and he counted them, and he made the calculation that the victory required. He went down the stairs and out into the yard and drew both his swords, Dawn in his right hand, the arming sword in his left, and stood in the morning light and waited. Eddard Stark rode at their head. He was young, perhaps 21, with the dark Stark coloring and eyes the color of a northern sky in winter. He dismounted a few yards from Arthur, and they looked at each other across the quiet yard. Arthur thought about Lyanna upstairs. He thought about the child sleeping on her chest. He thought, this man is her brother. He has been fighting for months to reach this place. She is dying, and he is the only person who can sit with her, the only one who can hold her hand at the end with the weight of family behind it rather than obligation. He thought, and if they see the child, if they see Rhaegar's child here in this tower, A Targaryen heir born in secret while the realm burns around a war fought in Lyanna's name. They would take the boy. They would use him, not out of cruelty, but out of the cold necessity of war, the way useful things were used. The child would become a piece in a game. A claim to be leveraged, a symbol for factions to rally around or destroy. A Targaryen prince would not survive in Robert's court, not as a child, not as anything. He thought, the woman upstairs is dying. The man in front of me is her brother. He thought, the child is Rhaegar's child. Rhaegar told me to protect it. Those were my orders. Both things were true. They did not resolve. Turn back, Arthur said. His voice was quiet. Turn back now. None of you have to die today. Stark stepped forward, his greatsword raised. Sir Arthur. He said the name with the weight of a man who had grown up hearing it. It's over. Surrender your blades and let me pass. Arthur stood alone with 7 men in front of him. He would either win or he would die. He looked at Stark. He looked at the 6 men surrounding him. He thought about the room above him, and the woman in it, and the child, and the promise he had made. The prince left his family in my protection, he said. His voice was quiet. Something moved through Stark's face. Calculation, grief, the compressed pragmatism of a man who had been making difficult choices for a year. I'm sorry, Arthur said. He meant it, which made it worse. I can't. He moved first. He did not think about the fighting while he was doing it. This was what a lifetime of training produced. The ability to be present in a fight without narrating it, to let the body carry the accumulated knowledge of 10,000 repetitions without the mind getting in the way. 7 of these men would die. He knew it before the first blade was drawn. He knew it the way he knew the geometry of a tournament bout before the horses reached full speed, by reading the field, the spacing, the quality of attention in their faces. Stark's men were soldiers, trained and determined, but they were exhausted from months of war and they were 7 against 1, which was actually a disadvantage against a man like Arthur Dayne, because 7 men in a confined space created more problems for 7 men than for 1. They got in each other's way. They hesitated at crucial fractions of a second for fear of cutting their companions. He did not hesitate. The first man was dead before the others had fully registered that Arthur had moved. Dawn took him across the neck in the same motion that cleared the scabbard, a combination so fast it registered as a single thing. 7 became 6. He moved through them with the cold precision of someone doing a necessary job. He flanked where they expected a frontal attack. He used the yard's geometry against them, the wall behind him, the horses at the edge providing a distraction at the right moment, the morning light coming from the east, and finding the eyes of men whose attention was already divided. He killed 4 of them in the time it took Stark to regroup and direct the remaining 2, and by then the mathematics had changed irrevocably. 6 became 5, 5 became 4, 4 became 3, 3 became 2. In Stark and one other, a small man with a long knife who had been in this fight from the start and was still standing, bleeding from a cut above his eye. They came at him together. Stark drove high and right, committing his full weight behind his greatsword, forcing Arthur to commit Dawn to the block. The small man went low in the same instant, inside his reach, driving for the unarmored side. He blocked Stark's blade with Dawn. He turned the arming sword almost casually to deflect the knife. But the angle cost him a step backward, and for 3 seconds the 3 of them stood locked in a contest of strength and leverage that Stark's arms were losing by fractions. Then the small man stumbled, and Arthur's arming sword came free and came across, and the man went down hard, clutching his side. And stood alone. He was bleeding from 2 places, with the look of a man who knows he is about to die and is not ready. Then he took a breath and stopped fighting. He lowered his sword, not in surrender, in something else, something that cost him. Arthur, the command was gone from his voice. What was left was older. Your king is dead. Rhaegar is dead. Robert now sits upon the throne. Please. He stopped. He started again. Tell me where my sister is. Arthur stood with both blades ready, and he looked at Eddard Stark, and at the men lying on the pale stone around them, and he thought about the room above him and the woman in it, and the child and the promise. He thought about the white cloak, about what it had always meant, and what it had not been sufficient to prevent, and what it was worth now, in this yard, in this morning, with these dead. Rhaegar was dead. King Aerys was dead. The dynasty he had worn on his chest for 7 years, the prince he had followed to this tower, the king he had served in silence while men burned in the throne room, they were gone. Both of them. The oath he had taken had been given to people who no longer existed. He thought about the child above him, Rhaegar's child, the promised prince, or so Rhaegar had believed, with the absolute conviction of a man who had stopped being able to doubt himself. The child that Arthur had been ordered to protect at any cost, and the cost had been 5 men in this yard and a dying woman at the top of the stairs, and whatever the cost was going to continue to be if he kept going. He thought, the woman at the top of the stairs is dying. The man in front of me is her brother. He is the only person in the world who can reach her. He thought, the vow is discharged. The king is dead. The prince is dead. What remains is only a dying woman. And then, standing in the yard in the warm morning light with the dead around him and dawn in his hand, he felt it. Not grief, not exactly, but something that sat in the same place grief did. Shame. Not for what he had just done, for everything that had come before it, for the years of keeping himself in a sealed compartment so that he could stand in corridors while men burned and not break. For the vow he had believed in so completely that he had been prepared to deny a dying woman her brother, to leave her alone in a tower because a delusional prince had given him an order. For the white cloak, which he had worn as though it meant what the stories said it meant, and which had not meant that at all. The Kingsguard had not been what he thought it was. The service had not been what he thought it was. He had been wrong about almost everything that had seemed most certain. The prince is dead, he said at last. The words came out quietly. And Robert is king. He paused. Give me your word, tell the world I died here, let me walk away. Stark looked at the small man beside him, who nodded once, and Arthur read in the small man's face the willingness of someone who understood exactly what was being offered and why. You have it, Stark said without hesitation. You have my word. Arthur looked at him for a moment. He looked at the tower door. He thought of Lyanna's face in the candlelight, the sound of a child arriving in the world. Waste no time, he said. She needs you. He stepped aside. Stark and the small man walked past him and into the tower, and Arthur listened to their boots on the stairs, going up, and he did not follow them. He stood in the yard alone with the dead and the pale morning light. He looked at Dawn in his right hand, pale blade and blood-marked. He had carried it for 8 years. He had been given it at 16 in a great hall full of morning light, and the weight of it had been the first real weight he had ever felt, heavier than it appeared and heavier still in the ways that mattered, and he had understood from the moment it touched his hands that it was not a possession but a relationship, a thing that required something of him rather than simply being his. He wiped it. He used his cloak carefully, working along the blade the way he had always cleaned it, from the base toward the tip, not from tip to base. The blood came off and the pale metal was itself again, pale and cold and gathering the morning light in the way it always did, refusing to give it back. He set it down. He placed it carefully, point against the stone, blade upright, and he took his hands away from the grip and he stepped back, and for a long moment he stood looking at it, the pale blade in the pale morning light, still and bright and entirely itself regardless of what he was or was not. The sword had no opinion about his worthiness. The sword simply waited. He would not be there when Ned Stark came back out of the tower. He would not watch it be picked up. He thought of Ashara. He thought of her gray eyes and the careful way she moved through rooms and the question she had asked him in the corridor outside the Queen's chambers. Are you happy, Arthur? He had not been, and he had not been honest about it, and she had known he was not being honest. And she had walked on without pressing him, because she understood that some truths a person had to arrive at in their own time. He hoped she was all right. He thought she probably was. She was younger than him. She was at Starfall. She was home. She was the person in any room who knew where the exits were. He would go to her one day when he was able. One day the exile would be long enough and the world would have moved on to its next catastrophe, and he would find a way back to the smell of orange blossoms and salt, and to his sister, and to the stars above Starfall. He laid the white cloak beside the sword on the ground, folded carefully, because it deserved care regardless of what it signified, because the carefulness was its own kind of honor, the only kind left available to him. He kept the arming sword. It had no history, no significance, no identity. It was just a blade. Then Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, the finest knight the 7 kingdoms had known in living memory, walked east into the pale Dornish sunrise and did not look back. Behind him in the tower, Eddard Stark would find his sister. He would find Dawn and the white cloak and the evidence of a man who had died keeping his oath. He would take the child north. He would name him Jon Snow. He would tell no one. And Arthur Dayne would be dead, which was exactly what was needed. XIII, what Ashara kept. Ashara Dayne had not expected to fall in love at Harrenhal. She was 22 years old and had been at court for 6 years, long enough to have learned the difference between a man who looked at her and a man who saw her. The court was full of the former. She had developed, out of necessity, the specific patience of a woman who was frequently noticed and infrequently understood, and she wore this patience the way she wore everything, gracefully, without making a performance of it, in a way that most people mistook for ease. Eddard Stark saw her. She noticed it on the first evening of the tournament, across the feasting hall, the quality of attention he gave her when he thought she was not looking, which was the careful attention of someone taking stock rather than the usual appreciative assessment of a man who had decided he liked what he saw. It was not the look she was accustomed to. She found it interesting. She decided to investigate. She asked him to dance on the second night. She did not see the point in waiting for him to work up to asking her, because she had read the situation clearly enough to know that waiting for Ned Stark to work up to something could take considerably longer than she had patience for. He was 20 years old and serious in the way of people who had been required to be serious before they were ready for it, and he did not know what to do with a woman who argued back. She argued back. He discovered, slowly and visibly, and with the particular quality of a man encountering something he had not expected to like, that he liked it. She found this delightful. She had not expected to find anything about Eddard Stark delightful, and the unexpectedness of it was itself interesting. She was 2 years his elder, and it meant nothing to her. Age was not the relevant variable. The relevant variable was whether a person was worth the attention, and he was worth it in ways that accumulated the more time she spent with him, each conversation adding something she had not anticipated, each argument about something she had thought settled revealing it to be less settled than she'd supposed. When he asked her to ride west with the Starks, with the careful casualness that meant he was not ready to say why he was asking, she looked at him for a moment and said, "All right." She said it simply, which was honest, and she did not add anything else, which was kind. The Riverlands weeks were the best weeks she had spent in years. She had been at court long enough that she had forgotten what it felt like to simply be in a place without managing it, to ride for the pleasure of riding and talk for the pleasure of talking and laugh at something, because it was genuinely funny rather than because the moment required it. He made her laugh. This was not a small thing. She had spent 6 years in King's Landing laughing at precisely the right times and in precisely the right amounts and at things that did not always merit it, and laughing at something because it was actually amusing, and because she wanted to was a different experience entirely. She made him laugh too, which was visibly more difficult and therefore more satisfying to accomplish. She did not tell him what she was feeling. He was not ready to hear it, and she was not certain herself of the full extent of it, and there was something pleasant about the not saying of it. The way it sat in the air between them, named by neither of them, acknowledged by both. Brandon noticed, which was the specific problem with Brandon. He had the cheerful relentlessness of an older brother who had found something he could tease about and was not going to stop. She handled him the way she handled most things, pleasantly and without concession, and he laughed and moved on, which was the best outcome available. Lyanna disappeared 5 weeks after Harrenhal. The news came to Riverrun 3 days before the wedding was to take place, a rider with a gray face and a poor grasp of delivery. Lyanna had not come back from her morning ride, horses seen in the woods, a girl's voice raised, no proof. Ashara went a fine end when the initial chaos had settled into plans. He was by the window with the report in his hands and the particular quality of stillness that meant things were very bad. She sat down beside him and did not say anything, because there was nothing to say and he did not need her to fill the space, he needed the space itself. He told her what he thought, about Rhaegar and the roses, about what he had seen at Harrenhal. He told her because she was the right person to tell it to, and she received it the way she received things he trusted her with all of herself, without interrupting. She saw Ned the next morning with the other Starks. Brandon and Rickard were riding south toward a throne room where everything would go wrong, and she thought, he will be all right. He has to be all right. And then she thought, that is not the same thing, and she went back inside. Brandon never made it to his wedding. Brandon never made it out of King's Landing alive. The Ravens came 2 weeks later. Lord Rickard Stark, Brandon Stark both dead, the king, the fire. She read the reports 3 times. She sat in the quiet of the Tully Solar and she thought about Ned, who had just lost his father and brother in the throne room of a mad king, and she thought about what that cost. She knew what loss cost. She had been watching it accumulate at court for 6 years. Ned came to her the next day. He looked older by more than the weeks that had passed. He told her what had happened, the way Ned Stark told things, plainly, without performance, and she listened with all of herself. He told her she should go home, back to Starfall. The roads would get worse and King's Landing was not safe, and he had a war to fight and a sister to find. She told him she did not want to go. He stopped mid-sentence. She watched the specific difficulty of not finishing it cross his face, the difficulty of a man who feels something he has decided he cannot act on and is not going to say so, because saying so would be doing something in the wrong order, and he was Ned Stark, and Ned Stark did not do things in the wrong order. She understood this. She had always understood this about him. She did not have to like it. All right, she said, I'll go to Starfall. He rode out the next morning. She watched him from the window, and what she felt was something she could not yet name, not grief, not loss, not quite hope, something in the space between them that had not been given a name before it was put away. She discovered she was pregnant 9 weeks after Harrenhal. She counted carefully, which she had always done, and she understood what the counting told her. She thought about telling him. She thought about it for the length of the journey home to Starfall, all the roads and all the stops and all the evenings and inns where she sat alone and ran the calculation again, and came up with the same answer. She decided not to tell him. He was riding to war and carrying a dead father and brother and a missing sister, and what she had to tell him would not help any of those things and might break something that was already under considerable strain. She was a Dayne of Starfall. She could manage. 1 month after she arrived home, a visiting merchant told her, in the course of conversation, that Eddard Stark had married Catelyn Tully 2 weeks prior. A fortnight after Ashara had left the Riverlands. She sat with this for a long time in the high tower of Starfall, with the sea wind coming through the window and the orange blossoms on the air. She knew why. She understood the politics of it entirely. The Tully alliance, the war, the calculation that a lord in his position had to make. She had spent 2 years at court watching men make exactly these calculations, and she had never blamed them for making them. She thought he could have said something, before she left, before he rode from Riverrun. He could have said something and he had chosen not to, and now she understood why, which was not the same as understanding being easy to feel. She put it in the place where she kept things, and she closed the door and she stood up. The child was born in the spring. A girl, dark-haired and gray-eyed, with the particular stillness of someone who has arrived in the world and found it wanting. She was stillborn. Ashara held her for a long time in the high tower room, with the sea wind coming through the window. The Maester said things. The servants said things. She heard very little of any of it. She held her daughter and she thought about her brother somewhere in Dorne keeping his oath to a prince who did not deserve it, and she thought about a man riding in a war who did not know he had been a father for the space of an afternoon, and she held her daughter and she stayed as long as she was allowed to stay. She did not write to end. She wrote no letters. She put the grief with the rest of it in the sealed place, and she closed the door and she stood up the next morning. She managed. Before returning to Winterfell, Ned Stark came to Starfall a month after his sister died. She had heard about Lyanna. The war was won, the news was traveling, and she had heard about the Tower of Joy, the 7 men, the finest knight in the realm who had died keeping his oath. She had received this information and she had set it down very carefully, and she had not looked at it directly for several days, which was the only way to receive information of that kind without breaking apart immediately. He arrived in the yard with a small party and a great deal of quiet, and he was carrying Dawn. She looked at the sword in his hands and she looked at his face. And his face was the face of a man saying something that was not entirely true and knowing she would know it. "Your brother died in service," he said, "keeping his oath. I thought you should have this." "Tell me what happened," she said. He told her, the version that had already become the story. She listened to every word of it, because she had learned that you listened to every word of the story people told about things, not because the story was true, but because the shape of the lie told you something about the truth underneath it. The way he said it cost him. The flatness of it was the flatness of a man holding something still so it didn't move. "Did you kill him yourself?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "I'm sorry, Ashara." She looked at Ned Stark for a long time. She thought about what Arthur would have asked for. At the end of a fight he had decided to lose. She thought about the quality of the shame in Ned's face, the specific shame of a man carrying a lie that he has decided is more merciful than the truth. She understood that not knowing was a mercy he had decided to give her, and she was tired enough and grieved enough that she chose to accept it. "Thank you," she said, "for bringing it back." She looked at him. "I heard you married," she said, "Catelyn Tully." The composure held but barely. "Yes, it was arranged before the war, a political necessity. We have a son, Rob, he's nearly 2 months," he paused. "I intend to honor my vows." She received this with the expression she had developed at court for receiving information that was exactly what she had expected and exactly as hard to hear as she had expected it to be. She noted that he did not mention love. She noted that he did not apologize. She said nothing about any of it, because there was nothing to say that would not cost more than silence. "Of course you do," she said. "You're Ned Stark." She watched him from the high tower window as he rode away. She stood at the window until the road was empty and then went inside and closed the door. She sat down at the table and she thought about Robb Stark, who had been born less than 7 months after Ned and Catelyn were married. She thought about the timing of it very carefully, the way she thought about everything carefully. "It's been 10 months since Harrenhal. He said the boy is not yet 2 months old. For Ned to have a son born that soon, he would have had to father him before Harrenhal or during the very month he had been in the Riverlands with Ashara. She knew exactly where Ned Stark had been that month. He had been with her. Catelyn Tully and Ned had not been alone in the same room together. She sat with this arithmetic for a long time. Robb Stark was not Ned's son. Robb Stark was Brandon's son. She sat with this. She had not sat with anything in a long time, not in the way of allowing it to be fully present, unmanaged, taking up its actual space, rather than the reduced space she assigned things she needed to function around. She had become very good at the reduced space. It was how she had survived the court and the loss of her mother and her brother's death, and her daughter's death and Stark riding away, and everything else the years had offered. She received things and she assigned them their space, and she stood up and continued. She did not stand up. She sat at the table and she thought about Brandon Stark, who had ridden to King's Landing with the specific fury of a firstborn son, and the specific bad luck of a man who had arrived at the worst possible moment in the worst possible place. She thought about the weeks at Riverrun before the wedding that hadn't happened. She thought about what Brandon had been like, the loudness of him, the ease, the way he had occupied rooms with a cheerful inevitability that she had found irritating, and then, over the course of those weeks, had found something else entirely. She had understood, by the end, why the women of the Riverlands had stories about him. He had been, underneath the performance of himself, a person she had actually liked. He had died not knowing he would be a father. And somewhere in the north, in a castle full of wind and grey stone, a boy would grow up as the first-born son of Stark, the last remaining piece of a man who had gone to King's Landing to save his sister and had not come back. She sat at the table in Starfall for a very long time. The sea wind came through the high window. The orange blossoms were on the air. Outside, the servants moved through the terrace gardens, and the world continued in the indifferent way worlds continued when they had just shifted shape entirely. She stood up. She went to the window. She put the knowledge in the place where she kept things that had to be kept, with the grief and the child and all the rest of it, and she closed the door. That evening she dressed carefully. She chose the gown with the House Dayne sigil worked into the fabric at the cuffs and hem, the pale gold star on a field of lavender, the colors of the house she had been born into and had served, and had returned to, and intended, in whatever way remained available to her, to continue to serve. She dressed her own hair, which she had not done since she was a girl at Starfall before the years at court had brought ladies' maids and expectations about presentation. She did it without hurrying, with the careful attention she had always brought to things that deserved careful attention. Then she went up. The Palestone Sword Tower stood at the seaward corner of Starfall, and its top was the highest point in the castle, and on a clear evening, which this was, you could see from it all the way to where the Torrentine met the summer sea, and beyond that nothing but water to the horizon. The climb was steep, and the stairs were old stone worn smooth by generations of feet, and she climbed them slowly, one hand on the wall, not because she needed the support but because she had learned to take her time with things. She came out onto the top of the tower. The wind was stronger up here, coming off the sea with the smell of salt and the particular cold edge that meant evening properly, the sun already low, and laying its light flat across the water in long bars of gold. She stood at the parapet and she looked at it all, the sea, the river, the gardens below with their orange trees, the walls of the house she had grown up in and left for a court that had cost her things she had not expected to give, and come back to with less than she had left with. She thought about her brother, who was dead in a Dornish yard. She thought about her daughter, who had not lived long enough to see the sea. She thought about Stark riding north with a lie in his chest, and the weight of all the things he had promised to carry. She thought, I have done everything that was required of me. I have managed everything that could be managed. I have kept every secret that needed keeping and borne every cost that needed bearing, and I am standing at the top of a tower in the house I was born in, and I am 23 years old, and I am entirely alone with every single thing I have not been permitted to say. She looked at her hands. On the third finger of her right hand she wore a ring, silver, simple, with the Dayne sigil worked into its face, the star of House Dayne, the same star that was worked into the cuffs of her gown, the same star that had been above her all her life in this house. She had worn it since she was 14 years old. Her mother had placed it on her finger and she had not taken it off since, through 6 years of court and all the things those years had required of her. She slid it from her finger. She held it for a moment, feeling its weight, which was not much. It was a small ring, simply made, not a thing of great value by any external measure. Its value was in what it was, which was a mark of the house she belonged to and the place she had come from, and the person she had been before the court, and the grief, and the accumulation of things she was not permitted to say. She set it on the stone wall of the parapet in front of her. She did not throw it. She placed it carefully, the sigil facing upward, so that the star caught what light remained in the sky and held it. She looked at her hand without the ring on it. Then she looked back at the ring. Then she looked at the sea. The sea was very wide. The light on it was extraordinary. She stood there for a long time, with the wind in her face and the house sigil at her wrists and the evening coming on, and she did not move, and she did not speak, and she did not look away from the water. Some things a person could only survive by standing still inside them until they passed. She was still standing when the stars came out. The news reached end at Winterfell a year later. That shortly after the sacking of King's Landing, Lady Ashara Dayne of Starfall had thrown herself from the Palestone Sword Tower into the sea below, that her body had not been recovered, and that all they found was a ring bearing the sigil of House Dayne. It was Catelyn who brought it to him. She had been his wife for a year by then, and she knew enough of his history to understand that this was not simply news. She watched his face when she shared it. He said nothing. He sat with it for a long time, and then he set it down, and he went to look at the children sleeping in their cradles across the room. There were two of them now. Jon was in the smaller cradle, the dark-haired child he had brought back from the south, the child whose mother had not survived his birth, and whose story end would carry in silence for the rest of his life. Robb was in the larger one, sleeping with the self-satisfied solidity of a well-fed infant, dark-haired too, with something in the set of his jaw that was neither End nor Catelyn but was unmistakably, painfully, Brandon. He stood between the two cradles and looked at them for a long time. Lyanna's son, Brandon's son, both of them his now, by the logic of loss and the particular obligations of the living toward the dead, both of them carrying something they would never know they carried, the weight of two people who had been bright and loud and entirely alive, and were now entirely gone, preserved only in the faces of the children who had come after them. He was the only one who understood the full weight of what it had cost. The brother Brandon, who had ridden to King's Landing in fury and righteousness and died there. The father, burned alive in the throne room in armor that became his tomb. The sister who had died in a Dornish tower asking him to keep a child safe. The man who had walked into the sunrise with nothing, who had asked only that the world let him be dead. The woman from Starfall that he had loved. All of them gone now. All of them carried in the silence of a man who had learned, earlier than most, that some things could not be set down. Part 4. The Exile. XIV. The city across the sea. He crossed into Mer with nothing of value. The Kingsguard sword, the one he had worn through 7 years of service, and carried through the long walk east across Dorne, he sold on the southeast coast of Dorne, at a harbor market that served the fishing boats and the merchant galleys running between the Summer Sea and the Narrow Sea. A Westerosi blade of good quality fetched a respectable price from a merchant who asked no questions and expected none in return. Arthur pocketed the coin, bought passage on the next galley bound east, and did not look back. With the money he bought a decent room in a decent inn, a bath, a set of clothes that did not announce anything about who he had been, and a meal that was the best thing he had eaten in months for no more reason than that it was hot and someone else had made it. He sat at a table in the common room and he ate, and he drank a cup of wine and he thought, for the first time in longer than he could clearly remember, absolutely nothing of consequence. It felt extraordinary. He had not understood, until he was out of it, how much of his attention had been occupied by the vow. Not the doing of it, the actual standing watches and riding escorts and performing the visible functions of a Kingsguard, but the maintaining of it, the constant background work of keeping himself in alignment with an obligation that had been asking more of him than he could give. It had been like carrying something heavy for so long that you forgot you were carrying it, until the moment you set it down and discovered your arms were shaking. He sat in the common room for a long time that first evening. He was not, he discovered, required to be anywhere. This was a state he had not inhabited since he was 17 years old. He was not sure what to do with it, but he was fairly certain that the appropriate response involved more wine. He found work quickly, which he had expected. A man who moved the way Arthur Dayne moved was not going to struggle to find employment in the business of keeping people safe. The merchant was called Barrows, a middle-aged Lyseni with a large trading enterprise and the comfortable solidity of a man who had built something real over a long career and was disinclined to risk it. He traded in cloth, mostly, good cloth, the expensive kind, the kind that required traveling between cities that were not always hospitable to men carrying bolts of silk. He needed guards who were reliable, capable, and able to project the particular quality of quiet authority that persuaded troublemakers to reconsider. Arthur gave his name as Edric. It was his father's name and the choice had been instinctive, the first name that came when someone asked, and he understood he could not give his own. Edric Dayne had been a good man. It was the least and most he could offer him. "You've done this before," Barrows observed. It was not a question. "Something like it," Arthur said. Barrows looked at him with the assessing eyes of a man who had hired a great many people over a long career and had learned not to press the ones who had something to hide. "Fair enough," he said. "You start tomorrow." He started tomorrow. It was, all things considered, an entirely reasonable life. Barrows was a fair employer, not effusive, not particularly interested in Arthur beyond his professional utility, but honest in his dealings and prompt with his coin, which were the qualities that mattered. The work was straightforward. Ride with the wagons, look capable, deal with the occasional problem, do it well enough that the problem stayed occasional. He was good at it. He had always been good at the underlying skills, and the absence of anything larger at stake made the work feel clean in a way that 6 years of Kingsguard service never had. The roads of the free cities were a different world from the roads of Westeros. The languages changed, the food changed, the quality of the light changed depending on how far south or east Barrows's trade routes took them. Arthur had grown up knowing the Seven Kingdoms and almost nothing else, and he found to his genuine surprise that the world was larger and more various than he had understood. He had spent his whole life reading the same book. Essos was a different library. He ate well. Barrows kept a good table when they were in a city and an adequate one on the road, and after the last 6 months at the Tower of Joy, adequate was fine. He slept in inns and occasionally in tents, depending on the road and the weather, and both were comfortable enough. He had money in his pocket and no obligations beyond the next day's journey. And the freedom of that, the simple freedom of a man who was answerable to no one but himself, and his employer was something he did not take for granted, having recently understood what it cost. He discovered that he enjoyed ale. He had drunk wine at court for years because court drank wine, but nobody had ever specifically asked him whether he preferred wine, and the answer, it turned out, was that he did not particularly. Ale suited him better. He noted this with the modest surprise of a man who has spent most of his adult life not having preferences about things and is now finding out that he has quite a few. He had preferences about food, too. He had not known this. He had eaten what was placed in front of him for most of his adult life, because Kingsguard did not complain about food, and it turned out that he preferred fish to fowl and fresh bread to any bread at all, and the particular kind of lysine spiced lamb that Barrows's cook made on feast days, which was the best thing he had eaten in memory. He ate 2 portions the first time it was served, and did not explain himself to anyone, which was also a freedom he was learning to appreciate. He found that he was popular with women, which was a discovery that took some getting used to. Not because he was without experience, he had not been a monk, even before the white cloak, but because for most of his adult life the question had occupied a distant and theoretical place. 6 years forsworn, and before that the single-minded focus of a young man with a particular goal, had left him arriving in Essos at 23 with the social instincts of a man who had been a professional instrument for most of his conscious life. The free cities corrected him over 3 years. A cloth merchant's widow from Lies with precise opinions about the spice routes and a directness he found, after years of court obliqueness, almost startling. A harbor master's daughter from Pentos who taught him local words and laughed at his attempts. A Fletcher on the Rhoyne. A glassblower's apprentice from Valentines, briefly. He was careful in the way a man responsible for his own choices needed to be careful. He had no interest in leaving behind difficulties that would attach to people he had known for an evening and ridden on from the next morning. He was attentive and honest about what he was and what he was not, and he was, it turned out, considerably better company than he had previously understood himself to be, which was the discovery of a man who had spent most of his life as a function, and was only recently becoming something more like a person. The other guards were good company on the whole. They were men of the kind you found in that work across the free cities, former soldiers, wanderers, men with pasts they had not been asked about and had therefore not shared. They played dice in the evenings and argued about the roads and complained about the horses and were useful in a crisis, which were the relevant qualities. A few of them became something like friends, in the provisional way of people who did not know each other's real names and did not require them. He was not happy exactly, but he was all right, which was not nothing. He had not always been all right. He had, in fact, been deeply not all right for the better part of his adult life, and had not understood this clearly until he was standing in a Lysine common room eating spiced lamb and thinking about absolutely nothing, and the contrast was striking. He was all right for 3 years, which was the longest stretch of all right in his adult memory. And then, in his 3rd year across the water, he was careless exactly once. Once was enough. XV Slavers Bay. It was a fellow guard who undid him. The man's name was Darrow, a broad-shouldered Myrish with a practical manner, and a reputation for reliability that Barrows trusted. Arthur had ridden beside him for the better part of a year, had shared enough campfires and quiet roads to consider him something approaching a companion. He had no reason not to trust him. He was 26 years old and had been a free man for 3 years, which still felt, some mornings, like something borrowed rather than owned. The attack happened on the road south of Pentos, on a stretch where the land opened into flat scrubland, and the road bent around a low ridge of rock. It was late afternoon, the light going orange, the kind of hour when tiredness dulled the edges of attention. They came from the ridge and from the road ahead simultaneously. Arthur counted them in the first second, 20 men, heavily armed, moving with the coordinated speed of people who had done this before and had chosen their ground carefully. The convoy was 30 people, merchants, laborers, drivers, 6 guards, moving cargo worth enough to justify this level of organization. They had swords and crossbows. The crossbows fired first. The first bolts took 2 of the drivers before anyone had finished understanding what was happening. The convoy lurched to a stop. 3 more bolts struck in rapid succession. A merchant, a laborer, another driver. People were screaming. The horses were screaming. The bandits came down off the ridge in a wedge, cutting toward the cargo wagons, and 2 of Arthur's fellow guards went toward them and were cut down before they reached the first man. 7 dead, in the space of perhaps 30 seconds. Arthur moved. He had been at the rear of the convoy, positioned there by habit. A man who expected trouble preferred to watch the whole column from behind. He came up along the side of the wagons at a run, drawing his sword, and what he saw as he came clear of the last wagon told him everything he needed to know about what kind of men these were. The lead bandit had seized one of the surviving laborers, a young man, barely more than a boy, and was holding a knife to his throat, using him as a shield while his men cleared the wagons of valuables. The boy was making a sound that was not quite crying, high and thin, the sound of someone who could not understand what was happening to him. Another bandit had a merchant's wife by her hair, dragging her toward the tree line. 3 more were going through the wagons with a methodical thoroughness that suggested this was not their first such operation. These were not men who would leave witnesses. Arthur understood this in the way he understood such things, not as a thought but as a read of the scene, the way experienced practitioners of violence read scenes, instantly and with certainty. They had already killed 7 people. The people still standing were still standing only because their value was being assessed. He moved first, because he had always moved first. The man holding the laborer's knife. He was the biggest of them, broad-shouldered and flat-eyed, the kind of man who had been doing this long enough that it had stopped requiring justification, did not see Arthur coming because Arthur did not come from the direction anyone expected. He came from between the wagons, low and fast, and the sword took the knife man across the wrist before the man had finished turning. The knife dropped. The boy scrambled free and ran. The second man Arthur killed was already raising a crossbow. He was perhaps 15 feet away, adjusting his aim with the calm efficiency of someone who had shot people before and expected to shoot them again. In the space between that adjustment and the firing, Arthur crossed the distance and drove a blade into the man's neck. The man crumpled, but he was not yet still when Arthur took the crossbow from his hands, the bolt already seated in the groove, the string already drawn back. Arthur turned in the same motion he used to take it, one fluid pivot, and put that bolt into the back of the man who had the merchant's wife by her hair. The bandit dropped without a sound. The woman ran. The third man came at him from the side with a short axe and genuine fury, not the flat professional violence of the first 2, but anger, as though Arthur were the one committing an injustice here. He was quick. He caught Arthur's blade on the axe head and drove forward with his weight, and there was a moment where the 2 of them were very close together, and the outcome was not determined by anything except reflex and 30 years of what reflex could do. The axe came down a second time and did not find its target because Arthur had already moved, and the arming sword came back across in a low, horizontal line. He stopped. He stood still in the middle of the road, and he was entirely still, which was more frightening than any movement would have been. 3 men down, 17 remaining. The convoy survivors had scattered, some into the scrubland, some behind the wagons. The surviving bandit leader, a lean man with a commander's eyes who had been directing the looting from the center of the operation, was looking at Arthur with an expression that had shifted from confidence through confusion and arrived at something more careful. He said something in a dialect Arthur recognized as Myrish-inflected. Then he said it again, louder, and the men around him began to move, not toward Arthur but sideways, repositioning, spreading out in the way of people who had just realized they had a different problem than they thought. They could spread out or they could run. Arthur waited to see which it would be. 3 more came at him together, and the fighting was close and brutal, and not the kind of thing that had clean lines or elegant geometry. He took a cut on his left forearm that was the cost of a decision made a fraction of a second too late, and he paid it, and the 3 men paid more than that. The remaining men ran. Not all at once, it was sequential, the way conviction abandoned a group, the way one man's choice became 2 men's choice became the whole picture, until the road was empty except for the dead and the scattered survivors of the convoy and Arthur standing in the middle of it. 6 dead bandits on the road, 7 dead convoy members from the initial volley, 2 dead fellow guards. Barrows was alive. Most of the merchants were alive. The surviving laborers were beginning to come out from the scrubland. He noticed Darrow watching him afterward with a quality of attention that was different from the usual regard. He noted it and set it aside, because there was nothing to be done about it, and because 3 years of a reasonable life had made him, perhaps, slightly less attentive to the small signals that had kept him alive in harder years. Within a fortnight, he was drugged at a roadside inn and woke in a ship's hold with iron on his wrists. Darrow had sold the information about his skills to a Myrish slaver, a man of middle age with a soft body and patient eyes, and a network of paid men across 3 cities. The price, Arthur later gathered, had been enough to retire on. He supposed he could not blame the man in the simple transactional sense. He had been sold for his value, which was the most honest thing anyone had said about him in years. The ship was bound for a stapper. He had heard of a stapper. He had known in the abstract that such places existed. The knowing in the abstract was not adequate preparation for the fact. What he felt, looking at the collar they put on him in the Astapori slave market, a bronze collar engraved with a number, for he was a number here, he was property, was not fear. He had spent his adult life working very hard to ensure that there was no situation in which he would feel fear, and the training held even now, which was perhaps the only thing he had left. What he felt was something colder and more durable than fear. He felt the absolute and specific desire to be free again, which was different from fear, the way ice is different from fire. It burned in a different direction. He was sold to the fighting pits of a stapper. On the same afternoon, he was collared. His new master watched him fight in the preliminary pit. The interpreter leaned over the railing and said something. 3 men were brought in through separate gates. They were not working together. That was immediately clear, the way they positioned themselves, the way each one's eyes moved not just to Arthur but to the other 2, the specific wariness of men who understood this was not a coordinated exercise. Every man for himself, each one with a blade. Arthur stood in the center of the pit and understood the arrangement. The largest man, broad-shouldered, somewhere in his 30s, with the particular confidence of someone who had won fights before and expected to win this one, did not look at Arthur first. He looked at the 2 smaller men with the calculating patience of someone deciding which problem to solve in which order. He identified the answer quickly. The smaller man nearest him was the easier target. Arthur moved to the far side of the pit. The smaller man on his side began to circle toward him, not charging, circling, which was more intelligent than Arthur had expected. He had a short blade and he moved carefully, keeping the distance between them consistent, staying out of range. Arthur let him. He matched the circle, kept the distance, watched the larger man's engagement across the pit. It was not long. The largest man was fast for his size, and the first smaller man was not trained. The sounds were brief. The largest man straightened, turned, and looked at Arthur with the expression of a man taking the measure of the remaining problem. Then he looked at the second small man instead. Arthur understood the calculation. The second man was closer, more immediately solvable. Arthur had been moving away from him, and the second smaller man had not. The second man had been keeping his distance from Arthur and watching the large man finish the first. He had the specific focus of someone who had decided that the large man was the greater threat and had been watching for an opening. He did not find one. The large man reached him before the opening materialized. Arthur stood in the pit and watched. He did not move toward the engagement. He did not intervene. The rules were simple and he understood them, and there was no intervention available that did not cost him more than waiting. When it was done, the large man turned. Arthur and the large man looked at each other across the pit. The third man was left, and the third man knew what was left, and the masters were watching, and the rules of this place were simple enough that they required no explanation. Arthur looked at him. The man looked back. There was nothing in his face that Arthur could call a reason to proceed. Around the perimeter stood 30 guards, evenly spaced, each holding a spear pointed inward toward the 2 men still standing in the pit. The message required no translation. There was a fight to be finished, and 30 reasons why it was going to be finished. But the rules were the rules, and he was not yet in a position to rewrite them, and being unwilling to die was not the same thing as being willing to kill, but it produced the same outcome when the alternative was the arena floor. He made it as quick as he knew how to make it, which was very quick, and he did not look at the masters when it was done. His new master watched him fight a preliminary bout against 3 slaves, and the interpreter said, "He says you are very quick for an old man." He was 27 years old. He filed this away. He was given his collar and his number. The pits were a world entire. He fought with whatever blade they gave him, and he adapted to each one. He fought and he won, and he fought and he won. He hated it. This was not a thing he had expected to feel, which perhaps said something about the assumptions he had carried into the pits. He had killed men before. He had killed them in yards and on battlefields, and in the service of a crown he had come to understand was not worth serving, and none of it had been without cost, but this was different. This was killing men in front of crowds who cheered for it, men who had been put in front of him specifically, because someone had calculated that he would win and they would not. And the calculation was correct every time, and the correctness of the calculation was what he hated most. His opponents never stood a chance. He understood this quickly and completely, and the understanding was worse than he had expected it to be. A man he had killed in the yard at the Tower of Joy had been a trained soldier following orders he believed in. A man he killed in the pits of a stapper was simply a man who had been less fortunate than him in the particular way that mattered here. And the killing of such a man felt like the killing of a man who had done nothing to deserve it except be in the wrong place in a world that had arranged the wrong place specifically for people like him. The guilt accumulated. He did not let himself stop fighting because stopping fighting was dying, and he was not prepared to die here. But the unwillingness to die and the willingness to live with what living cost were different things, and he carried the cost in the way he had learned to carry costs. In the sealed compartment, with the other things he could not act on, adding to the weight that was already there. The other slaves watched him, some with hope, which he could not bear, some with resentment, which he found easier, some with the careful blankness of men who had decided that hope was too expensive to maintain. He said nothing about what the fighting cost him. There was no one to say it to, and saying it would not have changed the arithmetic, and he had been trained his whole life to keep the cost in the compartment where costs were kept. He kept the compartment sealed. He fought, he won. There was a thing that happened to some slaves in Meereen, not often, and not to those whose masters had any remaining scruple that was called, among the compound slaves who spoke of it at all, the test. To become a guard was to be freed from the collar, to be fed well and paid and housed in decent quarters, and treated as a person of some small account rather than as a thing. Many slaves wanted this. The test was simple. In front of the masters in the compound yard, you were given a weapon and a slave, a child or a woman or an old man, someone chosen for defenselessness, and you were told to kill them. In cold blood. In front of witnesses. The kill was proof of your allegiance and your willingness to do what was required. And if you passed the test, you were a guard. And if you refused, you remained a slave. He had been present when two men took the test in his years in the compound. One of them had passed. The other had put the weapon down and walked back to the slave quarters without speaking. He was still in the compound, still in chains, 2 years later. Arthur had thought about this for a long time. He had thought about the guards. He had known which ones had that quality of having paid a price that couldn't be returned, and he had thought about the ones who were simply brutal and had found the test easy. There was a difference between them, and it lived in the eyes. He had never been given the test. He suspected his masters had decided he was more valuable in the pits than at the gate, and that the mathematics of it had never changed enough for them to reconsider. He was grateful for this in a way that sat uneasily alongside his pride. He never stopped trying to get free. He noted escape routes and guard changes and the weaknesses in compound walls, and he looked for opportunities, and some years found one and most years did not. He was not free, but he was trying, and that was the difference between a man and a tool, and he intended to maintain it. XVI, the weight of years. By his 5th year in the pits, he had a reputation. It had not come quickly or cleanly. It had come through work, the specific, grinding, unromantic work of a man who had decided he was going to survive this, and had applied himself to survival with the same methodical intensity he had once applied to mastering the sword. He learned the rhythms of the arena, when the crowd wanted blood, and when they wanted spectacle, how a master read about, how to read his opponent in the first 10 seconds and know everything he needed to know. He had always been able to do this. In the pits, with his life depending on it rather than merely his record, the ability sharpened to something he had not thought it could become. His first Unsullied came in his 3rd year. The man entered the arena the way Unsullied always entered, without ceremony, without acknowledgement of the crowd, without the theater that pit fighters used to psych themselves up or unsettle opponents. He walked to his mark, set his feet in the prescribed stance, and was still. He was perhaps 25, built lean and economical, and he held his spear with the grip of someone for whom the weapon had long since ceased to be a tool and become structural. The record, 22 months unbeaten, 14 opponents. Arthur had studied it from the compound's gossip networks, and what it told him was not what the crowd believed it told them. They saw invincibility. He saw pattern. The Unsullied moved first. A straight-line thrust, technically impeccable, weight transferred correctly, elbow aligned, the point arriving exactly where the geometry prescribed. Arthur stepped left. The spear passed close enough to feel the displaced air. Reset, no hesitation, no adjustment. Another thrust, slightly different angle. Arthur stepped right. The crowd murmured. They had come to see the pale ghost destroyed by the unbeatable Unsullied, and what they were watching looked to them like cowardice. Arthur was not being cowardly, he was reading. A man trained since childhood to move in specific ways would move in those ways under pressure. The Unsullied's training was extraordinary, the commitment absolute, the execution flawless, and that was exactly the limitation. He could not adapt. Adaptation required decision, and he had been trained to eliminate decision in favor of execution. The system worked. It had worked against everyone he had faced. It would not work against someone who understood systems. Third commitment, a faint high that dropped to the gut. Arthur let it come. He moved inside the trajectory at the last possible moment, close enough that the shaft grazed his ribs, trapped the spear against his body with his left arm, and stepped into the space the man's own commitment had opened. The Unsullied's face was very close to his. In it he saw, for just an instant, something the training had not entirely removed, the specific surprise of encountering a problem outside the system. He put the man down cleanly. The arena was deafeningly loud. He walked back to the slave's gate, without acknowledging any of it. The Dothraki was different in every way, the Unsullied had not been. The record, 18 months unbeaten, 17 opponents. He was enormous, a head taller than Arthur and built on a scale that made the arena feel smaller, and he wore no armor. He carried an arak, the curved Dothraki blade, and he entered screaming. Not words Arthur could parse, just sound, raw and territorial, the announcement of a man who understood combat as an assertion of self against the world. The crowd loved him immediately. They screamed back. The Dothraki walked through the noise like a man walking through weather, already moving toward Arthur with the rolling, unhurried gait of someone who had spent most of his life on horseback. Arthur stood still and waited. The first swing was enormous, the arak at head height with enough force to shear through armor, and it was fast, genuinely fast, the speed of reflexes that had nothing to do with formal training and everything to do with a life of violence. Arthur rolled under it. The blade passed through the space where his neck had been. He came up behind the man's shoulder and struck once and stepped away. A scoring blow, not a finishing one. He was not trying to finish yet, he was timing. The Dothraki roared, from rage, from the sting of it, from the specific affront of a man who had moved when he should have died, and came again. A sequence this time, driven by total physical commitment, the absolute certainty of a man who had always been the most dangerous thing in the room. Arthur gave ground. He moved backward and sideways and backward again, and the crowd turned against him. They booed, they threw things, because what looked like retreating was Arthur's specific project. Establishing how long it took a man of that size, that fury, and that level of vocal output to begin to tire. 3 minutes. He felt it before he saw it, the fractional slowing between swings, the weight in the shoulders that had not been there at the start. The screaming had thinned. A man could not maintain that level of noise and that level of exertion simultaneously without paying a cost. Arthur planted his feet. He met the next swing with a block harder than necessary, absorbed the force rather than deflecting, let the Dothraki feel that the pale man had stopped running. That feeling produced exactly what Arthur had been waiting for, total final commitment, everything the man had left behind, a single absolute charge. And Arthur was no longer there. He had stepped left just enough, and the arak buried itself in the arena floor, and the Dothraki's own momentum bent him over it. And in the half-second before he could straighten, Arthur was behind him and the bout was over. The arena was quiet for a moment, the specific silence that followed something the crowd had not anticipated. Then the noise came back, different now. Not the appetite for blood. Something more complicated, the sound of people who had watched something they would remember. Arthur walked back to the slaves' gate without acknowledging them. He fought a knight from the Westerosi exile community in Essos in his 4th year, and this bout was the hardest to win. Not physically it was among the least demanding he had fought in the pits. The man was genuinely good, the product of proper training in the tradition Arthur himself had come from, and he moved with the competence that was recognizable between craftsmen of similar background. His name was Sir Harlan, by the compound's account, a knight who had backed the wrong side in a succession dispute, found exile hard to fund, found the arena preferable to destitution. He was perhaps 40, with the weathered look of a man who had been fighting for a living long enough that it showed. He entered with the dignity of someone performing a degrading function professionally. The record, 27 months unbeaten, 21 opponents. Arthur recognized that posture precisely. They circled. Harlan opened with a diagonal cut that was textbook, the correct first move for this distance and angle, as prescribed by the same sword school that had produced Arthur himself, and Arthur parried it the way the same school prescribed. And for 10 exchanges they moved through the shared grammar of their tradition, call and response. 2 men who had learned from the same teachers applied to each other. Inside those 10 exchanges, Harlan knew he was not going to win. Arthur could see it in the small compensations beginning, the footwork becoming marginally more conservative, the the set of his jaw shifting from contest to commitment. He was not giving up. He was continuing because that was what you did. Arthur ended it quickly, not from mercy but from something adjacent to it, a feeling he had not expected and did not want. He put the man down with a single clean disarm and a blow that took him off his feet, and he waited long enough to confirm Sir Harlan was no longer breathing. He walked back to the slaves' gate and the crowd made its noise, and he thought, that man did everything correctly. He had trained properly and fought properly and was very good, and it had not been sufficient. He had seen that expression before, the expression of someone who had done everything right and found that right was not enough, and he had been its cause many times. He would be again. He filed it with the other costs. There were brawlers, enormous men, bought specifically for their size and capacity to absorb punishment, who came at him like forces of nature. They required a different approach entirely. Not skill against skill but geometry. Keep moving, never let the size advantage press, use the confined space of the arena as an equalizer. He won these bouts more slowly than the others, and they cost him more. The worst of them came in his 9th year, a man from somewhere in the Far East, referred to in the compound only as the Bull. He was not merely large. He was the largest person Arthur had ever shared a space with, and Arthur had stood in rooms with Robert Baratheon. He had the look of someone whose size had been an unqualified advantage in every situation his life had presented him with, which was the specific confidence of a man who had never needed to be anything other than overwhelming. The record: 16 months unbeaten, 19 opponents. The Bull came immediately, no circling, no assessment, both arms spread to cut off the easy sidestep, and Arthur moved right and the man adjusted faster than expected, pivoting with a speed his size did not predict. The collision was not full, but it was enough. His right arm took the impact of the Bull's forearm, and he felt the shoulder go even as the pain arrived. Not a full dislocation. Partial, the joint wrenched out of true but held by the surrounding muscle, functional but screaming. He had perhaps 30 seconds before the spasm set in. He switched the sword to his left hand and went straight at the Bull, which was so counterintuitive it bought him a half-second of the man's hesitation. He went inside the reach entirely, where the size advantage vanished and the geometry reversed, and worked with concentrated economy until the man went down. He stood in the arena with his right arm hanging. The shoulder healed imperfectly over the following months, the joint set slightly wrong, the scar tissue limiting his range of motion by a fraction invisible to observers but entirely obvious to him. On cold mornings it ached. Before rain it ached with enough reliability to serve as weather prediction. He added it to the inventory of permanent costs and moved on. The masters called him the Ghost. It started as mockery. He was pale by Astapori standards, pale as bone, pale as the blade he had set down in a Dornish Yarden became something else as the winning continued. He was given better quarters, better food, a degree of freedom within the compound that the other slaves did not have. His master was growing very wealthy. There were evenings when the man looked at him with an expression that was not quite gratitude. Gratitude was not a sentiment masters felt toward their property but something adjacent to it. The warm regard of a man for a tool that performed exceptionally and showed no signs of breaking. He hated the regard as much as he hated the fighting. He understood what it meant. He was not a person in this man's eyes. He was an asset. The better he performed, the more valuable the asset, and the more valuable the asset, the more comfortable his captivity. He was being rewarded for helping his own captor prosper, and the rewards were real, and he took them: the better food, the larger room, the degree of movement, because refusing them served no purpose beyond the performance of dignity, and dignity performed in private for an audience of one was a kind of vanity he could not afford. He was purchased by a new master in his 7th year, 8 guards with additional chains connecting wrists, ankles, and neck, forcing a particular quality of submission through the mechanics of movement. He did not resist. He was taken to the master's quarters. The room was different from the compound. Rugs, windows, food properly prepared. A man sat behind a table with the comfortable authority of someone whose rooms always rearranged themselves around his presence. He looked at Arthur the way a merchant examined an acquisition. Arthur looked back, showing very little. "You will fight for me," the master said, "not a question, and you will win, and your life here will be manageable." A pause. "What would you know?" "The path to freedom," Arthur said. The master looked at him. Then he laughed, genuine amusement, not performed. He laughed long enough that the answer was entirely contained in the laughing before he had said a word. "Freedom," the master said when he finished. He leaned forward, not unkindly, in the manner of a man explaining a situation. "You will die in these pits. Every man who comes through that gate ends the same way, on the arena floor or in the healer's room, or old and spent and of no more value. There is no door on the other side. There is only the pits, and then not the pits, and between those two things there is no freedom. only the question of how long it takes. No cruelty. That was what Arthur carried back to his quarters. It had been a statement of fact. He sat and decided the fact was not going to be true. He did not yet know how to make it not true, but deciding was where the work began. He fought a Carthene blade dancer in his 8th year, and this one genuinely surprised him. The record, 9 months unbeaten, 15 opponents. She was not what he had expected. He had expected the thing the arena usually delivered when it delivered a woman fighter. A performance, the crowd's appetite for novelty dressed up in silk, an opponent chosen for the spectacle of the contrast rather than the quality of the contest. He had his guard adjusted accordingly, present but not fully extended, the level of attention he gave to capable fighters rather than the level he reserved for genuine threats. She corrected this in the first 3 seconds. She came at him immediately. No preamble, no acknowledgement of the crowd, no moment of mutual assessment. She crossed the distance between them at a speed that reclassified everything he had assumed about the engagement, and her blade arrived at an angle he had not anticipated from a reverse grip he had not quite registered, and he moved his defense to meet it with a fraction of a second to spare rather than the comfortable margin he was used to. He reassessed, entirely and immediately. She was very good. The style was the Carthene blade dance. He recognized it now that he was inside it, the spiral geometry, the blade as the fixed point around which everything else moved, and she used it with the fluency of someone who had been trained in it from early childhood, which meant the style and her body were the same thing. There was no gap between intention and execution. When she decided to go somewhere, she was already there. He defended. He kept his distance where he could and covered the angles where he couldn't, and he did not attack, and the crowd noticed this and began to object. They did not pay to watch the ghost retreat. He heard the noise change around him, the confusion first, then the hostility, and he noted it and set it aside because the crowd was not the problem. The crowd was never the problem. The problem was that she was cutting him. Not deeply, she was reading him well enough to know that committing to depth meant committing to a path he could redirect. So she stayed in the scoring range, the blade finding his forearm twice and his shoulder once and the outside of his left thigh once more. And each cut was calibrated and clean, and the cumulative effect of 4 calibrated clean cuts was blood loss and the specific kind of distraction that blood loss produced. And she knew this, and he knew that she knew this. And he understood what the strategy was. She was going to bleed him out rather than finish him directly. It was the correct strategy against someone she couldn't overpower. He understood, with the particular cold clarity that came from standing in the arena with no good options, that he had to stop this. She was not going to stop. She was not going to be shown mercy and understand it. She was going to read mercy as weakness and continue the attrition. She was very good, and she was going to kill him if he let her keep doing what she was doing. He did not want to do what he needed to do. He did it anyway. He stopped retreating and came at her, not the probing approach of someone studying a system, but a full engagement, accepting that she was going to reach him in the process, accepting the cost of it, using the commitment to create the pressure that the spiraling style was actually vulnerable to when you stopped letting it redirect and simply drove through it. She put her blade into his left side before he reached her, a real cut this time, deep enough to register as something beyond a score, and he let the pain arrive and noted it and kept moving because stopping was not the available option. Their blades came together at close range, the range the Carthene style was not designed for, and what followed was not elegant. It was the specific brutal arithmetic of 2 people at close quarters when one of them was stronger and had more years of experience in exactly this range. He was not clean about it. He was not graceful. He used what he had, and it was sufficient, and she went down. She was bleeding badly. She had fallen to one knee and could not stand. She looked up at him with the face of a professional. No supplication, no performance, only the direct acknowledgement of a person who understood what had happened and what came next. Her blade was still in her hand. He stood over her, and he heard the crowd, and he thought, this is not going to be allowed to end any other way. The compound guards were already moving. He counted 20 of them, positioned around the arena's perimeter, and they were closing in with the specific unhurried efficiency of men who knew what their function was and had no doubt about whether they were going to perform it. In the pits, an opponent who could not continue was required to be finished. This was not a rule that could be appealed. He had seen what happened to fighters who refused. They went down alongside the opponent they had declined to finish. He was not ready to die. He had promised he would not die here until there was nothing left he could do. He had not yet done all he could do. He looked at her. She looked back at him. For one moment they were simply 2 people in a terrible place, neither of them responsible for the rules that governed it, both of them subject to them regardless. He put his sword through her heart. He made it quick, the one mercy available, the only one the arena permitted. The crowd roared. He stood in the arena with the noise around him, and he thought, I'm disgusted with myself. Not for the fighting. Not even entirely for the killing. For the fact that I am still here, still functional, still capable of doing this when required. For the fact that I have been in this place long enough and done this thing often enough that my body executes the required action before my conscience has finished objecting. For the particular efficiency of it. He walked back to the slave's gate. He did not acknowledge the crowd. He thought always about escape. In the first year he mapped the compound obsessively, noting every guard rotation, every unlocked door, every gap in the perimeter wall. He found 3 potential routes and tested each one, carefully, over the course of months, finding the moments when each was least observed, timing the gaps, learning the patterns of the night watch. The first route he abandoned when he realized the outer gate was never unwatched. There was always 10 men whose rotation existed specifically to cover the gap he had found, placed there, as though the compound security had anticipated exactly his thinking. The second route took him as far as the outer wall before a guard materialized from a shadow at the worst possible moment. He walked back inside before the men saw him clearly. The third route was the one he had most hoped for, a section of the harbor wall where the stone had crumbled and the repair had been done badly, leaving handholds. He got as far as the harbor twice before the compound's response teams reached him. After the second attempt, he was chained for 3 weeks. After the third attempt in his 4th year, a more elaborate plan involving a sympathetic water carrier and a shipment of cargo was beaten badly enough that he fought his next bout at less than full capacity, which was the first time that it happened, and he won it anyway, which seemed to settle something in the minds of the masters about the value of simply watching him very carefully rather than damaging him further. He kept trying. Every year he found new angles, new allies, new moments when the compound's attention was elsewhere. Some years he got further than others. Some years he did not get at all. He was not free, but he was trying, and that was the difference between a man and a tool, and he intended to maintain it. The fame accumulated as the years did. In his 7th year he was the most celebrated fighter in a stapper. His bouts were advertised in advance. People came from neighboring cities to watch. He had heard, through the compound's channels of gossip, that his name was known as far as Pentos, the ghost of Westeros, the Pale Blade. Merchants discussed his record over wine at dinner parties he would never be invited to attend. He found this information neither gratifying nor comforting. What he found it was a measure of distance. The finest night the 7 kingdoms had known in living memory was now a slave entertainment famous across Essos for killing other slaves in front of crowds who wanted to see someone die. He had gone from the White Cloak and Dawn to this. He kept the thought carefully, turning it over in the evenings in his better room with his better food, and he used it the way he used uncomfortable things, as a reminder of what he owed and what he had not yet found a way to pay. Arthur was 39 years of age. The boy was 19 and he moved like water, which was the specific description the Bravosi used for their own style, and which was accurate in the way that very few martial metaphors were accurate. Not like water in the sense of flowing or yielding, but like water in the sense of finding every gap and taking the path of least resistance and being, underneath the apparent gentleness, entirely without mercy. The record, 24 months unbeaten, 41 opponents. He was the best opponent Arthur had faced in 13 years. He knew it at 40 seconds. Not as a surprise, he had felt the quality of the opening exchanges, the way the boy's blade found angles he had expected to have covered, but as a recognition, the specific sharpening of attention that came from meeting something that required him to be fully present. He had been running at 80% for most of his recent fights because 80% had been sufficient. Sufficient was no longer available. The water dancing was relentlessly unpredictable in exactly the way the Carthene blade dance had been relentlessly patterned. Every attack was an inquiry, every defense a response in a conversation rather than a duel. The boy read him well, better than almost anyone had in years, and the reading was accurate, which meant he was finding things that were actually there, not things he imagined. In the 3rd minute, he put his blade inside a gap in Arthur's defense, and Arthur redirected it barely. And the near miss was genuine, and the crowd felt it and went quiet and loud again in the same breath. Good, he thought. This is what it is supposed to feel like. He pressed harder. The boy responded. They went back and forth across the arena floor for 3 minutes, then 4, the crowd going quiet in the attentive way rather than the hostile way, the way they went quiet when they understood they were watching something they would describe to people who had not been there. Arthur found 2 openings and the boy closed both of them, which had not happened to him since his early years in the pits. The boy's blade came at his right side on an angle his depth perception misjudged by perhaps half an inch. He turned his head to deflect, and the blade found his eye. The eye cost him the 4th minute. Pain arrived as heat, then as a wrongness so fundamental it bypassed categorization entirely, not a signal to the thinking brain but a direct command to the oldest parts of the nervous system. Stop. Attend to this. Stop everything else. He did not stop. The bout was still happening. He was still in it. The boy, and Arthur noted this even through the specific agony of what was occurring in the right side of his face, did not press the advantage in the half-second of his stagger. He stepped back. He waited. Whether this was mercy or protocol or simple caution, Arthur could not know, and it did not matter. What mattered was that the half-second existed. He wiped his eye with the back of his sword hand. The world on his right side was gone. Not blurred, gone. He filed this as tactical information, reclassified his available depth perception to the left side only, recalculated the geometry of the remaining space, and moved. What he had left was knowledge. Not speed, the pain was slowing him, a physiological fact that could not be overcome by will, only accounted for, not the full geometry of his vision. He had 30 years of understanding what a body did before it did it, accumulated in muscle and reflex, and the part of the mind that ran below language. And he had what the fight so far had given him about this particular opponent's patterns. And he had the specific clarity that came from standing in the arena with one eye, and knowing that if he did not finish this now, there would not be another opportunity. He had one eye, and he had knowledge, and he had the accumulated reflex of 30 years in training yards across 2 continents. And he had, most critically, the map of this particular opponent that 4 minutes of the most demanding fight he had faced in years had given him. The boy would press forward. That was the water dancer's answer to an injured opponent. The style was built on reading the other person's state and exploiting it, and the other person's state was now catastrophically compromised. The press would come from the left side, exploiting the gone eye, driving into the blind angle. It was the correct response. It was what the style prescribed. It was what he would have done. He waited for it with his left side angled open, presenting the invitation the boy had been trained to take. The half-second of waiting was the longest half-second he had spent in years. The press came. He did not evade. He stepped into it, inside the reach, inside the blade's arc, into the space where the water dancer's style had no answer because the style assumed distance, and he had eliminated distance entirely. For one instant they were so close he could see the boy's eyes clearly, young eyes, shocked. The specific shock of someone whose system had just encountered a problem it was not designed for. He did what had to be done. He made it as fast as he knew how to make it. He finished it. The boy went down hard. He did not move. The arena physicians came. They worked for a short time. One of them looked up at the compound officials watching from the gate and made a small gesture with his hand, the gesture that meant what it always meant, in the specific language that arena physicians and compound officials had developed for communicating this particular kind of outcome across the noise of a crowd. The boy was dead. Arthur stood in the arena and the crowd made its noise and the physicians did what physicians did, and he stood there and he looked at what he had done, and he felt the weight of it arrive with a completeness that he had not anticipated. He had killed many men. He had stopped counting long ago, which was its own kind of accounting. This was different in a way that he could not immediately name and did not try to. Naming it would require sitting with it in a way that the arena did not allow, and the arena was where he was, and where he was required to remain functional. He was 19 years old, the boy. That was all Arthur had known of him, and now it was all there was to know. He walked back to the slave's gate and the crowd's noise followed him and he let it follow him and he thought, I did that. That was mine. He stepped back and gave me a half-second and I used it to kill him, and there is nothing in the world that balances that account. He lost his right eye in his 13th year. He did not eat that evening. He sat in the larger room his master's wealth had earned him, and he looked at the wall, and he thought about a boy from Bravos who had moved like water and who had been 19 years old, and who had shown him, in the last instant, something that might have been mercy. He hated himself with a clarity and a completeness that felt, in its way, like honesty. It was the most honest he had felt in years. He did not sleep either. He lay on his back in the dark and thought about the specific sequence of it, the 4 minutes of genuine contest, the eye, the half-second the boy had given him, what he had done with the half-second, and he could not find the place in the sequence where he should have made a different choice. He had been there to survive, and he had survived, and the boy had died, and there was no version of those facts that rearranged itself into something he could live with comfortably. He was going to have to live with it uncomfortably, which he had done before, which was not the same as it being all right. In the morning he went to the compound yard and he trained. He trained the way he always trained when something was wrong, not to resolve it, not to punish himself for it, but because the body needed somewhere to put things and the training yard was the only place he had. He moved through the forms slowly, alone, his right eye gone and the forms needing to be relearned for that specific absence, and he worked until his arms ached, and then worked a little longer. He ate in the evening of the second day. He noted that he was eating and that this was a choice, not compulsion, not hunger exactly, but the act of a man who has decided to continue and is performing the small rituals that continuing requires. He ate because he had promised himself once that he was not going to die in this place, and dying in this place included the slow version. He lay in the healer's room for 3 days with his eye wrapped in linen. It took 3 months of private training against the compound wall, learning to judge distance anew. He came back to the arena with a black patch, and he kept fighting and he kept winning. But he was slower, he knew it. The masters probably knew it too. 3 fingers went one at a time, over the space of 2 years. Damage to the nerves. The first cost him the grip in his left hand, which cost him the second sword. He had been fighting with 2 blades since his 16th year. To fight with 1 blade after fighting with 2 was a kind of amputation, and he grieved it with a private and wordless grief that he could not share with anyone, because there was no one to share it with. He adapted, he found a shield. It was not a natural fit. He had fought with 2 blades since his 16th year, and the doubled geometry of that style, the way the pair of blades opened lines of attack that no single weapon could create, had been so fundamental to his fighting that losing it felt less like a tactical adjustment and more like losing a language. He had been dangerous in a specific and irreplaceable way. That way was gone. The shield gave him something different. Not the same thing, not better, different. A man with a sword and shield was harder to finish than a man with 2 swords, because a shield absorbed what blades had to redirect, and redirecting required more precision than absorbing, and precision was the first thing that failed when a fighter was tired or hurt or fighting in bad conditions. He became more difficult to kill. He became, in the crowd's assessment, considerably less interesting to watch. The ghost with a battered shield held in a damaged hand was not the ghost of the 2 blades, and the crowd knew it, and let him know that it knew it. He filed the crowd's opinion in the place he kept things that were not worth the space they occupied and moved on. He adapted. He kept winning. He fought men half his age and beat them, not with speed or with the effortless dominance he had once wielded like a birthright, but with knowledge, the accumulated, hard-bought knowledge of 2 decades of practice and a decade of arena fighting. The knowledge that lives in muscle and breath and the part of the mind that does not sleep. He was 43 years old and his hands ached on cold mornings, and his right knee had been dislocated twice, and a nerve somewhere along his left arm had been damaged, so that the fingers sometimes would not work as he commanded them, and he had not slept a full night without pain in 3 years. He thought sometimes of Ashara, of her gray eyes, the careful way she moved through rooms she did not feel safe in. He thought about returning to Starfall one day when this was over and the world had moved on far enough that it was safe. He thought, she is there. She is managing. That is what she does. He found to his own surprise that he still intended to get out, that the intention had not dimmed with the years. It had changed quality, less fierce, more settled, more like a fact about himself than a feeling, but it was still there. A great fighter named Belwys came to the pits when Arthur was 45. He was aware of Belwys before he saw him, aware through the compound's gossip network, which was more reliable than most intelligence services and considerably more detailed. Belwys was from the pits of Meereen, large even by pit fighter standards, with a fighting style that was part technique and part statement of intent, and part the specific physical reality of a man who was simply very difficult to hurt. He had a reputation for letting his opponents cut him before he finished them, 1 cut per opponent, always to the belly, apparently by choice, apparently for the crowd. Arthur had filed this detail and thought, if that is true, it is either genuine strategic indifference to pain or a performance. In either case, it is telling. The record, 38 months unbeaten, 63 opponents. When Belwys came into the arena, he understood immediately that it was both. The man was enormous in the way of someone built specifically for the task he had been set. Not the borrowed enormity of the brawler who happened to be large. A deliberate physicality, the body of a man who had been doing this work since youth and whose frame had been shaped entirely by it. He carried 2 short swords and used them with the unhurried competence of someone who did not need to be elegant, because nothing had ever required elegance of him. He let the first exchange go to Belwys, not because he was not capable of winning it, he was, but because he wanted to see the truth of the man rather than the reputation. Belwys's blade grazed his left arm, a shallow cut that cost him nothing, and Belwys's face when it landed held something Arthur had not expected. Satisfaction, not bloodlust, something cleaner. The cut confirmed something for the man. Arthur understood. It was a calibration. The cut told Belwys something about his opponent's speed, reaction time, defensive threshold. He was using the cut the same way Arthur used those 30 seconds of observation against the Qartheen. He was reading. He reassessed the man entirely. This was not a brawler who happened to win. This was a fighter. They went at each other for 15 minutes. The arena was very loud. Arthur became aware through the noise that the compound guards were moving into position at the arena's gate. He recognized the formation. He had seen it before, many times in his years in the compound, after a bout between two other fighters that had ended without a clear victor. In the pits, a draw was not a permitted outcome. A draw meant both fighters had failed to produce the decisive result the masters paid for. The protocol for a draw was simple and final. They continued. Arthur could not win cleanly. He found every angle he knew, and Belwas had an answer for it. Not a perfect answer, not a trained answer, but the specific answer of a man who moved on instinct and whose instinct was very good. 3 times he had what felt like a finishing opportunity, and each time the outcome was not what the opening suggested. The big man was simply harder to put down than the geometry indicated he should be. He could not remember the last time he had fought for 20 minutes. The early years in the pits, perhaps, before the gap between his ability and his opponents had grown too wide for the bouts to last long. 20 minutes was not a feat of endurance for men his age. It was, at 45, with the shoulder and the knee and the nerve damage and the eye, a test of everything he had left. He was not at his best. He knew it. Belwas was at something close to his best, which was considerable, and the fight that resulted was the most honest fight Arthur had had in years. Belwas, for his part, could not finish Arthur. Twice Belwas landed what should have been fight-ending blows, and twice Arthur turned them into something survivable, the specific talent of a man who had been turning bad situations into survivable ones for 20 years and had very little pride left about the elegance of the method. He stayed on his feet. He kept going. It cost him considerably. At 20 minutes they were both still standing and both marked and both breathing hard, and the thing that had sustained the contest, the genuine uncertainty of the outcome, had ceded to a different kind of understanding. The understanding of 2 men who had tested each other thoroughly and found the test inconclusive. Not because they were equal, because they were different in ways that did not resolve cleanly into a winner. They stopped. It was not a mutual agreement spoken aloud. It was the simultaneous recognition, arriving in both of them at the same moment, that there was nothing more to learn from continuing. The guards had their weapons ready. They were looking to the master's box. He stood in the center of the arena with Belwas beside him. They were not side by side intentionally. They had simply ended up adjacent, which was where 20 minutes of circling each other had left them. And he thought, with the detached clarity of extreme physical exhaustion, about the various ways this might end. His master's voice cut across the arena noise. The command was in High Valyrian, which Arthur understood well enough by now, and what it said was, "Stop, put them away, the fight is over." The guards stopped. They looked at each other with the specific expression of men receiving an unexpected order and not yet understanding the reasoning behind it. Then they stood down. Arthur looked at the master's box. The man was on his feet, which was unusual. Masters watched bouts from comfort, and standing was not comfortable, and his face held the expression of someone who had just done something that cost him and had decided the cost was acceptable. There were other masters in adjacent boxes. Several of them were gesturing toward him with the body language of men making pointed arguments. He was not acknowledging them. The crowd, gradually, understood that the bout was over. It did not know what to make of this. The noise shifted registers, no longer the simple appetite for conclusion, but the more complicated sound of people trying to process an outcome that did not fit their expectations. Arthur walked to the slaves' gate. The crowd did not take it well. They had paid for a conclusion, and what they got instead was 2 men walking away upright. And this was not what the pits of a stapper promised. The booing started at the edge and moved inward like a wave. People threw things. The noise built into something that was less about disappointment and more about appetite denied. A specific and ugly sound Arthur had heard before and recognized as one of the least admirable things people were capable of producing. He walked to the slave's gate. The gate opened. He went through. He thought about it for a long time afterward, the specific calculation his master had made in the moment of that decision, the personal cost of going against protocol in front of his peers, the particular expression on the man's face. He had never understood his master as a person. He had understood him as a function, the function that owned him and profited from him. That was sufficient for the purposes of captivity. But a man who stopped the guards, at real financial cost with colleagues watching, was a man who had decided, for reasons Arthur could not fully determine, that Arthur Dayne was more valuable alive than the protocol required dead. He suspected it was not sentiment. He suspected it was the specific calculus of a man who understood that the ghost of Westeros, even broken and aging and no longer able to beat champions, was still an asset worth preserving. He was probably right. Arthur would not give him the comfort of gratitude. But he was alive, and for the time being that was what mattered. The record, 231 months unbeaten, 153 opponents, 1 no contest. 19 years, 153 opponents, not 1 defeat. He had tried not to keep the count, had decided the number made the dead into a record rather than people. But the compound kept its own records, and the crowd kept its own memory, and the ghost of Westeros's tally was public knowledge long before he had accepted he was keeping it privately. Somewhere around the 100th he had stopped trying not to count. 153. The finest night the Seven Kingdoms had known in living memory had come to this, an undefeated record in the killing pits of a stapper, built from bodies of men who had done nothing to deserve the honor of being killed by him. The ghost, unbeatable. He found the record sickening in the specific way of a thing that was undeniably true and entirely wrong, not incorrect, but wrong in the deeper sense of a use of something good for something intolerable. He had been given extraordinary ability. He had used it here for these purposes, and the result was a number he wanted to set down and walk away from, which was the one thing the number would not permit. He was moved to lighter duties, taken from the arena, put to work training younger slaves in technique. He was still a slave. He had never stopped being a slave. He was 45 years old, in a city where everything was bought and sold, with an eye patch and aching hands and nerve damage, and a knee that predicted rain more reliably than any Meister. And 21 years had passed since the Tower of Joy, and the realm he had sworn himself to was someone else's realm now. He began, in those years of training, to hear things. The compound had ears, and slaves were invisible to those who owned them, which meant they were present for conversations that owners believed to be private. He heard about dragons. Part 5 Meereen. XVII, the coming of the Queen. The rumors traveled faster than ships. The first rumor reached him through a spice merchant who came to the compound to sell to the kitchen, a small, quick man who traded in information as readily as cardamom, and who had contacts in every port city between Astapor and Volantes. He spoke in the low, careful voice of someone who understood that information had value, and that its value diminished with repetition. A Targaryen, the merchant said, alive, further east in the grass seas and then in the cities of Slavers Bay. With dragons, 3 of them hatched from stone, which was impossible, which apparently had happened regardless. Arthur heard this and said nothing, and went back to his duties, and thought about it for 3 days before he spoke to Vala. He found her in the compound's small infirmary in the early morning, before the day's work began, which was when she was most available and most honest. She was grinding something at the work table, and she looked up when he came in and set down her pestle with the expression she wore when she understood a conversation was going to require her full attention. The Targaryen, he said, the one with dragons, what do you know? Vala was quiet for a moment in the way she was quiet when deciding how much to say. More than the rumors, she said at last. Tell me. She looked at him steadily. Why does it matter to you? He thought about how to answer this. He thought about Rhaegar and the tower and the child born in the small hours, the child he had promised to keep safe. He thought about a girl who might have survived the dynasty's fall, the daughter of a man he had served, and a woman whose death he had tried not to understand. I served the Targaryens, he said. There was a child, a boy. I need to know if he survived. Vala watched him with the assessing look she used for patients who were not telling the whole truth about their symptoms. Then she set down her work. She is not a child, Vala said. She is a woman grown 20 years of age. Her name is Daenerys. She is the daughter of the Mad King, Aerys himself, and she has been in exile across the narrow sea since she was an infant. She paused. She is not the only surviving Targaryen. She had a brother, Viserys, but he is dead, killed in Essos by the Dothraki he was trying to use. She is the last of the direct line. Arthur stood very still. Not Rhaegar's daughter, not the child of Lyanna and the prince he had followed into ruin. The daughter of Aerys, Rhaegar's younger sister, the girl who was not yet born when the dynasty fell, who would have been taken east by loyalists while the realm burned, who had been living in exile and poverty and danger for more than 20 years while he had been doing the same in a rather different way. He thought, I wore the white cloak to protect that family. I served that dynasty for 7 years, and the last living piece of it has been in exile since she was a child, growing up in a world that wanted her dead, and she has somehow come back from all of it with 3 dragons and an army of freed slaves, and is marching up the coast toward the city I am currently enslaved in. He thought, the world is stranger than prophecy. He thought, I need to know more about her. A girl, a Targaryen girl, 3 dragons hatched from stone, an army of freed slaves marching up the coast of Slavers Bay, leaving the smoking ruins of old certainties behind her. He heard it first from a water seller who had contacts in Astapor, and he heard it as he heard most things, sideways, inferentially, with one ear cocked and his face showing nothing. He was 46 by then, and he had grown expert at showing nothing. The face was a tool, like a sword. You held it in reserve for when you needed it. He sat with this information for a week, turning it over. A Targaryen. He had served Targaryens his entire adult life, had devoted the best years of his existence to a dynasty that burned itself to ash in a manner that was entirely consistent with everything it had always been. He had no love left for the name, or thought he had none, but a girl, alone across the sea, with dragons. He thought about Rhaegar. He thought about what Rhaegar had believed, the prophecy, the chosen prince, the fire against the darkness. He thought about what that belief had cost. He thought about a tower in the hills of Dorne and a child born in the small hours. Jon would be 21 by now if he lived. He wondered about him sometimes in the quiet, who the boy had grown into, what kind of man was made by a secret kept by love. He thought, this girl is something else, something the dynasty produced separately from its madness. She has dragons. She is freeing slaves. She is doing the thing that Rhaegar only talked about, standing at the front of it, leading from the point of the spear rather than hiding in a tower and calling it destiny. He thought, if she is what they say she is, if she is coming here to this city to end this. He thought, there might be one more thing I can do. XVI, the slave's work. He spent a year doing it. The decision had not arrived as a single moment of resolve. It had come gradually, through the accumulation of small observations that eventually assembled into something he could no longer look away from. He had spent 21 years watching people be owned. He had watched what it did to the ones who owned and what it did to the ones who were owned, and he had watched the city of Meereen sustain itself on the architecture of that arrangement, with the indifference of a machine that had been running for so long it no longer required anyone to believe in it. He had survived in it. He had even, in a narrow technical sense, prospered. That was the thing he found most difficult to sit with, that he had been good at surviving inside the thing he found intolerable. The Queen was coming. He did not know this the way you knew things that had been confirmed. He knew it the way a man knew whether was coming a quality of change in the air, a convergence of information that did not yet resolve into certainty but pointed strongly in one direction. The rumors from Astapor and Yunkai, the particular anxiety that had entered the Master's conversations, the way the compound's guard complement had quietly been increased without announcement. He began with what he knew best, information. The grain stores first. There were 3 major stores in the city, not counting the private holdings of individual masters, and they were the key to any sustained siege or uprising. Control the grain and you controlled the calculus of who could afford to hold out. He spent 6 weeks charting the guard rotations at each, mapping the approaches, identifying which guards were reliable, and which were supplementary and which important were themselves slaves performing guard duties under coercion, and therefore not necessarily what they appeared to be. Rameau, a slave bookkeeper with access to the financial records of 3 of the largest pitmaster houses in the city, helped him understand the ownership structures, which stores belonged to which families had the most to lose and were therefore most likely to fight hard, which had diversified their holdings enough that a pragmatic accommodation might appeal to them. The compound walls came next. He had been studying them for years in the context of his own escape attempts, which meant he knew their weaknesses better than most of the guards assigned to watch them. He began sharing this knowledge carefully, in pieces, with men he had trained in the fighting yearsmen who had the combination of capability and discretion that made them useful for this kind of work. He was building something without calling it what it was. If the masters were listening, what they heard was an old fighter passing on skills to younger men, which was also true. He worked out the harbor chain timings over the course of 3 months, watching the guard changes at the waterfront through the compound's wall gaps. The chains were the key to any naval approach. If the Queen came by sea and by all the information reaching him, she would then whoever held the harbor chains held the first critical advantage. He recorded the patterns in a notation he had developed over years of arena preparation, and gave them to Rameau to carry sewn into the lining of his cloak. He established also through Rameau a list of masters. Not the ones who would fight, he had a separate list for those, and it was longer. This list was for the ones who might be spared, the ones who manumitted slaves occasionally, who paid in coin rather than punishment, who had the quality of men who had inherited an arrangement rather than built one. He was not naive about them. They were still slaveholders and had all benefited from the system. But there was a difference between men who had chosen cruelty and men who had chosen convenience, and the latter category was at least capable of choosing differently if the circumstances changed sufficiently. He talked to Vala, the compound healer, who had become something like a friend in the way that people became friends in captivity through the slow accumulation of shared honesty and mutual survival. She had the particular unsentimental competence of someone who had been handling the consequences of other people's violence for a very long time, and had decided that efficient compassion was more useful than performed grief. "Why are you doing this?" she asked him one evening, setting his elbow an old injury that gave way when the weather turned. "Because I owe a debt I cannot pay in full," he said at last, "but I can pay some of it here." "Who do you owe it to?" "To a woman I tried too late to help," he said. He thought of Lyanna in the tower room. He thought of Ashara at court, laughing her precise, correct laugh while something was extinguished behind her eyes. "And to myself, perhaps, for the man I should have been and was." She looked at him with the measuring expression she kept for patients who were lying about where it hurt. "You were a soldier," she said, "not a question." "Something like that. And you feel you failed at it." "I was very good at the fighting part," he said at last. "The rest of it what you were fighting for, and whether it deserved the fighting I was less attentive to that than I should have been." She finished with his elbow and did not press him further, which was one of the things he valued about her. Zala, a Giscari woman who cleaned for the masters, had become, over the years, the closest thing Arthur had to a friend who saw him clearly. She was not a sympathetic figure in the conventional sense. She did not offer comfort or ask after his feelings or bring him things when he was injured, all of which other people in the compound did in the small performative way of people managing the social architecture of captivity. What Zala did was see him. She had been cleaning the corridors of the compound for 11 years when Arthur arrived, which meant she had watched a great many fighters come and go, and she had developed a quality of observation that was, in its way, as precise as his own. She asked him once whether he was afraid. He had been sitting on the steps outside the training room watching the compound yard, which was empty in the late afternoon heat, and she had appeared beside him with her broom and set to sweeping the steps without preamble, which was her way. She arrived. She worked. She spoke if she had something to say. "Of what?" he asked. "Of what comes if the queen comes. The masters will fight, there will be killing." He thought about the arenas. About the faces, he had stopped counting somewhere around the 100th one, because the number had ceased to be useful information. About the white cloak on the ground at the base of the tower, and the long walk east across Dorne, and the 23 years between that morning and this one. "I have been in the middle of the killing," he said. "I am not afraid of it." She swept for a moment. The dust moved in the late light. Outside the compound walls, the city made its noise. "Then what are you afraid of?" He was quiet for a long time. Longer than the question required, long enough that she had moved on to the next step, and he could see her watching him from the corner of her eye, not pressing, just nodding. "That it won't be enough," he said at last. "What I can do, that I'll fall short of it the way I have before. I know what I'm capable of. I have always known very precisely what I'm capable of. And I know the gap between what I can do and what I should have done, and that gap is specific and it has specific costs, and I have never fully found a way to close it." She considered this. She was not a woman who responded quickly. She held things the way some people held heavy objects, with both hands, waiting until she knew the weight of what she was carrying. "No one does it alone," she said finally. "That's the difference between what she's doing and what the old masters do. They make themselves into gods. She makes herself into something else." "What?" "A place for things to begin," Zala said. She gathered the swept dust into a pile at the base of the step. "You've spent your life being the end of things, the final answer, the blade that decides." She paused. Maybe you can be the beginning of something for once. He thought about this for a long time. He thought about what it would mean to be a place for things to begin rather than a thing in itself, the person who prepared the ground rather than the person who stood on it. He had spent his life being the decisive blade. He had been very good at it, and it had not been enough. Perhaps sufficient was a different shape from what he had always assumed. XIX, the Sons of the Harpy. They came for him 3 months before the queen arrived. The Sons of the Harpy knew about him. They were the masked insurgency of Meereen's displaced master-class, the old families, the great slaving houses whose wealth and power had been dismantled when the city fell. They wore gilded masks shaped like the harpy, the ancient symbol of Giscari dominion, and they moved through the city at night, killing freedmen, killing unsullied soldiers, killing anyone who represented the new order or who had helped it arrive. They were patient and they were organized, and they had the particular ruthlessness of people who had once owned everything and now stood to own nothing, and found that state of affairs intolerable. They did not fight in the open. They came in the dark, in numbers, against targets who were alone. A man he had trusted had been broken by methods he understood, because he had heard those sounds before through the walls of the compound, and he could not blame the man for what he had said. There were 4 of them, in the narrow passage behind the grain stores on a moonless night, wearing their golden masks. He had been here before, in the principle of it, in the specific geometry of too many armed men and not enough space. He thought about Rameau, who carried sewn into his clothing the maps and the documents and the names that Arthur had given him. Rameau was safe. He had sent him to the harbor 3 days ago. The work was done, or done enough. He had no sword. They had made sure of that. He had a short-bladed knife in his hands, which were slower than they had been, and did not always obey him, and had, between them, 7 functional fingers. He had 30 years of knowing how to be in a fight. He moved first, because he had always moved first. He took the first man by surprise, a forearm to the throat, precise and terrible, the kind of strike that looks simple and is only simple if you have practiced it 10,000 times in a training yard 3 decades gone. The man went down and would not get up for a long time, if ever. The second man he caught with the knife, though the knife cost him. They were crowding him now, the advantage of the first moment spent, and he moved in the tight space with the fluid economy of a man who had no room for anything extra, no flourish, no style, only function. The third man was fast. He felt the blade go in somewhere below his ribs, a strange hot pressure rather than pain, and he thought, there it is. He kept moving. The wound was real and it was bleeding, and he could feel the warmth of it against his side. But the body had its own understanding of what it could still do, and what it could still do was this. He drove his elbow into the third man's face with the force of a man who has decided that pain is someone else's problem right now, felt the nose give, and as the man's head snapped back, he took him by the collar with his knife hand and drove the blade up under his chin. Clean. Final. He was bleeding. He knew what bleeding felt like. He was on the ground. He did not remember going to the ground. The passage was cold stone and it smelled of grain dust, and he lay on it and he could hear the last man, the fourth, retreating, running, gone. He thought 3 of them. He had gotten 3 of them. He thought the documents, Rameau, the harbor. He thought, I hope it is enough. He lay very still and watched the stars through the narrow gap above the passage walls, the cold stars of summer in Slaver's Bay, and they were very bright and very distant, and they did not look like the stars from Starfall, where he had slept as a boy with the window open and the salt air coming in. He thought about Ashara. He thought, I am sorry for everything I chose and everything the choices cost and everything I could not do. He thought, I was the sword of the morning once. I held dawn and wore white and was the finest knight of my generation, and none of it was sufficient to the test when the test came. But I have done this. I have done this last thing. Perhaps that is enough. The stars were very bright. He let them be bright. He did not die. The blood had clotted by morning. He did not know why. The wound had felt mortal in the night, and he had said his farewells to the stars with the full intention of meaning them. But the body has its own intentions, and his body had always been reluctant to accept conclusions it had not been informed of in advance. He was found by Zala, who came to the passage in the early gray of dawn when he did not appear for morning duties, and who looked at him, and the three men around him, and the blood on the stones, with the expression of a woman filing information away rather than reacting to it. "You're alive," she said. "Apparently," he said. "Can you stand?" He considered it. "Give me a moment." She gave him the moment, and then gave him her arm, and he stood, and they went inside, and she cleaned the wound with the competent briskness of a woman for whom this was not the first time she had cleaned a wound, and she did not ask him what had happened, and he did not explain. The wound healed slowly and imperfectly, the way wounds healed in men of a certain age who had been accumulating imperfect healings for decades. He walked with a new tightness in his side that he suspected would never entirely go away. But he walked. He was alive. He was still a slave. The queen was still coming. XX, the breaking of chains. Daenerys Targaryen took Meereen in the way that she took all things, with fire and with an understanding of people that her enemies continually underestimated, and with the help of those in the city who had prepared the ground for her arrival. The documents reached her through channels Arthur never fully traced. They told her the guard changes. They told her the grain stores. They told her the names of the masters who might be spared. They told her the weaknesses in the harbor chains. He was in the compound yard when the city broke open. He heard the dragons before he saw them, a sound that was less a sound than a physical alteration of the air, as if the world had changed its mind about a fundamental property of itself. Then the screaming, and then the fire, and then the gates, and then the city erupting into the particular chaos that comes when people who have had nothing to lose for a very long time suddenly understand that everything has changed. He was running. He had not run since the compound's exercise yards, and what his body remembered of running freely was 21 years old. It did not matter. The gate was ahead open, and the fire was behind him. He almost made it. A figure hit him from the side, not an attack, the graceless collision of two people running toward the same exit. Arthur caught himself against the gate post and turned. His master. The man was in his house robes, without armor, without guards, without any of the infrastructure of ownership that had surrounded him for 19 years. Simply a man, middle-aged and frightened. He looked at Arthur and understood immediately what was looking back at him. Arthur took him by his robes. He held the man and looked at him with 20 years of it, the collar and the number and the arena floor, the boy from Bravos and the Carthene blade dancer, and every man he had put down in front of crowds who cheered for it because this man had profited from it. And the man understood. "Please," the master said, "please, I know what you are thinking, I know what I am to you, but I saved your life. Against Belwas they would have killed you both. I stopped them, I called off the guards. Whatever I am, I saved your life, please." Arthur held him. He thought about the day after Belwas. Not sentiment, the calculus of an asset. He thought about 19 years of that calculus applied to his body and every man he had put in the ground on this man's behalf. He thought about the boy from Bravos. He released him. He turned and went through the gate with a group of freed slaves, men and women who had spent years waiting for exactly this morning, and did not look back. Behind him, through the noise, he heard the sound of a mob finding something. He came into the street with 40 other freed compound slaves, and the street was chaos, and in the chaos he moved on instinct. He saw her in a doorway, a young woman, perhaps 20, pressed back against the stone with a compound guard between her and the street. The guard had his sword raised. He had the particular stance of a man who had passed the test and had found it, the second time, easier than the first. Arthur crossed the space between them before the thought was fully formed. He hit the guard from behind, hard, the flat of his hand against the back of the man's skull. Not enough to kill, enough to stagger. The guard turned, off balance, and Arthur caught his sword arm at the wrist and took the blade from him with the simple rotational economy of a man who had been disarming people since before this guard was born. The guard reached for his knife. Arthur stepped inside the reach and drove the taken sword up into the hollow of his throat. The guard fell. The young woman looked at Arthur with an expression that was not yet relief. Relief comes after, when you have had time to understand that you survived. But something more immediate, the wide-eyed aliveness of someone still in the moment of almost dying. He handed her the guard's knife. "Stay behind something solid," he said. "It won't be long." He turned back to the street and joined the fighting, and the street became the only thing there was. The sword was a cheap thing, a compound guard's blade, made for intimidation rather than use, the kind of sword that came off a production line somewhere in the Giscari interior and was replaced whenever it rusted. He had spent 8 years carrying Dawn and another decade fighting with whatever the arena provided. He could feel the difference in the first grip. The balance was wrong, the edge was adequate, the steel would do. It would do. The street outside the compound was chaos in the specific way that liberation was always chaos, not the organized violence of a battle, where two sides had plans and lines and objectives, but the fractal violence of a system coming apart, where pockets of fighting erupted and dissolved and erupted elsewhere, and the only constant was the noise and the smoke, and the particular quality of desperation that drove men to do things they would not have believed themselves capable of an hour before. Freedmen with tools and stolen weapons, unsullied, fighting their former masters' soldiers. The dragons somewhere above the smoke, audible as a low thrum that was less a sound than a pressure change, a reminder that the world had just fundamentally rearranged itself. He moved into it without hesitation, because hesitation was a luxury for men who had options. The first soldier came at him from the Lefta Myrini's household guard in the green and gold livery of one of the great slaving families, a young man with good armor and a long spear, and the look of someone who had trained for exactly this kind of violence, and was not yet sure whether his training was sufficient. It was. Arthur stepped inside the spear's reach before the man had committed the thrust, let the shaft slide harmlessly past his left shoulder, and drove the borrowed blade up beneath the armpit where the armor gapped. The man was down before the spear cleared his hands. He kept moving. In street fighting, stillness was death. The second and third came together, which was sensible. They had seen the first fall and they spread wide to create an angle problem. It was the right instinct. Against anyone else, it would have worked. Arthur took 3 running steps toward the narrower of the two, which was counterintuitive enough to cost the other man a half-second of recalibration, and in that half-second he had already dealt with the first and turned. 2. He was 47 years old and half-blind, and the wound in his side had not finished healing, and the nerve damage in his left hand made the sword feel occasionally uncertain in the grip. None of these things were irrelevant. All of them were accounted for. He had spent 30 years learning to fight through pain and limitation, and he had spent the last 2 decades learning to fight through the specific accumulation of damage that came from a life of arena combat. What remained, what the years and the pits and the arena had not taken from him, was the understanding, not the speed or the strength or the seamless perfection he had possessed at 23. The understanding, where to be, when to move, which angle was fatal and which was survivable, how to read a man's commitment in the first tenth of a second of an attack and know whether it was real. Understanding, it turned out, was enough. He went through the street outside the compound the way water went through rock, not with force but with inevitability, finding the path of least resistance and following it. He killed 4 more soldiers in the space of 100 yards, each engagement brief and economical, and decided before the other man knew it had started. He disarmed 2, and left them for the freedmen pressing in behind him. He put down a cavalry horse, not the rider, the horse when it came through a doorway, and threatened to scatter a group of freed children who had been sheltering against a wall, and he felt the waste of it but did not pause. The fighting thinned as he moved east, away from the compound. The dragons had done their work on the harbor and the Great Pyramid, and the panic was spreading outward from those points like ripples. Soldiers who had been holding positions were abandoning them. Freedmen who had been hiding were emerging. The mathematics of the city were shifting in real time, the old calculus of power dissolving, and a new one not yet formed. And in that gap between the old world and the new one, anything that moved with sufficient confidence went largely unchallenged. He moved with sufficient confidence. He counted, afterward not from pride but from the same instinct that had always made him account for what had happened in a fight, the practical forensics of a man who needed to understand what he had done in order to understand what he could do. 22 soldiers, 4 disarmed, 1 horse. He had contributed, in his small part, to the tide of the morning. The city broke in the direction that cities broke when the people with everything to gain, finally, had the means to take it. She was not as he had imagined her. What he saw from a distance was something more complicated and more interesting than anything he had expected. She was young, and the youth was not the youth of inexperience, but of someone who had burned through a great deal of life very quickly and arrived at something that was usually only found at the far end of a longer road. She was beautiful in the way that certainty made people beautiful, but the certainty he saw in her was a different quality from Rhaegar. Not self-referential, not the closed loop of a man who had decided he was the center of the story, but something outward-facing, something that was about the people around her rather than about herself. She was not Rhaegar. She had his face, the Targaryen beauty, the silver and the violet, but she was not what he had become. Sir Barristan Selmy rode at her side, white-haired and grave, a living remnant of the Kingsguard. Arthur stayed at the edge of the crowd, careful, positioned where the bodies were thickest, his face angled away. He watched her ride through the city and he let himself look, just for a moment, and in that moment the crowd shifted and he and Selmy were briefly in each other's line of sight. Selmy's gaze moved across the crowd and then, for just an instant, it stopped. It was the quality of stillness that gave it away, not surprise exactly, but the specific quality of a man who has just seen something that does not fit the world he understands and has not yet decided what to do about it. The old knight's eyes rested on Arthur's face for perhaps 2 heartbeats, long enough to be recognition and not long enough to be certainty. Arthur turned and moved deeper into the crowd with the unhurried directness of a man going somewhere specific. And by the time Selmy could have looked again, there were 20 bodies between them, and then 30, and then the crowd had swallowed him entirely. He did not look back. XXI, the free man. Freedom, when it came, was both more and less than he had anticipated. This was, he suspected, true of most things that were anticipated for 20 years. He was given a room in the city, a small room in a stone building near the harbor with a window that looked out on the bay and a door that he could lock from the inside. The locking was the thing he appreciated most. The particular power of a door that opened and closed at his own instruction, that answered to his hand and no one else's, was not a thing he had words for, though he spent several evenings trying to find them. He worked at the harbor. He trained a few of the young freed men in the basics of swordsmanship, because it was the thing he knew, and because the new city would need men who could defend it. He watched the queen from a respectful distance, with the alertness of someone who had spent years learning to read the difference between leaders who meant what they said and leaders who said what served them. He read her, from his distance, as the former, and this reading gave him something he had not expected to feel: hope. He thought about Selmy. He thought about it more than once in those first weeks, the moment in the crowd, the 2 heartbeats of recognition. What it would mean to walk through the Queen's gates and present himself to the man who had clasped his forearm in a yard in King's Landing 30 years ago and told him it gets easier, and then it gets harder again. He thought about what he would say. He thought about what Selmy would say. He thought about what he was. A man who had abandoned his post and walked into exile and let the world believe him dead for 20 years. A man who had been a slave in the pits of a stapper for 2 decades. A man whose white cloak was folded on the ground outside a tower in Dorne, and whose dawn was in the hands of someone else. He thought about what the shame of that felt like. He thought about whether it was survivable. He decided in the end that it was not a thing he could do. Not yet, perhaps not ever. The shame was not the public kind. He had never cared much for opinion, but the private kind, the kind that sat in the chest and had no outlet, the knowledge of what he had been and what he had become and the distance between them. Selmy had kept faith with everything. Arthur had kept faith with almost nothing. That was the difference, and it was not a small one. He stayed in his room near the harbor, and he watched from a distance, and he did not go through the gates. Barristan Selmy had been, in any honest accounting, the finest knight of his generation, the generation before Arthur's own, the one that had set the standard Arthur's peers had spent their lives measuring themselves against. He had been a prodigy at 10, knighted at 16 for his performance in the War of the Ninepenny Kings, and had served in the Kingsguard for more than 30 years under 3 kings. He had unhorsed the Prince of Dragonflies at 16 in a melee that older men still talked about decades later. He had defeated Meleys the Monstrous in single combat and ended the Blackfyre line. He had gone into a burning building to carry the wounded King Aerys II to safety during the defiance of Duskendale, taking wounds that would have killed lesser men, and had walked out again. He had stood alone against a dozen assassins in the Kingswood, without armor or a weapon beyond a knife, and had accounted for 6 of them before his fellows reached him. He had served Aerys faithfully through everything the Mad King had done, which was the complicated part, the part that Arthur understood better than most, because he had served alongside him and shared the same impossible architecture of obligation. Selmy had never been party to cruelty. He had simply stood his post while cruelty happened around him, as they all had, as the vow required. He had wept, Arthur had been told, when Aerys burned Lord Rickard Stark alive. He had wept and he had stood his post. This was the specific grief of a man with honor and without the power to act on it, and Arthur had understood it more than he had ever wanted to. After Robert's rebellion, Selmy had served Robert with the same absolute loyalty he had given Aerys, and Robert had accepted it, because Robert had the good sense to recognize that a man of Selmy's quality was worth more than a political statement. He had served Joffrey, which must have cost him more, and when that service had finally reached its limit, he had walked away from his white cloak in the throne room of King's Landing and ridden to find Daenerys Targaryen across the narrow sea, which was the act of a man who had spent 50 years serving the system and had finally decided that the person mattered more than the institution. He had been 70 years old and still capable of things that men half his age could not manage. He had taught the Queen, unsullied. He had advised her on the politics of a court he had navigated for half a century. He had been the last living connection between the dynasty that had burned itself out and the girl who was trying to do something different with its name. He was, in the estimation of everyone who had fought beside him or against him, the best the Kingsguard had ever produced. Arthur, who had a particular interest in such assessments, had agreed. He had always known where he stood relative to Selmy, comfortably ahead, by the cold calculation of technique and instinct and ability, but close enough that the distance was one of degree rather than category. They were the 2 finest knights of their age. That there had been room for both of them at the same time in the same order had felt, in the years when Arthur had still believed in the order, like a sign of something. The sons of the Harpy killed Barristan Selmy the following year. He heard about it from a harbor worker who had been near the street when it happened, a man who carried cargo between the docks and the market quarter and who had no particular interest in the politics of the city's liberation. only in the fact that he had been turning a corner near the Street of Looms in the early evening when the noise started, a sound he described as many blades at once, and had pressed himself into a doorway and watched through the gap until it was over. The street was narrow, he said. The light was going. There had been perhaps a dozen of them in golden masks, and they had come from both ends, and the old man in the center had fought for a long time before he went down. Selmy had been alone, or nearly alone, and he had fought the way the stories said he fought, and he had died the way the stories said he would die, standing with his sword in his hand, facing the men who came at him. Arthur sat with this for a long time. He sat with it the way he sat with things that could not be undone, which was in silence and without resolution, because there was no resolution available, and silence was the only honest response. He had not gone to see him. He had been 100 yards away in the same city for months, and he had not gone to see him, and now the man was dead. He thought that is the cost of shame, not the feeling itself but what the feeling makes you do, which is nothing, at the moments when doing something is still possible. He did not have the luxury of sitting with this for long. In the weeks after Selmy's death, the city began to fray. Daenerys had been captured by the Dothraki, taken somewhere in the Grass Sea, her fate uncertain. The masters of Slavers' Bay, who had been watching from a careful distance, moved to fill the vacuum. Ships arrived. Money changed hands. The frameworks of the old system reassembled themselves with the efficient speed of things that had only been paused rather than ended. More people were enslaved each week. He watched it happen and he managed to stay free himself. He was careful now, in a way he had not always been, but free and safe were different things, and safety in a city reassembling its chains was a temporary condition. He had been through one liberation. He waited for the second. She returned over a year later, with her dragons and her Dothraki, and the particular quality of finality that came from someone who had been to the edge of things and come back with nothing left to lose. The dragons were larger than they had been. The city understood this immediately and in the most direct possible way. The master's fleet burned. The city was freed again, more thoroughly than before, and Daenerys Targaryen sailed for Westeros and left Daario Naharis to govern in her absence. Daario was not a man Arthur would have chosen for the work of rebuilding a city. He was a fighter and a charmer with a mercenary's understanding of loyalty, which was that it lasted exactly as long as the coin did. But he was adequate to the specific task of keeping the masters from rising up again while the queen was gone, which turned out to require more physical deterrence than moral authority, and Daario had physical deterrence in abundance. The city held. The people remained free. Arthur watched this happen with the measured assessment of a man who had learned to take adequacy seriously when excellence was unavailable. He watched the Queen's fleet sail until the sails were too small to see. He went back to his room. He sat at the window that looked out on the bay, and he watched the Queen's fleet dwindle to nothing on the horizon. And he thought about what came next with the particular steadiness of a man who had learned, over many decades and many difficult rooms, that the feeling of being ready and the fact of being ready were not always the same thing. He was not ready, not quite. He stayed in Meereen for 8 months after the fleet sailed. Part of it was practical. He had nothing. The years in the compound had given him shelter and food and a kind of status, but not the kind of coin that would see a man through a voyage across the narrow sea and down the coast of Westeros and home to Dorne. He worked at the harbor as he had before, but now as a free man rather than a freedman dependent on the new administration's goodwill, hired for a specific rate. Paid at the end of each week, the money going into a lockbox under his bed that he counted with the careful attention of someone for whom money had been an abstraction for 20 years and was now becoming real again. He also took on students. Word had spread through the city's freed community that the ghost of Westeros, the one-eyed fighter who had helped prepare the liberation, was willing to teach, and there was no shortage of young men and women who understood, now that the old order had collapsed, that the capacity to defend themselves was something they could no longer take for granted. He charged what they could afford, which in some cases was nothing, and he taught them anyway. The other part was harder to name. He had spent 25 years telling himself he was going home eventually. He had held it in reserve through the pits and the training years, and the slow, patient work of preparing the city for the Queen's arrival. The idea of home, the smell of orange blossoms and salt. Ashara. Now that it was available to him, now that the road was open and the coin was accumulating in the lockbox, and there was nothing standing between him and the journey except his own decision to make it, he found that he could not quite bring himself to begin. He examined this with the same honesty he tried to bring to uncomfortable things. He was afraid, not of the journey he had made longer ones with less. He was afraid of what he would find. He was afraid that the starfall in his memory and the starfall he would actually arrive at would turn out to be different places, and that the difference would be unbridgeable. He was afraid, if he was entirely honest, that Ashara was not there, that she had gone somewhere, married, moved, died, and that the last thing he had been holding on to would resolve, on arrival, into another absence to carry. He stayed in Meereen and worked and watched the bay and let the lockbox fill. The filling was slower than he would have liked and faster than he had feared. He had spent 22 years without wages and had consequently forgotten the specific, humble pleasure of counting coin that was his own, that had been given in exchange for something he had done rather than taken from him for something he was. Each week he counted what was in the lockbox, and each week it was a little more than the week before, and the gap between what he had and what he needed closed in the patient arithmetic of ordinary working life. He watched the bay in the evenings. The harbor of Meereen faced west, which meant the sunsets were extraordinary, the light hitting the water at the angle that turned it copper, and then gold, and then a deep red that faded slowly into the dark. And he had spent enough years in a compound with no view at all that this felt like an extravagance he had not yet fully processed. He sat on the harbor wall in the evenings after the students had gone, and he watched the water change color, and he thought about Starfall, where the sea was a different color, and the sunsets came from a different angle, and the smell of orange blossoms mixed with the salt in a way that was nowhere else. He thought about Ashara more as the lockbox filled. It was as though the practical distance between him and the journey home was the same as the emotional permission he needed to imagine it clearly, when he had no money and no passage. Hope was something he held at a careful remove, because hope that could not be acted on was just another weight to carry. But now the money was there, and the passage was imminent, and he found that what he had been holding at a remove was not small. It was very large indeed, and it had been very large for a long time, and the careful management of it over 25 years had required more of him than he had previously admitted. He booked passage on a merchant galley bound for Pentos. He did it with the same flat practical attention he brought to everything, paid the fare without ceremony, noted the sailing date, and walked back to his room. Then he sat on the edge of his bed in the small room with the window looking out on the bay, and he did not move for a long time. He was going home. Part 6, The Return. XXII, The Road South. He came to Westeros on a trading vessel out of Pentos, arriving near Storm's End in the gray of a winter morning, 1 year after Daenerys Targaryen's fleet had sailed from Meereen and taken the Queen's War west. When he finally booked the passage, it had felt less like a decision than a tide going out, not a moment of resolve but an accumulation that had quietly crossed a threshold while he was looking at something else. He had a pack on his back and the arming sword at his hip. He had no plan beyond the direction of it. South, along the coast rode toward the Torrentine, toward the place where the river met the sea, and the orange blossoms grew on terraced gardens below a tower he had grown up in. He did not know what he would find there. The road south took 6 weeks on foot, and he was in no hurry for the first time in his adult life, and the hurry that had defined him, the constant forward pressure of duty and vow and purpose, was gone, and what was left in its place was something quieter. Not peace exactly, but room. He stopped at villages and bought meals and slept in barns when the inns were full and watched the countryside of Westeros pass around him, the Reach giving way to the Dornish marches, giving way to the dry hills of Dorne itself. And he felt, with each mile, the slow return of something he had not known was absent. The smell of it, the quality of the light, the particular way the wind came off the sea in the south, carrying orange blossom and salt, which was nowhere else in the world. He was 5 weeks from Starfall when the news reached him. It arrived in pieces, the way important news always arrived. Fragments and rumor first, then more specific rumor, then the shape of the thing assembling itself from the fragments until it was undeniable. The Night King. The Battle of Winterfell. Jon Snow, who had killed the Night King and who was, and here Arthur sat down at the table of a roadside inn, because the news had a quality that required sitting, who was the son of Robert Baratheon and Lyanna Stark. He sat at the table, and he looked at the wall for a long time. Jon Snow was the son of Robert and Lyanna. Not Rhaegar's, Robert's. He sat with this for a long time, turning it over, the way you turned over a thing you had not expected to find where you found it. He had never known. He had stood in that tower room and looked at the child's face, and he had not known, not once in the weeks he had been there, had never had reason to look for something other than what Rhaegar had told him. He had delivered that child with his own hands and held a sword over it, and given his vow to a dying woman, and walked away from the only life he had ever known to keep it safe, and he had not known. He thought about Harrenhal. He thought about Robert and Lyanna slipping away from the feast together on the last night of the tournament. He thought about what Lyanna had said when she named the boy, Jon, not Aegon, the name she had chosen over the name she had been told to expect, the name she had looked at her son's face and arrived at. He thought about the dark hair that was not Targaryen and the gray eyes that were not Targaryen, and the set of a jaw that he had filed without examining, because his orders were to keep the child safe, and looking too closely was not keeping the child safe. He thought she knew. She had known from the beginning, or close to it. She had endured everything she had endured in that tower, knowing whose child she was carrying, knowing that Rhaegar believed it was his, and that the belief was what kept her alive. She had protected her son with the only thing she had available to protect him with, which was Rhaegar's certainty that his prophecy required the child to exist. He thought she was smarter than all of them. She was smarter than Rhaegar, who had built a war on a wrong answer, and smarter than himself, who had kept a girl locked in a room for a fortnight because a mad prince had told him to, and smarter than Robert, who had sat on the Iron Throne while his firstborn son grew up in the north under another man's name. He thought, I promised to keep him safe. He thought I did that. However it happened, through ignorance, through the accidental rightness of a choice made for the wrong reasons, I did that. The child lived. The child grew up. The child stood at the Battle of Winterfell and killed the Night King, and the dead stayed dead. He thought about what Rhaegar had spent his life searching for. The song of ice and fire, the prince that was promised, the fire against the darkness. And he thought about a young man in the north with dark hair and gray eyes and a Baratheon's fury and a Stark steadiness and a dragon queen at his side, and he thought, Rhaegar was looking for the right thing. He was simply wrong about where to look for it, and wrong about who got to decide it was his to find, and wrong about what finding it required of him. He was wrong about almost everything except the darkness. The darkness was real, and the fire against it had come from somewhere he never thought to look. He paid his reckoning and went outside into the morning, and stood for a moment in the road with his pack on his back and the south in front of him. Starfall was south. He could be there in 5 weeks. The smell of the sea and orange blossoms. Ashara, if she was still there, if she was the Ashara he remembered and not some other version of her assembled from 26 years of distance and hope, and the particular distortions that long absence imposed on memory. He stood in the road, and he found he could not go. Not yet, not directly. Something in him, he examined it carefully. The way he examined things he did not immediately understand was not the fear of what he would find at Starfall, exactly. It was something more specific. He had spent 26 years defined by what he had done at the Tower of Joy and what he had left behind there. He had carried it through the pits of Astapor and the compound of Meereen, and the 2 years of quiet preparation and the morning of the liberation. He had carried it as the man who had set Dawn down, and walked away the man who had made a choice in a Dornish yard, and never found out what had come of it. He knew now. Jon Snow was alive, Robert's son, Lyanna's son, the man who had stood at the Battle of Winterfell and killed the Night King and lived, and he and Daenerys Targaryen were at Dragonstone together. He had delivered the boy. He had made the choice that let the boy exist, and he had never stood in the same place as the consequence of that choice, and understood it with his own eyes rather than through the second-hand fragments of rumor and road gossip. He needed to see it, not to announce himself, not to confess or explain or claim anything, only to see, to stand in the same space as the thing his choice had made possible and understand it fully before he closed that chapter and went home. Starfall could wait a few more weeks. It had waited 26 years. XXII Dragonstone. King's Landing had fallen, or been taken, or been freed, depending on who was telling the story, and the Iron Throne was a matter under active discussion, and Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow were both at Dragonstone, and the world was arranging itself into the shape of a new thing. He went to Dragonstone. He did not know why precisely. The truth, or the part of it he was willing to examine, was that there were two people at Dragonstone whose lives were entangled with his in ways that neither of them knew, and some part of him needed to stand in the same room with that fact, even once, even without speaking it. Dragonstone was a gray fortress on a black island, and it smelled of salt and something older than salt, the volcanic smell that the island breathed from its deep places. The dragons were real and enormous, and they made a sound when they flew overhead that he understood now was the sound of the world changing its mind about what was possible. He came as a traveler, as a former slave from Essos, one of many such who had made their way to Dragonstone in the year since the Queen's army had settled there. Among them he was entirely unremarkable, a middle-aged man with an eye patch and old scars and a pack on his back, moving through the outer courts of the castle with the patient attention of a man who had learned to see everything. He saw her. She was in the courtyard with the dragon, Drogon, the black one, the great one, and she had her hand on its flank, and she was speaking to it quietly, and it was listening in the way that very large things listen to the small things they had decided to trust. He stood at the edge of the courtyard, and he looked at her for a long time. She had silver hair and violet eyes and the face of the dynasty. She was nothing like Rhaegar and nothing like Aerys. She was something the dynasty had produced that the dynasty had never quite produced before, a woman who did not use power as a proof of herself, but as a tool in the service of something beyond herself. Rhaegar had believed himself the promised prince, the fire against the darkness. He had been wrong about himself in this as in so much else. Looking at her, Arthur understood what the fire actually looked like. Then Jon Snow came into the courtyard. Arthur had heard the stories. The king in the north, the man who had killed the Night King, Robert Baratheon's son, Lyanna Stark's boy, the heir to the Iron Throne who did not want the throne. He looked at him now with the eyes he had always used for such things, the total present-tense attention that found in faces and bodies and the way people moved, the information that words did not give. He saw Robert Baratheon. Not the face was Lyanna, but the jaw and his dark hair and eyes, and in the way he moved the quality of physical presence, the specific ease of a large man in his own body, the way he took up space without trying to, the nervousness that was actually feeling running too close to the surface, and the way he watched Daenerys when she was not watching him, with the careful, wondering attention of a man who has found something he did not expect to find and is still working out what to do about it. The nervousness was Robert, too. Not the surface nervousness of someone uncertain of themselves. Jon Snow was not uncertain of himself, but the deeper kind, the nervousness of a man with too much feeling and not quite enough distance from it, the specific condition of someone for whom the world pressed in too closely, and who had never fully learned to manage that. Robert had spent his life managing it with wine and women and the next battle. Jon Snow looked like a man who had found a different answer to the same problem, or was still looking. And the way he watched Daenerys when she was not watching him, with the careful, wondering attention of a man who has found something he did not expect to find, and is still working out what to do about it. He looked like Robert Baratheon had looked, Arthur thought, at a feast at Harrenhal, watching a girl who had made him nervous for the first time in his life. He looked like a man falling in love. He looked like a man falling in love. Arthur stood at the edge of the courtyard and felt the full geometry of it settle over him. Robert's son and Rhaegar's sister, the dragon and the wolf, ice and fire, come together not as prophecy demanded but as two people who had arrived, by entirely different roads and entirely different griefs, at the same place at the same time. Jon was ice, the north, the cold, the blood of the first men, Robert's fury and Lyanna's wildness distilled into a man who had stood against the literal darkness of the world. Daenerys was fire, the dragon's blood, the heat of the southern desert and the long exile, the woman who had walked into a funeral pyre and come out with dragons. The song of ice and fire. He had heard Rhaegar speak of it 100 times, and Rhaegar had always placed himself at the center of it, had always assumed the song was about him. But Rhaegar was wrong, as he had been wrong about most things. The song was not about a prince with a harp who kept a girl in chains and called it prophecy. The song was about these two people, in this courtyard, looking at each other with the beginning of something that would outlast all of them. Arthur thought, I delivered him. On a night without stars, in a tower in the hills of Dorne with my hands. I promised to keep him safe, and he is safe, and he has done the thing he was here to do, and he did not need to be Rhaegar's son to do it. He just needed to be himself, Robert's son, Lyanna's son, Eddard's son, the man the North made him. He thought that is the compensation, not absolution. You do not get absolution for the things you should have done differently, but compensation, the knowledge that the promise was kept, and that it mattered, and that the child survived and became the man the world needed. He stood in the courtyard a moment longer. Jon and Daenerys were speaking quietly now, not touching, but with the quality of two people who were becoming aware of each other's gravity. He could not hear what they said. He did not need to hear it. He turned and walked out of the castle. He did not look back. XXIV Starfall. The road to Starfall was the road of his whole life run backward, which was an appropriate thing for it to be. He came to it on a morning in late autumn, when the sun was low and the shadows were long, and the smell of the sea reached him 3 miles before the towers came into view. The smell hit him first, orange blossoms, salt, the particular combination that was nowhere else in the world, and which his body recognized before his mind caught up. And he stopped on the road for a moment with his pack on his back, and his eye patch in place, and the gray in his hair and the scars on his face, and he breathed it in. He was 50 years old. Starfall. He did not know what he would find there. He did not know if anyone would know him, or claim him, or want him. He did not know if there was a room for him in the house he had grown up in, or a name for him in the books of the house, or a place for an old dead man who had come back from the dead with over 25 years of absence to account for. He walked the last 3 miles with the sun at his back and the sea smell ahead of him, and the road under his feet that he had walked as a boy, and as a knight, and as a young man riding toward a destiny he had not entirely understood. He was 50 years old and he walked the road, and the road was the same and he was not, and both of these things were true and neither of them needed to be resolved. He thought about Ashara as he walked. He thought about whether she was here. She had said she would go back to Starfall years ago, and he had no reason to think otherwise. She might be anywhere in the world by now, married to some lord, living in his castle, with children and a life he knew nothing about. She might have stayed. He thought of her gray eyes and the questions she had asked him and the way she moved through rooms, and he thought, I hope I find her here. He had not been permitted many hopes in the last 2 decades, and he had learned to be careful with the ones he had, but this one he permitted himself. He walked the last miles with the particular quality of attention that came from approaching something you had been thinking about for a long time, the sea smell reaching him well before the towers did, the orange blossoms on the warm Dornish air, the specific quality of the light in the late afternoon that he had not seen in 33 years, and which his body recognized before his mind caught up. Starfall came into view around the last bend of the road. He stopped. He had not planned to stop. He had walked the whole of the road from Dragonstone without stopping for anything except necessity, and this was not a necessity in any practical sense. He could see the gates clearly from where he stood. He was perhaps 10 minutes from them. There was no reason to stand on the road and look. He stood on the road and looked. It was smaller than he remembered, which was not true. Starfall was exactly the same size it had always been, and he knew this, and the knowing did not change what he was seeing. The towers caught the late light the same way. The Torrentine was visible to the south, moving with the slow, seasonal patience of a river that had been moving since before anyone alive could remember. And where it met the summer sea, the water was the particular shade of blue-green that existed in that specific place and nowhere else, that had no name he had ever found adequate, that was simply the color of home. Then he walked on. He came to the gate. It was attended, a young armsman, barely 20, who looked at the road-worn figure with the eye patch and the traveling pack and the careful, unhurried quality of movement, and did not immediately know what he was looking at. I'm looking for the master of the house, Arthur said. The young man frowned slightly. And who shall I say is calling? Arthur held his gaze a moment. Tell him, he said, that Arthur Dayne stands at his gate. This was my home. Something in the name, or perhaps in the way it was spoken, unsettled the young armsman. He straightened, uncertain now, and gave a short nod. Come with me. Arthur followed. They passed through the gate and into the yard. The stone was the same pale gold it had always been, warm under the sun. The air still carried the scent of salt and orange blossom. He did not slow, but he saw it all. The angles of the walls, the turn of the steps, the place where he had once fallen and split his lip on the edge of a fountain long since worn smooth. The young armsman led him to the entrance of the keep, a modest castle by the standards of greater houses, but not small to the boy he had been. Wait here, the guard said, gesturing to the heavy wooden doors. I'll announce you. Arthur inclined his head. Thank you. The doors closed behind the young man with a dull, final sound. Arthur stood alone at the threshold of the house he had been born in, his hands loose at his sides, his expression unreadable. The years sat on him lightly and heavily both, as years sometimes did. He listened. Footsteps from within. It was her. Ashara. She was older. Of course she was older. They were both near 50 now, he and Ashara, born a year apart in the same house and arrived at nearly the same age by different roads that had cost them both more than they had expected to pay. Her hair was darker at the gray now than the black, and there were lines at the corners of those gray eyes that he remembered as clear and young and entirely themselves. And she was carrying herself, the way a person carried themselves when they had been managing things alone for a very long time, with the particular economy of someone who could not afford to waste motion. What she saw was not the brother she remembered. He understood this, because he had not been that man in a very long time, but he understood it newly now, reading it in her face, the gap between what she had kept in her memory and the thing standing in her doorway. The brother she had known had been 24 years old, straight and whole and bright with the particular quality that had made people describe him in terms of light their whole lives. What was standing in front of her was a man of 50 with an eye patch where his right eye had been, the socket marked with the silver seam of old scar tissue. His face carried the small accumulated marks of 2 decades of arena fighting, nothing dramatic, nothing that announced itself, but present in the way that a life of hard use was always present. His posture was slightly off-true, the old wound below his ribs having healed with a pull that had never entirely gone, tilting the right side of him a fraction forward. His left hand, resting at his side, had 3 fingers that lay at angles the other 2 did not. He was lean in the way of a man who had not always eaten enough, and his hair was gray at the temples and white at the crown, and he had the eyes of someone who had learned to stay very still inside whatever was happening around him. He looked, she would tell him later, like a man who had survived things that should not have been survivable and had not quite decided yet what to do with that fact. She looked at him. He looked at her. He had not prepared himself for what he saw in her face. He had thought, she will be surprised. He had thought, she will need a moment to recognize me. He had thought about what it would mean to her to see him, the brother she had been told was dead, returned after 26 years, and he had thought it would be a shock, and he had prepared himself to manage her shock. What he saw in her face was not surprise. It was the specific quality of a person seeing something that cannot be, that contradicts the entire architecture of their understanding of the world, that rewrites 26 years of careful, managed grief in the space of a heartbeat. It was the expression of a woman seeing a ghost. She had believed him dead. All this time she had believed him dead, and he had thought she was managing, thought she was fine, thought she was simply living her life in Starfall with the knowledge that her brother had died at the Tower of Joy, and she had been carrying that. All this time, as he had been carrying her. The understanding of this arrived in him like a stone into still water, and the weight of it moved outward through him in waves. "Ashara," he said. His voice came out differently than he had intended, smaller, more honest. She could not speak. He watched her face move through the expressions, the impossibility first, and then the shock, and then something that was grief and relief colliding, the specific devastation of a wound reopened by a thing that should have been simple joy. She reached out and touched his face with one hand, the way you touched something to confirm it was real, and her hand was shaking. "Arthur," she said at last. It came out barely above a whisper. Then she stepped forward and put both arms around him, arms under his arms and her cheek pressed against his chest, holding on the way you held onto something you had not thought you would ever hold again, completely. Without reserve, her whole weight leaning into him. A long, deep, wordless embrace, the kind that said everything that neither of them was capable of saying. He held on too. He put his arms around his sister and held her in the doorway of the house they had grown up in, and the sea wind came in around them, and the orange blossoms were on the air, and neither of them said anything for a very long time. When she finally stepped back, her eyes were bright. She looked at him the way she had always looked at him, with the frank, direct assessment of a woman who did not waste time on performances, and the assessment this time contained something he had not seen in her face in years. Relief, simple and complete. "Come in," she said, her voice had steadied. "Come in, you can tell me everything." He crossed the threshold of the house he had been born in, 33 years after he had first left it, and the sea smell came in with him, and the morning light came in with him, and somewhere inside the great hall a pale blade waited. The door closed behind him, and the exile had arrived, after a long, long walk home. The stars, he thought, were still very bright. He was glad to be back beneath them. Epilogue done. They did not speak of it until the following day. There was too much else to speak of first, 26 years of it, in fragments and silences, and the occasional long pause that both of them had learned to leave room for. The pause of people who understood that some things needed to be set down carefully rather than handed over all at once. He told her what he was able to tell. She listened the way she had always listened, with her full attention, and without filling the spaces he left with things she did not know. On the third morning, she came to find him where he was sitting in the yard with a cup of tea, looking at the sea. "Come inside," she said. "There's something I want you to see." The great hall of Starfall was the same and not the same, in the way of rooms that have continued living while the people who knew them have been away. The light came in off the sea at the same angle it always had. The flags overhead were the ones he remembered. The long table was the same table, with the marks of 40 years of meals and councils worked into its surface. It was on the wall. They had mounted it, the blade on 2 iron brackets, the scabbard below, a strip of cloth of silver wrapped around the grip in the old style, the way it had been presented at his knighting. It was not in a case. There was no lock and no barrier. It was simply there on the wall of the great hall of Starfall, where it had always been when it was not being carried, present and patient and entirely itself. He stood in front of it, and he did not move for a while. He had not seen it in 26 years. He had last held it in a Dornish yard in the blood-pale light of early morning, and he had wiped it carefully and set it down at the base of a tower door, and he had walked away from it because it was the right thing to do, and also because he had not known if he would ever see it again, and looking at it any longer would have cost him something he could not afford to spend. It was the same. Of course it was the same. A blade made from the heart of a fallen star did not age the way other things aged. It was pale as milk, pale as bone, pale as the first cold light of morning, and it gathered the light from the sea-facing windows and held it in the way that only the rarest things did, not reflecting it, not simply catching it, but holding it, as though the light had found something worth staying for. His hands were not the same, 3 fingers that did not lie flat, knuckles thickened with years of compound damage, the particular way the left hand held itself slightly crooked, the nerve damage making itself felt in cold weather. He looked at his hands and he looked at the sword. He reached out with his right hand and touched the flat of the blade with 2 fingertips, the way you touch something to confirm it was real. It was cold and smooth and absolutely itself, and the contact moved through him like a sound heard from a great distance, something recognized before it was understood. He had been the sword of the morning once. He had been 16 years old and he had held this blade for the first time and thought, this is a beginning and also an end. He had not known then how right he was about either part. He did not pick it up. He was not sure he had the right to pick it up. Not yet, perhaps not ever. That was a question for another day, a question that the coming months might answer in one direction or another. He was 50 years old and he had one eye and a crooked posture and a left hand that sometimes did not obey him, and he did not know if he was still the man the sword required. But he was here. He had come home, and the sword was here and it had waited with the patience of something made from starlight for whatever came next. He let his hand fall. Ashara was standing in the doorway of the great hall, watching him with those gray eyes. She did not say anything. She had always known when not to say anything. He turned to look at her. "All right," he said. She nodded once, which was enough. He walked back toward her, and the morning came in off the sea behind him, and the pale blade caught its light and held it, and the great hall of Starfall was quiet and bright and entirely itself, the way it had always been, the way it would be long after both of them were dust. He was home. End. A note on the story. Arthur Dayne appears in the novels of George R.R. Martin briefly and obliquely, more legend than man, viewed almost entirely through the eyes of those who remember him. This story is a work of fan imagination and is intended as a loving extrapolation, not a statement of canon. All characters, places, and events from the original series belong entirely to George R.R. Martin and his publishers. This version of the story departs from the canon in several significant ways. Some of those departures will be clear from the first chapter, others emerge as the story unfolds. The approach throughout has been to ask, what kind of man was Arthur Dayne? Really, not the legend, not the anecdote, but the person underneath. And what would it cost a person of that quality to serve the things he served, and make the choices he made, and survive them? Rhaegar Targaryen in this telling is not the romantic hero of popular imagination. He is a man who was genuinely learned and genuinely brave, and who believed, with absolute sincerity, that what he was doing was necessary and right. That sincerity does not mitigate what he did. The most dangerous kind of wrong is the kind that is convinced of its own righteousness. The question of what Arthur does and does not know runs through the whole of the story. He is not omniscient. He makes the right choices for reasons that turn out in some cases to be wrong. The right choice was still right. Sometimes that is enough, and sometimes the cost of that is its own kind of grief. The morning itself does not ask to be credited for the light, but sometimes the morning comes home,